Hey everyone, welcome to Zack Attack News Live, the final live. I have my glasses on. For 2023. I'm super duper excited to do this. We have a ton to talk about, and I have a special guest, one of the boys, one of my guys, Kenny Sparks. Welcome to Zack Attack News
What's
Live.
up, everybody?
Oh man, I'm super excited to have you here. This is gonna be real fun.
Yeah, I'm excited.
It's not gonna be me talking for 4 hours by myself at the chat. Have someone to bounce off of.
Yeah,
and we have a lot to go through, and I know the final topic we'll have a lot to talk about
for sure,
because it just happened. And there's gonna be some stuff throughout that we'll have to talk about as well. Okay. I see people in the chat already. First, like a boss, my guy Dave Show, what's up? Dark Movies second. I just gotta shout out Dark Movies. It's 1 a.m. or 1:30 a.m. where he is, and he's on the live with me all the way from Norway. I appreciate you. Every time I look at my stats and I see like foreign people watching my channel and I see Norway, I'm like, Dark Movies.
yeah Definitely told me.
Hey, Collective Movies, man, what's up,
Collective Movie, man.
Ho ho ho, Santa's here. Okay, just me, Tez, no prezzies. Welcome back, Tez. I'm glad that you're back on the YouTubes and you're joining the live. I don't think it's your first live, but it's been a minute. This guy is someone that's helped me along the way. We have like a group on Facebook where he like really helps smaller YouTubers, and
nice.
Take a time away, and he just came back. I'm excited to see what he does. If you are on the live, please drop how you're doing down below. How you feeling? How's your 2023 in movies been feeling? And look at this, just got the 452 subs. Let's go, Dave.
Let's go.
Can't wait till you hit 500, man. He said, it's only 1 a.m., but yeah, it's my holiday. Yeah, so he's like, I can stay on as long as I want because it's a holiday.
Right. Because it's really
Kenny,
Christmas.
I've been yapping my mouth. How are you feeling?
Me? Ma? I'm feeling great, man. I am just in the middle of my binge, my end of 2023 binge where I'm watching all the movies I missed during the year. I've been watching right before I hopped on the live. I've been watching Strays. I think I got about 20-30 minutes left in it.
How are you feeling about it so far?
It's funny. It's like I haven't laughed out loud, but I haven't been annoyed by the jokes. They've been like smirk funny, like, oh, that's
got you.
Yeah. So yeah, I have no issues with it. It's just I started doing other things while I was watching it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's not terrible, but it's not terrible at all. But it's just not, the greatest thing I've seen.
Gotcha. That's fair. That's fair. I'm just glad you didn't hate it because I love that movie.
No, I don't hate it at all.
Gotcha. And what else have you been catching up to?
So, well, earlier today I watched The Lion King because it's my favorite movie in the world. But over this past week, I had a really good week of movies. I've watched The Holdovers last week. I've watched The Iron Claw, Wonka. I know I watched Cliffhanger, which is from the 90s and it's great.
I was looking at the news that you were talking about. When I was looking at the wrap-up news, they're remaking that movie.
Cliffhanger?
Mm-hmm.
I could see it. Yeah, I could see Slide doing it again.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So yeah, I've just been watching a bunch of just catching up with a bunch of stuff. I know this week is going to be a heavy week as well with Rebel Moon and Aquaman, and I'm seeing Ferrari tomorrow night, which I might cancel because I really don't feel like seeing it. And then Poor Things comes out this weekend, so I'm going to be seeing. I'm definitely going to be seeing that. So yeah, it's going to be a heavy week.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch American Fiction because I want to do my best comedies of the year because comedy has been a huge thing this year for me at least. And that's like everyone's saying that's the best one of the year, so I need to see that before I make my list.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a black comedy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
I gotta support.
Speaking of which, have you seen the trailer for Magical Negroes? I haven't seen it yet. So
before we get into the topics, let's talk about it.
I haven't seen it yet, so
I've never been more pissed watching a trailer than I have in my life. And Dave Show he asked me on the tweets what I felt about it, and I was like, "What the hell is this bullcrap?" We
Yeah.
finally get magical black people, and this is what you do instead of making your own Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings or Star Wars. This is it.
So that's what I thought it was going to be. Like I said, I still haven't seen the trailer yet. I've just seen all the people. I think it's like Black Gay Comic Geek and Tiffany, like Bright Star, something like that. Two black people on the Instagrams who are big in the movies. They're like, this is not what I wanted whatsoever.
Yeah, no, not at all. It's not it at all. Watch the trailer. I might have to do a rant video.
Okay.
That's how upset
people like rants.
Yeah, I might. This might be after my first negative video trashing something. I don't like doing that, but this feels appropriate. But let me see what the chat is saying before, because we have a lot of stuff to talk about. So let me see. 450 subs. Ted says 1 a.m. for him as well.
Wow, that's commitment.
You mean doggy style? Hey,
that's hilarious, and that's actually one of the good jokes in the movie.
What up, y'all? Hey, Luke Ponto, what's up?
What's up, Ponto? I love the turtles. Love the turtles image you're using.
That is what it's called in my country. Strays is doggy style. That's a wild ass.
What? That's worse.
Oh wait, I think he's saying the movies is called doggy style.
That's what I'm saying. That's worse. That's worse than Strays.
Yeah.
That's
How are you both doing today? 8 o'clock. Oh, it's 8 o'clock for him. Okay. I'll have to book out because one of my favorite YouTubers is going live and they haven't been live in a few months. I respect that. If you're gonna go live, if you're gonna leave my live, I understand that. But I appreciate you dropping it. Let's see. Any MonsterVerse Monarch watchers? I think aren't you watching it? Yep.
Well, I was watching Monarch. I want to be honest with you. I stopped. I didn't say like, hey, I'm never watching this again. But honestly, it hasn't done anything to make me want to come back to it.
That's what I heard. It started off strong.
4 episodes. Yeah, I think I've gotten up to episode 3, watched that, and then I've just kind of been. Yeah.
Nice. I'm seeing Aquaman tomorrow, or technically today for me. Nice. Already getting the early movies, baby.
I've noticed.
Oh my god. Too. Just wait for the skit. I wrote it before the live. Oh, I'm so excited for that.
I'm excited for that. Yeah. Oh, did you see his skit for Godzilla -1?
Yes, amazing.
Excellent.
Oh, Aquaman is getting a lot of talk, getting a lot of flack. Yeah, that's it's the last DCU thing, and that's all DCU's gotten since it started. So they have to do that.
I'm just hoping that for a good, fun time. That's all I.
Yeah, and that's what the first Aquaman was. It was just a good fun time.
I mean, that's yeah.
Oh, okay. You didn't have fun with it.
Well, I don't think it's bad. I just didn't love it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm seeing Aquaman 2 with my dad, Ironclaw, and Migration. Woo, they sure got a busy week.
And that's a crazy range of tones. Like yeah. Make sure you see.
People are not watching Aquaman for reasons. Is Monarch even good? I really want to watch it. Well, based on what he said, it's all right.
It's kind of good. It started out good, and then it just kind of stalled.
Collective Movie Man has enjoyed Monarch as well. Okay, let's get into the big topics. As always, we're going to start off with box office news. So you know what that segment is. Tackle the box office, guys. I'm super excited to talk about things and the things and the things. And what the hell just happened? Okay. I'm like, where is this? It just disappeared off my my thing. This just show what I'm looking at. If you're watching live, let me know if this is zoomed in close enough for you to read. We're going to go over some of the box office, the big news. And obviously, number one is Barbie, the biggest film of the year. But not by much. Mario Brothers is really close. It really, really close. And they're showing the foreign breakdown and the domestic. That is a crazy foreign pull-in, man. $805 million.
Wow.
And I got to say, that's number one. Oppenheimer is number 3, almost making $1 billion. And I think that's the biggest. What you about to say?
That's impressive.
That's very, very impressive for an R-rated 3-hour biopic.
Yes.
With no fight scenes.
People went back, right? You can't do that without repeat viewings.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's why I tell people all the time when they try to talk about Captain Marvel. Oh, it was in between. People went for pre-viewings for Captain Marvel in order for that to make $1 billion. Barbenheimer, man. I know how you feel about Barbie. I know how you feel about Oppenheimer. You're not the biggest fans of both of those films, but talk about the lead up into it, the promotion, the hype behind everything.
So, despite my fandom or non-fandom of it, it earned it. The people who love it, and there's a lot of people who love it, so it deserves to get the money that it made. That's both Barbie and Oppenheimer, right? So it promised the fans something, and it delivered, both of them, and their mutual advantage of it, which is not a word, definitely helped for sure, because both were coming from fandom. I think that there's a lot of what am I trying to say? I think they're trying to. Yeah, there's unassociated, but like unexpected crossover between people. People love, and that's the thing. That's the thing about movies and humans in general. People have two minds about all kinds of things, right? So I can go watch Fast and Furious. I think that was 10, which I had fun, but it's a terrible movie. And then I can go watch something like, I don't know, The Holdover, right? The Holdover. Or the Iron Claw, you know what I'm saying? So we can do two things. So I think it speaks against this whole thing of cinema versus, whatever else. You know what I mean? If people enjoy the movies, they enjoy the movies.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be a specific structure. It doesn't have to be a specific story. The actors don't have to act a specific way. Like I watched a movie that creeped into my top 15 called How to Blow Up a Pipeline recently. Okay. And I went on Letterboxd to see how other people feel. A lot of people like it, but I always like to see the negative reviews to see like what people didn't like about certain things. And someone said that, the rule of having a heist film is this. It's like, okay, but not every movie has to follow the rules all the time.
Right.
And technically it wasn't a heist film. It used parts of the structure of a heist film, but it's really an activist film. They're not doing a heist. Yeah. So that, when you try to put rules on things all the time, it limits what we can do. And then people go, oh, there's no original cinema. Well, because they have to follow this fake structure you made up. Yeah. And I think that applies to Barbie and Oppenheimer. Both of the structures of those films are very different from what we usually get.
Very different. Yeah.
They have 3-act structures, but the way they flow into each other is very, very different. Like Oppenheimer is like 17 movies in that film.
Yeah.
It's a lot of movie.
Like I said, I don't hate Oppenheimer. It's just not something. I think there's something I've been thinking about a lot recently, which is how important is rewatchability in the way I rank things, right? Because I have The Iron Claw as my number one movie that I've seen this year, but I'm not going to watch that movie again for like another 10 years, right? And that's not because it's bad. It's because it's freaking tragic, right? So there is like a lot of conversation about rewatchability. I think it's different between rewatchability being like, I can't rewatch this because it just wasn't that good, even though it's fine, versus what the actual subject matter is. So I'm still trying to think about that, but
how taxing it is.
Yeah. Yes, because the Iron Claw is taxing for sure.
But there's even movies that I think are really good and really fun, but they might be too long. Like I can't watch Zack Snyder's Justice League multiple times in a week. It's just a long ass movie.
Yeah. I've watched that movie multiple
times. Yeah. And same thing. I've watched it multiple times. I only sat down and watched it, sat down and watched the whole thing once. And that was when I was starting my YouTube channel. That was my first review. Yeah. And I enjoyed my time. I thought I was gonna have to get up. I thought I was gonna have to get an intermission. I was locked in for those 4 hours because everything was new. Everything was like, oh my God, this is happening. It's like, I'm a Snyder fan, so I was happy with him. Yeah. But then after that, I was like, okay, I enjoyed it. I love this movie. But 4 hours again straight, 3 hours again straight, 3 hours and 30 minutes, like Killers of the Flower Moon. Like I felt the length of that movie.
Towards the ends, you really feel it. Yeah.
You really feel it. And I'm just like, oof, I don't know if I can sit through that again so soon. You know what I mean? So I think that you're right. Your movie can be phenomenal, one of the greatest of all time, but you don't want to rewatch it right away. Yeah. Like I can rewatch Iron Man. That's probably not one of the greatest cinematic movies other than the accomplishments, but I can rewatch that right away.
Oh yeah, because it's quick.
And it's quick. It's fun.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Let me see what the chat is saying. I'm ignoring them a little bit, but it's fine. You guys know we love you. He said we can read it. He said Barbs and Mario crushed it. Yeah, we're going to talk about Mario real quick. Oppenheimer deserves even more, but congrats to Barbie and Mario. That's true. I do think it should. There's a conversation for this year of that movies that should have made $1 billion but didn't. So speaking of, surprise, Spider-Verse did do better. Another movie that probably should have made $1 billion.
I agree. Its quality is worth $1 billion, but animation just doesn't hit that mark.
Yeah, it's got to be like a Pixar franchise film, like Toy Story or Frozen.
Yep.
Did you see that Jack Black wants to do a Mario musical movie? I wouldn't mind that.
Whatever he wants.
I wouldn't mind that at all. I can see them doing like a Mario Party musical movie. That would work.
A Mario Party movie would be great. I would love a Mario Party movie. Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Have you seen
what's up, Tank?
Join the live stream. Hey, Tank. Listen, these
what's
guys.
Up, Tank?
I saw that movie in my cinema, but never bought a ticket to go see it. Nice. This man was movie hopping. I have Oppenheimer as my number one, and I've already watched it 2 times. I'm getting the Steelbook. Nice. I just ordered my Steelbook. I had to pay a little extra because I missed it in the stores.
For Oppenheimer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be watching it again. I rewatch Game of Thrones once a year, the whole complete series. And I
rewatch Game of Thrones?
Wow. I also watch Lord of the Rings movies once a year, and I watch the extended versions. Wow. Commitment. So, but if he loves and enjoys those, you know?
Oh, yeah. No. Rewatch your favorite. Like I said, I rewatched Lion King today. It was a great experience. I had a great time.
Yeah.
But yeah. Do what you want, man.
Yeah.
Like, rewatch all your favorite movies all the time.
Honestly, I watched the 4-hour cut of, is it 4 hours? Whatever, the extended version of the first Lord of the Rings, because, you know, it was the first time I'm watching it for my throwback series, which will be coming back next year, guys.
Nice.
What's the word I was going to say? I didn't feel the time. The movies were just really well paced, and I like the characters in the world, so yeah.
Which is funny because I have seen The Fellowship of the Ring, the theatrical cut. I have not seen any of the other movies.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we're both on the. I haven't seen the other 2 movies. I'm definitely gonna go check them out eventually. I put the second one on a poll, the throwback, and it lost, and I was shocked. I was like, okay. The Princess Bride beat it, and I was so mad.
The King that's the second one.
Yeah.
I thought that was like everybody.
Or 2 Towers, maybe. I don't know.
No, yeah, 2 Towers is the second one.
Yeah, they're gonna Return of the King is the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zack Snyder's Justice League, I will never watch again, but I still loved it. Honestly, my favorite movie of the DCU. Yeah, it's just a long movie. It's a long ass movie. I hear theaters might go back to intermission breaks for longer movies. I know that a theater in the United States did that for Killers, and they got in trouble.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, because you're not allowed to do that, especially without permission,
authorization from the creators and the distributors. Yeah, but they need to do it, man. These movies are so long, and people are missing integral parts because like I don't know when to leave, but my bladder is killing me.
Yeah, I left during Killers.
Yeah, I think I did too. I did it right. Well, I don't want to spoil the movie because some people still haven't seen it. Oh, I was like 34 times. I was about to do that math, but he said no, not 34, 4. I've done it probably 4 times. I've watched it on my own. I watched it over days on my own again, and then I watch other people watch it. That's my favorite part because there's a lot of people like people who like do the reactions. That's my favorite part to do because a lot of people come in like pessimistic because they saw the Justice League one. Oh, this can't be that different, and then they watch it and they're like, "Holy crap, this is a different movie." What were they thinking?
It's definitely a different movie for sure. I didn't love it, but it's definitely better.
Yeah, Mario the musical. Well, I'm down
for sure.
I just bought the normal Oppenheimer 4K. That's fair.
Hey man, do what you can do.
Still never seen Game of Thrones. I do have 2 seasons of it on Blu-ray. I haven't seen it either. I turned on the first episode like 4 times and fell asleep.
I don't blame you.
I'm going to get back to a lot of this stuff. It's not about what we're talking about right now. Let's get back into the box office, and then I'll take, we'll do Q&A at the end like we always do. Yeah. So we talked about Barbenheimer and also like just the way the advertisements for these movies just took over the world. T-shirts, merch, commercials. And this is not even Warner Brothers and Universal. Is it Universal? I think Universal is the one that did Oppenheimer. They're not even the ones that did all this. This is not their marketing team. It was just people just swept up.
Yeah.
into this, and they promoted these movies on their own, which is amazing.
Yeah.
And it just shows you when you give people stuff that's interesting and different. Like, obviously Barbie is based on an IP, but you've never seen it like this before,
right?
And taken so seriously.
And it does matter, because like, if the first trailer comes out and it's not a good trailer, then it doesn't get the hype that it gets. So they made the right step every step of the way.
That first Barbie trailer is wild.
I don't remember it, but I know that
it's like it's the like recreating 2001 Space Odyssey, but with like the dolls, the little girls. That's like the first teaser. So you're like, what the hell? Like, you're just like, what the hell is going on? And I think that's the best thing you could do with a movie like this, because it just piques your interest. You're like, wait, this is not what I expected.
Yeah, they did a real
Oppenheimer.
With the
Oppenheimer trailer is so good, dude.
Yeah,
it makes you feel like it's an action movie.
It's a lot more dramatic than the actual movie is. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is. And then Super Mario movie, man. I did not expect this. I didn't expect it to pull in $1.3 billion.
Yeah, neither did I. You couldn't, if you asked me if Super Mario was going to make $1 billion, I was like, no, absolutely not. It'll make money for sure.
Yeah,
because of Mario. But
and Sonic made money, so of course it's going to make money.
And then you remember all this stuff about like, oh, Chris Pratt's doing the voice. You thought that you would have thought that would have brought the movie down too, but it had no impact.
I think the fact that, and this guy said this, huge win for Nintendo. I think the fact that the trailer came out and the graphics look so amazing,
right?
And then Chris Pratt sounded good, because even when I was doing it, I was like, I could hear him a tiny bit. For the most part, he sounds really good.
He did a great job.
He did a great job. Yeah. Luigi sounded really well. The Toad is Keegan Michael Key. I'm not messing that name up again. I got so much flack for that in the manga review.
Which makes me think, like, if Sonic would have came correct the first time with a proper design of Sonic, would it have made more money if it didn't have to be changed and people remember the mistake that they made before?
I think that, for what I'm hearing, that people feel like it made more money because people wanted to support it because it changed. They feel like they changed it. We got to support this now because our outrage changed the course of this movie. Because honestly, if they would have kept that movie would have bombed.
It would have bombed badly. And now they're on the third sequel with a spinoff. So sometimes we know what we're talking about.
Sometimes we do. And all they had to do was just like, make this fully animated. If they would have made Sonic fully animated like Mario was, and just had the human characters voiced by whoever came in, like James Marsden and all that movie probably would have did better. Yeah,
for sure. Because I think it has the Godzilla problem where it focuses a little bit too much on humans. At least the MonsterVerse, because we know -1 is the bee's knees.
It's a whole different bag.
Yeah.
And then, hold on, before I get to the next topic, I think Dark Movies has a great point here. It's very weird how people needed to bully the studios into changing the design of a movie, but I'm glad we did. Bullying the studios have gotten a little out of hand. I think that the whole Snyder Cut thing has made people feel like you could just do that, and they don't realize it wasn't because of all the bullying online why that movie got lit. It was because they needed something for HBO Max.
Correct.
Like, if HBO Max was not going to be a thing, we would have never gotten that movie. They would have just ignored you guys. Because you see how, like, the movie came out, and they're like, give us more, and they just ignored them. And they're still ignoring them to this day, and they're rebooting the franchise. That just shows that they didn't really care. They just wanted to see if they could draw you in, make money, and then say bye.
Yeah, Sonic is the only time I've ever seen that happen, right? Yep. Typically, they just stay the course. And they're like, yeah, you guys don't understand our vision. And we were like, no, we see it. Stop.
please stop. The number 4 and 5 is very interesting because Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, a movie that I feel like not enough people talk about anymore in terms of box office success, through all this Marvel, like, oh my God, Marvel movies are tanking, which is not really true. I had a conversation about that. If you look at Phase 4, most of the movies have done really well box office wise.
Yeah.
We've only had one or two, two movies that didn't do well, and that was just recently.
Oh, is that Ant-Man?
Guardians,
Ant-Man and
Ant-Man.
Marvels? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and the Marvels. Yep, that's it.
Mhm.
And that's just this new phase.
Yeah,
And it's part of his franchise momentum.
sure.
But Guardians did really well. If the franchise momentum was higher, this would have made $1 billion. This
Correct.
is another film that deserved to make $1 billion. Like you said, Guardians was a fun movie.
It was,
but it wasn't just fun though. It had the dour moments. It made me cry. It made you cry. I know we had that conversation.
Yeah.
One thing I want to talk about this film is how people always talk about, I don't want politics in my movies. I don't want politics in my movies.
Mm-hmm.
Guardians of Volume 3 is a political ass movie.
Yeah, talk to me about it.
But it's politics that everyone can just be like, oh, this is not annoying me because everyone cares about animals. Yep. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's about animal abuse and how we treat animals and how we try to make them like humans and how we abuse them to greater of science for ages upon ages upon ages. We always experiment on animals.
Yeah.
And when you give them a soul and human emotion in a movie, now it feels bad, you know? And that's what James Gunn was kind of trying to talk about in terms in this film. And even in terms of like dictatorships and trying to make a perfect society and how, you know, look, you have this perfect society in the front here, but look at these people beating each other up for drugs on the side that you're ignoring. Like, that's all political discourse. But everybody was like, oh, well, you know, it's stuff that I agree with. So...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot there, especially with the character of I keep forgetting his name, High Evolutionary. Especially like when you talk about the animal guys like beating each other up for drugs and stuff like that, and then you also like reconcile the fact that he's like, well, I can just burn it all down and start over again. How many times we talked about gentrification and different ways that people just try to tear things down and restart genocide, all that kind of stuff over like someone's perfect vision of what they think the world should be. So yeah, and also I've been getting a lot of comments on my Civil War shorts and stuff like that.
The A24 one?
Yeah, about it's propaganda. I want to be very clear to people. Everything's propaganda. I don't know where people got this thing where things are only propaganda if it's not what I like to see. It's all propaganda. But
it's all propaganda.
It's a whole other conversation.
If there's a movie that you like and it has a social message in it, it's still propaganda.
Right. Whether you're right wing, left wing, centrist, whatever, if there's a message in there that you can agree with, it's propagandizing, which is not a word, to you.
Yeah. It should be a word. Right. It's basically just making you feel good for your beliefs that you already have, reinforcing them.
Exactly.
Positive reinforcement.
Yep.
And Popping the Popcorn, thank you for joining the live stream, Katie. Yeah, like she said, hit that thumbs up and hit that like button, man. Appreciate everybody that's been in here. I'm gonna definitely get to your comments. But let me just finish this part of the box office section and I'll get back to you guys. Oh, I messed up. How did I mess this up? He's too small. Oh, there we go. Fast X. Look at our boy go.
Yeah.
The fifth highest grossing movie of the year after all the crap that people talked about this film. It made a lot of money for it. As you can see the discrepancy here. Honestly, if this movie was better, it would have made $1 billion.
I totally agree.
Because look at this. Look, if you look at the rest of the top 5, they all made a crazy amount for a domestic. And this is $145 million. Doesn't match the foreign at all.
Yeah. Which is weird because it's like, we talked about it earlier, repeat viewings is how stuff like this gets done. That means that there is an audience for the fast movies still, even though I think it's dwindling, you know?
Yeah. I think 8 and 9 really hurt the momentum of the franchise.
Absolutely.
Because I think 9 got too... Like, 8 was ridiculous. Isn't that the submarine one?
Yeah.
Yeah. He kept picking up the rocket and all that.
Yeah.
And then 9, they just went straight superhero. I think that hurt it a lot. And people were like, okay, I'm starting to tap out.
I think 9 was the one that, and I know this is one that sounds ridiculous, is the one that jumped the shark. Because you can say they did that a while ago, but for the Fast franchise, I think that's the one that jumped the shark because of. No, I think 9 was because of the Vin Diesel being John Cena's brother, and you're looking at this like, no, those men look nothing alike, not even as half brothers.
Y'all should have had him as foster or adopted or something. Don't try to make it feel like they're related to each other. That's crazy. But yeah, I enjoyed the movie. I had fun. I know what I'm getting into when I'm watching Fast and Furious movie. My only issue with that film is Vin Diesel trying to win an Oscar. I think that he needs to chill out with the motivational speeches.
Oh my god, it was a lot,
bruh.
Fast and Furious movie. This one was a lot.
It was a lot. It just made the movie longer than it needed to be. I remember I was with Clay, friend of the channel, friend of mine. People know, if you're on my channel, you know who Clay is. We go to movies all the time. We're gonna go see Aquaman together. We went to watch this together, and he was giving a speech to the girl from Ratcatcher from Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
Speaking of her, she's doing a great job. She was in Suicide
Squad.
She's in a
lot of stuff now.
She was in Volume 3, and then she was in this.
Yeah.
So, and she's probably coming back to the DCEU. But he was like giving this whole speech, and I was just like, "What? This is feeling like there's like 5 minutes of him just trying to motivate her, and then she doesn't show up for the rest of the movie." I was like, "What the hell is this for?"
And you know what's also like, just a quick plot point, because I know we don't want to stay too long on Fast X, is how many times is Dom's son going to be kidnapped?
Every single time he's in the movie.
I think it's been the last 3 movies straight that his son has either been kidnapped or Letty's been kidnapped. One of those two has been kidnapped every time.
Yeah. Before I go on, Dello Movies, thank you for joining the live stream. I didn't say hi to you. Night Owl Movie Talk. What's up? Hey, our boy DJ Movie Time Minute.
Movie Time Minute.
The singing man himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's gonna get kidnapped a bunch. Then we're gonna go to number 6, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, another film that I feel like should have made a Billy.
Yep.
But it did really well.
Yeah.
Domestic, I think if it would have made like $300 million more, I think that's kind of where, if you look at these other films and get to like the $600, even the $400 range, they had, you had to get to like $500-600 to get the bill. It made 30 million or 30 billion or 30 billion? No, 30 million over here. 309 million. I don't know how to count. You know what I mean?
It would have made more money if taking kids to a movie theater wasn't so damn expensive.
Yeah, and I think also a part of it was COVID. I will say that it was still kind of hot around that time. It wasn't like we were all in the clear. Like, I feel like COVID, because Spider-Verse came out in end of May, June?
Correct. June 1st.
And it started calming down there, but I think people still didn't feel comfortable. I don't think people felt comfortable until like Barbenheimer came out. Barbenheimer came out at the perfect time.
Come on in.
Are you in camera?
Yes, but I'm literally. Yes.
Oh, you're live?
Yes, sweetheart.
Are you live? Yes, we're live. How are you doing?
Hey.
She's like sneaking in the room, making more noise than necessary. Just open the door. But yeah, it's all good.
So what with Spider-Verse? It was a success. It did better than the first one.
For sure.
Why do you think it didn't do even better?
Well, yeah. So first, I think it was just like you mentioned. It's the COVID part. Secondly, I think taking kids to a movie theater, you have to consider gas, wrangling them, popcorn, snacks. Like, going to the movies for parents is a whole like you get. You got to think like when I have AMC A-list, right? So so I get to see 3 movies a week every month for like $20, right? But for a lot of parents, that's $14 or $14 a child. And if you have multiple kids, that's like, and snack like that, it's got to be like a $60 ordeal just to go to the movies. That's insane. So I just don't think it's cost effective and that's why I think animation doesn't make as much money, because it costs so damn much to get there, plus gas. You know what I mean? So
yeah. It depends on where you live too. Like, you're talking about $14. For me, adult tickets $22, and then kid tickets like $18 or $16. That's a lot. If you have multiple kids, then they're gonna want snacks. You can't just sneak snacks anymore. Unless you got to finagle something in your jacket or something. Yeah. It just becomes a hassle. And then also you can get kicked out if your kids are rowdy. So that's another thing. Yeah. It just happened to me on Walker review. These kids were wilding, and they kicked them out.
Yeah. Oh, not to mention like streaming. Streaming is a big reason too. Oh yeah, we'll see because kids don't. I mean, kids see trailers, but children don't know when June 1st is. Like small children.
Small children, yeah.
So, you could just wait for streaming at this point.
Yeah, wait for streaming. Even though Spider-Verse is streaming now, or they could just like, hey, you can watch Bluey on Disney Plus. This is why I pay for Disney Plus. Or you can watch the old Spider-Man movies on. They
have Spider-Man at home. Right.
Yeah, you got Spider-Man at home, and it's
yeah.
It's Andrew Garfield. Not this one. But yeah, I think that plays a lot into it. COVID, the fact that it's super expensive for families, just super expensive in general. Like I don't normally go see. I have Regal Unlimited. I get to see multiple movies a day, every day with mine.
Yes. Yeah.
And I still just don't go see movies more than once. I think also that's part of it is we do YouTube, and I like be on to the next one. I can't like stay in the moment of one for too long.
Yeah.
Because it's like, if I watch this,
revisit a lot of movies.
Huh?
I don't revisit a lot of movies. It's hard for me to consider the time to like me watching Lion King again today is a very rare occasion because I'm always thinking about the next thing I have to review or the next thing I haven't seen. You know what I mean? So it's difficult.
This is how Spooderman. That's what they have at home. It's Spider-Man at home. That's hilarious. Going in, Little Mermaid, which ended up being not great box office wise.
How much did it cost?
I think nearly $300 million.
Yeah, that's not great.
This is not a great pull-in, unfortunately. Yeah. And I think it just broke even.
Okay.
After like I think 300 million after like ads and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, the main reason for me I think is just because Black Little Mermaid. Like I really honestly Hailey Bailey, even though she did a great job in the role and she was Ariel. Yeah. I just think that her being black just hurt a lot of people going into that movie, and then also the movie not like I didn't go to theaters to watch it. Like I don't watch Disney remakes in theaters. Okay. I don't really watch them at all. I think I've only seen Beauty and the Beast, and that was it. And I was like, I'm good.
Yeah.
But
I've seen Aladdin and Lion King.
Of course, you watched Lion King.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, and it made a Billy.
It didn't deserve it.
But the thing is, I think with Lion King is that it was different because they look realistic. So it's like, okay, this is a different take a little bit on it, even though it's the same story. Aladdin, it was like a new star, and Will Smith is a draw.
Aladdin, I liked.
Yeah, a lot of people liked Aladdin. I think with Little Mermaid, it's almost the same story, right?
It is for sure.
It really changed much, so there was nothing really to surprise you. Mm-hmm. And I think somebody said here.
I actually like it more than the original. To be honest,
I remember you saying that.
Yeah.
Little Mermaid was too damn long. I do agree with that. It was so long. I felt the length. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I did a watch along here, and I feel bad because I watched parts of it. I looked kind of bored, and that was because I was.
No, yeah. That's terrific. Doing a watch along for sure.
Yeah. That's one of my most successful watch-alongs too, which is nuts. People subbed and like watched a ton of it.
What's funny? That review for The Little Mermaid is still in the archives. It's literally in my Google Drive. I have not edited it at all. I recorded it the day after watching it and just never worked on it.
Oh wow!
What happened? I don't know. I have like 3 movies. I have Little Mermaid, Outlaw Johnny Black, and Haunting in Venice are 3 reviews I've literally done and just have never edited.
Yo, freaking Zach M. I definitely want. That's one thing I'll say. That's probably was big. I was flipping singing all the songs. I was rapping Scuttlebutt. Scuttlebutt's my shit. I don't care.
Yo, I don't know what people are talking about.
People were shitting on it, and I'm just like, okay, I'm ready for Aquafina to annoy me. And I was like, this shit is fire.
Yo, she was killing it. Like, what's the Scuttlebutt? Like, I was like, oh shit, what's the
Scuttlebutt? Throw a trap beat to this, and it's a rap. This is amazing. Release the Ken Mermaid review.
Oh my god!
I haven't heard that. I need to. dark movies, watch alongs during Saturday when you can, do it and not die. It's coming in 2024. I'm gonna be doing watch alongs again. It's just hard, I'm getting my schedule together. Now that I know Zack Attack News Lives is working,
it's doing great,
my God, this man Meg 2 was awesome. I'm gonna move away from you.
I have not seen
oh yeah, because Meg 2's right here. Another movie we're gonna talk about soon, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning, another film, and it did worse than Little Mermaid, another film that kind of fumbled the bag.
Yeah.
And did you see that movie?
Oh yeah, I love it.
What do you think? Why it didn't do well?
I think it didn't do well because it came out. Didn't it come out right as Barbie and Oppenheimer were dropping?
I think 2 weeks before, maybe.
And then it came out on a Tuesday, which I don't understand why they released it on a Tuesday. I think, again, to get some headway before Oppenheimer and Barbie came out. But yeah, the movie definitely, in my opinion, deserves more money than it earned. But I think that they shot themselves in the foot with when they released it. If you remember, May, June, and July were jam-packed with Spider-Man, Transformers, The Flash.
Indiana Jones came out a week. Indiana Jones came out a week before that.
Indiana Jones, yeah, that was a jam-packed few months. I feel like I'm forgetting something that came out during that time, but
bro, you're talking about June, July. It started in April.
Blue Beetle,
it started in April. From April to was this August? It was just blockbuster at the blockbuster at the block, and then you had like little movies like Talk to Me and all these indie films that was eating up stuff too. It was just run after another, and Mission Impossible it was the 7th one.
Right.
Barbenheimer is this whole big thing that everyone's talking about. Is like, this is new and fresh. We're not really trying to look at the 7th one that's a part one of, what I mean? Like, I think part one really hurt that film.
Yeah, I think if that movie comes out in August, along with Ninja Turtles, which didn't do the best, I think if that movie comes out in August, it does much better than it did going up against Oppenheimer and Barbenheimer, because that's what people were focused on. Tom Cruise was even promoting that movie, right? So even Mission Impossible was pointing you to the other thing, which I don't think that was smart.
And also talk to like
rude to them. Yeah,
movie tickets being crazy. Just like you might have went to go see Indiana Jones. That's the one movie you got till Barbenheimer comes out. You're not gonna go watch Mission Impossible, or you might have go watch Spider-Verse again, or like these movies were still coming out, like playing. Flash was around that time. I know a lot of people didn't go see that, but some people did, so that hurts. And then Elemental, which is another movie that's right under it.
This
movie did a bounce back.
Yes, I heard about that. I haven't seen it, but yeah,
great animated movie. Hopefully it gets nominated for an Oscar. Definitely want to do a watch along because a lot of people didn't see it. It came out the same time Flash did. Not a good idea. And also Spider-Verse came out like 2 weeks, so it was already an animated movie out that was a bigger name. So if you take your kids to see one, it's going to be Spider-Verse. And it just opened really low, so people assumed that it was going to flop, but the word of mouth was so fantastic that people went to go see it, and instead of dropping the second week, it went up,
which I'm happy about, man. I'm really happy to hear that, because when you put out a good project and it doesn't make the money, it sucks even more than when you put out a bad project and it doesn't make the money, obviously. But I'm glad that it got its just due in a sense. And then, like we were saying before, for animation, they don't make $1 billion typically. So the fact that it made $500 million is super impressive.
And then like Pixar used to be like that $1 billion drawing, but they messed it up with the whole COVID, dropping them all on Disney Plus. So you train people. These are streaming movies, even though Turning Red, Encanto. Well, Encanto is not Pixar, but still, Turning Red, Encanto, Ride the Last Dragon, Soul. These are not movies that are streaming movies. These are theatrical, beautiful, gorgeous, well-meaning films. And I'm glad that they're releasing them in theaters again in next year. And one thing, I had a conversation about that when I did that for Rapid Fire News. People were like, nobody's going to go see these movies. When I went to go see, when I went to go see, what's the last animated movie I went to go see? I don't remember. Whatever last animated movie I went to go see.
Boy and the Heron?
They showed Boy and the Heron, probably. Yes, it was Boy and the Heron. There was a trailer for those 3 movies saying, it's coming out in February, March, April.
I saw the same trailer.
kids were like, I want to go see that because some people don't have Disney Plus.
Oh, I feel bad for those kids. What were they doing in Boy and the Heron?
Oh my God. Jesus. And then they did it again during Wonka. They showed that trailer, and there was kids that were like, "Oh, I've never seen what's that? Turning Red." I literally heard a kid say that.
Oh, really?
So there are kids that are going to go see these movies. It's so good. I thought it was gonna be. Well, it is cringe, but it's like the right amount of cringe.
Right. It's real. Like all three of the movies that you mentioned are really good.
Yeah, I haven't seen Luca, so I want to see that. I might just go wait to the theater and go check that out since I've never seen it already. But Soul, I love.
Soul's great.
Thank God I would. I think I'm gonna go watch that in the theater because it was just so good. Whatever movie's coming out that week, sorry, I'm gonna go see Soul.
Soul saved Christmas.
Yeah,
because Wonder Woman came out the same day.
Oh yeah. You know, on 84, right?
Both movies the same day. Yeah, I watched Wonder Woman first.
What a swing.
Yeah.
Even though I don't hate 84 like everyone does, I don't love it, but I don't hate it because I was just like,
hate that.
I know you do. I know you do. Let's see. Let's talk about another bit. Well, not a surprise, but it is kind of a surprise. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Oof.
Yeah.
Yikes!
Not good.
Not good.
At all.
Not a good box office draw. Really bad. This was like one of the worst ones for the MCU up until the Marvels came out. And why do you think that this one just belly flopped?
You know why? I'm glad you asked that. I think it flopped because one, it didn't have positive word of mouth from critics. But also, more importantly, I don't know why this thumbs up thing keeps happening. But more importantly, it really seemed to go away from what made Ant-Man, which was a down-to-earth heist film. Once you start sending Ant-Man into like the microverse, the quantum realm and stuff like that, and it just stays there for the majority of the movie. You're fighting Kang and stuff like that. It just kind of, and none of it looked particularly good in terms like visual effects wise. None of it looked particularly good. So I think it didn't do well because it got away from what made Ant-Man special. Ant-Man's not your big mission guy; he's your small mission guy, right? So I just don't think that it appealed.
And I think on top of that, I think the trailers promoted a movie that wasn't the movie. The way, if you watch that first trailer, it makes it seem like Kang is offering Ant-Man something to here so he can get back time. They even show flashbacks in the trailer, like all the missed time he had with his daughter, which is a big thing. You know, first movie he was in jail. Second movie, I don't remember what happened in his relationship. He just didn't have custody of her. Then Infinity War Endgames happened. He basically misses her whole teenage years. Right. So it made sense for their Kang to be like, hey, I can give you back the time that you missed with her.
Yeah.
And that would have been a compelling thing, and that just didn't happen.
And it was the thing of remember when it was announced, it was like, wait, why would you Kang start in this movie? Ant-Man. Like, that's just a weird choice. And it's still a weird choice even after seeing the movie. A movie I don't hate. I don't hate that movie. Yeah,
like people were saying, a lot of people are saying they don't hate it. Let's see. Is there any Marvel movie that I hate? I don't think I've hated any of the Marvel movies. Some have been disappointing. Like Love and Thunder, I don't hate, but it's disappointing. Well, it's not even disappointing for me because I expected Taika to wild out after Ragnarok. I know you don't. Do you hate Eternals? Do you hate Eternals? Or you just don't like it?
I just like Eternals. I don't think the only Marvel movie I can honestly say that I hate is probably Love and Thunder. Because you may guess or you may think that Eternals is the worst movie on my list of rankings of MCU movies. It's actually Love and Thunder. I would rather watch Eternals 45 times before I watch Love and Thunder. Yeah.
Well, I saw Eternals twice in the theater. You know how I felt like about that. I really like that movie. A lot, and it's like people said justice for Eternals. Some people hate it. It's all over the place for that. How people feel about those films. One thing I'll say, what happened with these phases is a collection of years and years of people complaining, critics and fans, that the films were all the same. And Kevin Feige was like, okay, let's switch it up a little bit. Let's give them a martial arts movie. Let's give them a romantic comedy. Let's give them a heist quantum film. Let's give them a very serious dark indie but big budgeted film, because Eternals is like an indie film, to be honest with you.
Sure.
And what else came
out by A24? It wouldn't skip a beat.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, it's an A24 movie.
That makes sense. That's why it's so weird. But people were like, oh, wait, go back to the formula. And it's like,
I have a lot to say about that.
Go ahead, man.
But so you know how, just like you're saying, people always complain like, oh, Marvel doesn't let their directors do what they want to do. They have full control. They never like allow them to actually make the movie that they want to make. One, that's not true based on the book that I just heard about. But if you recall, they worked, right? We made it all the way up to Endgame. And it was a grand crescendo and celebration of all these 3 phases of the movies that the Marvel formula was a part of, and never let directors make their movies. And then you move over to phase 4 and phase 5, which is exactly what you're talking about. And I know people feel differently about this, but Sam Raimi goes full Sam Raimi on
Multiverse of Madness, a horror film.
Oh God, what is the name of the young lady that made Eternals? Chloe Zhao. Eternals. As a matter of fact, I don't know if people know, I love Nomadland. Nomadland is amazing, right? It's a great film. Also made by Chloe Zhao, but it goes full Chloe Zhao. And then you have just one other movie I was thinking about.
Preston Daniel Cretton did a martial arts film.
Yeah, he did a martial arts film, which isn't too far off from like your Winter Soldier kind of thing. But in terms of like just a hand-to-hand kind of thing. But all the movies that Taika Waititi does Love and Thunder, right?
Yeah.
They took the reins off of these 3 directors, and people didn't like the movies. So when the Marvel formula was in place, everybody was like, oh, these movies are great. But as soon as people complain that, oh, the formula is all the same, you take it off and you give people the reins, those are the movies that people hate the most. It's like, okay, which one do you want? So, and
then they overcorrected on the Marvels, and now that's the worst movie box office wise in the franchise.
My lord. So I don't like Marvels, but if it had 30 more minutes, I think it could have been good. Like in my opinion, I think I would have had a lot better time if it let those moments breathe.
Honestly,
so I don't hate
an hour.
Yeah, I actually need to see it again. I really want to see it again.
It really needed an hour to just be like one of the top, because it had all the elements to be one of the best MCU movies.
Yeah,
all the story elements were there. It just was breezed by really fast. I liked the movie. I had fun with the movie, but I can see the faults. I think about it. I don't think there's like plot holes. There's just like not enough breathing room for a lot of plots.
Right. Yeah.
There's things that started, and there's like parts of it that you're supposed to show, but that's not shown, and then you get to the end, and it's like, wait, we jumped to this part. And I think it was the most risky film in MCU ever to me, other than Guardians. I think Guardians was, but then I think this is the second or first most riskiest film, because it's a film where you're asking people to watch 2 shows. Yeah, 2 shows.
Yep.
And I've watched the Captain Marvel, which you think people did because it made a billy.
$1 billion.
But like, and then we also haven't seen Captain Marvel in a long time in a solo film. She should have had a second film by herself. This should have been her Civil War, honestly. And she should have had like a Winter Soldier film or whatever in between. And I think they just made some miscalculations in terms of that. Also, 60% of the people that showed up were men, and I think they thought they were going to get the Barbie crowd. And I had this conversation with somebody today of the difference between Margot Robbie and Brie Larson, and there's not much difference in terms of like, they're both very talented. They both promote and say a lot of things, but Brie Larson gets a lot of heat for the things that she says that Margot Robbie doesn't. And not to offend Margot Robbie, because I think she's amazing, but the reason why people swallow it is because she's a sex symbol and Brie Larson's not.
That is a better way of saying exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, like people want to have sex with Margot Robbie, so they're like, say what you want, I don't care, you're pretty. With Brie Larson, she's not ugly, but she doesn't promote her sexiness. That's not her thing. She's like, I'm an actor, I'm an activist, I'm a woman, and people are like, go cook. Like that's kind of the attitude they give Brie Larson. So
in a lot of ways, she's a tomboy, and People don't tolerate tomboys as much as
she wants to be Samus. Like she wants to be Samus from Metroid.
Yo, she would be great as Samus.
She would.
She would be dope.
Nintendo needs to get that shit off the ground.
Also,
it's gonna be hard because she's not a box office draw like that. But if it's animated, if it's live action, we'll see who you put around her. Well, that's hard too because where the Metroid is, there's no other characters.
Well, you know who's going to be in it? Jaimin Hutsu, because he's in every mystical thing ever. Like you watch a mystical movie, it's Jaimin Hutsu. He's in Rebel Moon. He's in Shazam. He's in
Fireplace Part 2.
Marvel. Jaimin Hutsu in everything.
Yeah, he was in Captain Marvel and he was in Shazam. So he was in both Captain Marvel movies.
Yep. And he was in Guardians.
Yeah.
A completely different character.
Look, what's her face? The girl that played Cersei in Eternals was also a Captain Marvel as a completely different character.
Yep.
She was painted green.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's about like my take on Brie Larson. It's literally because, I brought that up because I was talking about like the Jonathan Majors things, which we were going to talk about, and I was talking about if this was Michael B. Jordan, this would have been a different conversation because I think there would have been more support for the Black community for him because he's attractive. He's more traditionally attractive.
You're not wrong.
I think with Jonathan Majors, he's not an ugly dude.
Right.
But he's not traditionally attractive.
Yeah.
I think he's been described as a brute-ish kind of thing, and you wouldn't get that from Michael B. Michael B's pretty.
What they call Jonathan Majors is civil rights fine, which is hilarious and accurate.
I'm not saying that's the whole thing,
right?
But I'm just saying there is a correlation to do we like what you put out and how attractive you are.
Right.
To if we will support you when you're in trouble.
And truth be told, Jonathan Majors has never led anything with big like for example, Michael B. Jordan. He was in 3 Creed movies, and he was also in Fruitvale Station, and he was also in Black Panther, both of them. So it's kind of like this thing where he has made his mark in terms of being a leading man. So yeah.
I'm sorry. I was like, I know you say something mad serious, but Zach is so stupid.
Fine. That's hilarious.
That's amazing. Oh, I didn't switch the view.
The only thing, gosh, Majors has led is Last Black Man in San Francisco, I think,
and the Netflix film that was really good, the cowboy one. Shoot, I like that movie. Yeah, he did a great job to that too. Yeah. He was on his way up. He was about to get his own Avengers movie, but we'll talk about that a little later. That's gonna be the last stories because that's so new. Yeah. But John Wick 4, which we'll have a discussion about in the next article.
I really enjoyed that movie.
Me too. Transformers: Rise of the Beast. I really enjoyed that movie as well. Did better than people expected.
Came out on my birthday, so I was really happy about that.
Meg 2. Ooh, this is where the numbers start dwindling.
Yeah.
A lot of these are smaller movies. Like Meg 2 doesn't expect to make a lot of money domestically. As you can see, it's 82 million here. And most of it is worldwide. 300 million for it. Wow. Indiana Jones, another movie that probably they thought was going to make $1 billion, but it didn't.
I don't know why they would think that though.
Because the other Indiana Jones, when you adjust for inflation, are movies.
Yeah.
They didn't understand what the fandom wanted with that one. I like that movie. I don't hate it. I know a lot of people do.
It would have been better. I think people would have gone out and seen it more. If it had better word of mouth, I think people would have went out and just see it.
But also the problem is it came out a week before Mission Impossible, which came out 2 weeks before Barbenheimer.
Yep.
And right before Indiana Jones was Flash, Elemental, and Spider-Man. It was just too much.
I didn't even review Indiana Jones because after the opening scene on the train, I fell asleep. I was out for the rest of that movie.
Look, I've watched all the Indiana Jones films this year in anticipation for this film, and I'm not the hugest Indiana Jones fan. Like, people love those first 3 films. I don't really love one of them, and that's the third one. I actually like the 4th one, which people do not. Well, not everybody. Some people like the 4th one. I like the 4th one, and I like this one. I actually like 3, 4, and 5 more than I like 1 and 2. That's a hot take, but that's just how I felt.
I haven't seen the first 3 in decades, so it would be like watching it for the first time again.
Yeah. And then, we're going to talk about let's get off of this. We're going to talk about box office surprises. Let me switch the screen if I can. Share the tab. Boom. Sounds of Freedom. A movie that a lot of people, don't talk about that much, but it was huge. Before we really get into this, I know there's a lot of people in the chat that talked, and I kind of
we should
let me run through it real quick. Let me see. Oh my God, you guys have been talking so much. I love all of you. Okay, I see Lord of the Rings. I remember that comment. Okay, Justice League. Zack Snyder Justice League 34 times, which is nuts. You're crazy, Tez. Two Towers is the second movie. Return of the King is the third. Thank you. I recently rewatched Scream 4. I don't understand the hate. I tried my first movie essay video. Ooh, I gotta watch that.
Let's do it.
I'm excited about that. I gotta watch your Mission Impossible 4 review because I saw you give it a thumbs down, and that's like my second favorite one. And I gotta see why you don't like it. Now I know how people feel when you watch a movie that's old and like you don't like it, and because I'm doing my throwback reviews and people are like, "Oh my God, you don't like this movie," and I'm just like, "Oh, what? It's just so..." And then now I know how it feels because I'm like, "How could you not like this movie?"
Is that Rogue Nation?
No, Rogue Nation is 5. Yeah.
Okay.
Ghost Protocol is 4. When he is climbing climbing the window in India.
I love that movie.
Me too. That's why I gotta watch Dave's review and see why he did it. I've only watched Zack's Justice League one time, and I said never again. I guess that wasn't for you. This weekend I have 5 movies to watch. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna do it, bro.
Yeah.
I took off this Friday and I took off the day after Thanksgiving. I'm gonna be in the movie theaters.
Yeah.
Let's just say that. Friday, Aquaman. I don't know where I'm gonna watch. Iron Claw is not coming to my theater.
Oh, word?
I need to watch that before I do my top 10 dramas of 2023. I'm gonna be doing different genres. I'm gonna do action, horror, comedy, and drama before I get to my top 10.
I have already made up in my mind that I'm not going to go see. I have tickets for Ferrari tomorrow. I'm not going to go see it. Nor am I going to review it. Something has to be sacrificed, and that's
yeah. Ferrari and Migration are being sacrificed.
Oh yeah, I'm not seeing Migration.
Jason Entertainment, shout out to Jason Entertainment. I watched his review of it. He really sold it really well, and I really want to watch it because of that. But I'm like, I can't. I need to see Leo on Netflix. I need to see Dumb Money. Thanksgiving just came out and streaming. We're probably going to be watching that tonight.
Oh, nice.
Saltburn comes out this week on streaming. I'm going to be watching that.
Good.
I still need to do my Chicken Run review.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested in hearing what you have to say about Saltburn because it's a movie I saw. I just didn't review it.
Gotcha.
Although I did enjoy it.
Okay, because you haven't really said if you enjoyed it or not. So I was like, how does he feel?
It saved itself in the last couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Della Movies, what's up, man? Okay, he's saying hi to him. Iron Claw, Poor Things, Aquaman 2. Anyone but you? I forgot about that. I'm skipping that. That's the Sydney Sweeney romantic comedy with homeboy from what's that Tom Cruise film?
Mission
The one that made a Billy last year. Top Gun Maverick.
Oh, Top Gun. Yeah.
He was the jerky one.
The jerky
was like, yeah. Glenn Powell. He's great. Every movie I've seen him, he's great.
He's great in that.
He has hype because that movie has hype because people think that they've been having sex and cheating on their partners in that movie. I think it's a stunt to get people to watch the movie.
Oh, that movie. Oh, gotcha.
With the kids, and then Rebel Moon at home. Oh, Rebel Moon 2. Shit. Oh,
that's
I wonder if I should do a watch along of Rebel Moon.
That sounds smart.
Yeah, I might do that. Yeah, instead of doing just a traditional review.
I might do it with you, and then I'll do my review afterwards.
Yeah, I think that might be the plan, bro. Hello, hey Derpy, man, I haven't seen you in the stream for a minute. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna whack a like. Oh, I appreciate that. Huge win for Nintendo. I didn't see Mario making that much money. Facts.
Neither did I. Yeah.
I'll be honest. The first trailer for Oppenheimer, I didn't want to go see it because it. I don't want to see it because it looks like it. Oh, it didn't look good. But then the second trailer, and I liked it. And then the marketing for Barbenheimer. Yo, we didn't talk about it, but Barbie saved Oppenheimer. Honestly, like if Barbie wasn't there, that movie would have not made $940 million.
I totally agree. Totally agree.
And the fact that Nolan has not like acknowledged Barbie at all pisses me off. And the fact that they did
that it was coming out on the same day.
That's not their fault.
Yeah.
And then you heard the story, right? Because they did the actors on actors. They asked Margot Robbie to move Barbie because he's like, I don't think you want to open up against us. And she's like, you move. And that's how Barbenheimer happened.
And she won. And
Mario casting was
won.
perfect. Yeah, and she helped. You know, Mario casting was perfect.
I agree.
Jack Black I would have never thought Jack Black as Bowser would have been perfect casting.
If he doesn't win for Peaches, I'm going to be very upset.
Me too.
Yeah.
I've only seen 2 out of 7. Hey, popping the popcorn, Katie.
Hey, what's up, Bobby? What's up, Katie?
First movie of Lord of the Rings theatrical is 2 hours and 45 minutes. The extended is 3 hours and 25 minutes. They just get longer and longer. It was very weird how people needed to. Oh yeah, we talked about that. I miss my 2 favorite people.
Miss you too, Katie.
Miss you too. And then Returning King. That's the third one. It's 4 hours. 4 hours and 30 minutes. Jesus Christ, is longer than the Snyder Cut.
I think I'm gonna like subject myself to that. It could be great.
I'll see. Because Lord of the Rings was amazing, the first one. So I might.
I did enjoy the first one, the theatrical version.
Just not had time this year. Watch the Fear. See, Tez, I used to be the TV guy. Like when people needed a TV show of any genre, they would go to Zach. But since I focus only because I was doing movies and shows when I first started my channel, that's another reason why I didn't get where I needed to go. Yeah. When I niche down to just movies, which it's hard for me to watch shows now.
Mm-hmm. So what I'll do is I'll do a end of season review and not episode by episode review.
Yeah, I'm not good at episode by episode reviews.
Yeah.
Congratulations, but when they drop all the episodes at once, it's just hard to keep up.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Poppin. I appreciate that a lot. I'm just scared that I'm gonna drop to like $7.99 soon. I lost like 6 subscribers after I got to 800. Guardians was a fun movie. Yep. Wow, didn't realize that Guardians 3 made that much. Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't.
Not only did they, and people just don't acknowledge it either.
Yeah, they just don't, because they want to keep the narrative that the MCU is not doing well. When Multiverse of Madness almost made a billy, it was at like 900 and change. It took me watching it on streaming to really love Guardians. That's fair.
Yeah, man. Sometimes it takes a minute.
Emotional for sure. It was the end of a trilogy. Yep. Guardians Galaxy was really good, heart-filled.
You know what's funny about that? I'm wondering if I watch The Boy and the Heron again, like at home, if I'll like it more.
I think that I wonder that as well, because I was talking to Clay because we both saw it and he was looking at me like, what the hell? He fell asleep. I had to wake him up. And he was like, he said I got what he was trying to do, but it was just boring. That's what he said. And I was like, same. I got what he was trying to do, but it was just boring to me for that first 45 minutes. And then when they went into the other world, I was just confused. Like, what the fuck? What was happening? They were just jumping from one moment to another, not explaining why anything was happening.
It was like they just, in the middle of the sentence, they just started a new sentence. And it happened for like an hour. And I was just...
There was like 6 different movies in that film. And they would have just focused on 2. It would have been fantastic because the animation is amazing.
Totally.
Man, Rocket. Oh, sorry. This person said people who claim they don't want politics in their movies have never paid attention to movies. That's a big fact.
Same thing with comic books and books and everything.
Old movies used to be super political.
Yeah.
So it's just people agreed with the politics.
Right.
Man, Rocket. If they had pulled that, I would have bawled my eyes out. I did shit a tear. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
The new lineup and the Guardians look great. Hope that they bring them back and find a director that can bring it into a new direction, because James did say he wants Feige to continue the franchise, and he thinks he can find somebody that can do a good job. And I think there's somebody out there.
I just think that's dope. Like, I want that to like James Gunn saying that about Marvel and Feige and stuff like that. I like there was never beef before, but I like the outward saying, oh yeah, no, I want them to continue doing it because, I think those characters are great. And I think Feige would be great for it. Like, I think that does a lot of damage to the weird, like, brand loyalty wars.
Yeah. And I think also Feige saying, James Gunn's going to kill it. is also great, you know, because that's
Yep.
technically his rival right now. So it's for
Yeah.
him to just give him the stamp of approval immediately.
Mhm.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And that makes me feel like we're gonna get a DC versus Marvel movie in like 10 years.
I think that that's more possible now than it's ever been.
Yeah, and if they ever reset the MCU, that's gonna be the reason why, because they're gonna want Steve Rogers versus Batman and
Mhm.
whatever, Superman versus Hulk, the original Hulk, and all that.
I also don't think that James Gunn or Feige will have a big head about, oh, Superman can't lose, oh, the Hulk can't lose, like, because I think that would have been the big issue before. Is I don't want my hero to lose to a Marvel hero or vice versa,
Yeah.
because it makes I don't think either one of those two will have that issue.
Yeah, no, and then it also is just gonna end up they have a stallmate or whatever that word is, and they fight a bigger bad. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah,
It's not gonna be a movie where they just fight each other and that's it.
you could literally follow the comics, the one from the 90s.
I think Amoglin or something like that's how you say it.
Amalgam, the Amalgam universe.
Yeah,
Those are actually pretty damn fun.
especially when they splice the characters together.
Yeah, Dark Claw.
Yeah.
And coming together.
That's the
Oh,
first
man.
person I always think of when it Dark Claw.
I was just happy that Spider-Man beat Superboy. Like that was
That's wild. That is wild.
Yeah.
Well, it was fan vote, so
right. Oh,
because realistically, he cannot beat Superboy.
probably not. Probably not.
I didn't love it on the first watch because my expectations was in a different place. Yeah, expectations can really
Mhm.
mess up your viewing or something. It's done it to me. That's why I kind of try to leave it at the door, and you know.
Yeah, I think that's why Multiverse of Madness got so much flack, because everybody's expectations was very different.
And it's their fault too.
It
They advertised it differently from what we got.
Yeah.
It's a horror movie. It's Civil War level. It's all these cameos is gonna
Yeah.
come out and happen. And it's like none of that
It's
stuff
the
happens.
scariest movie that Marvel's ever put out.
Yeah,
I
I
guess,
guess
maybe.
kinda.
Maybe that's true,
Yeah.
but it's also not scary. You know, it's like the Muppets Halloween. It's like it's scarier than the other ones. It's like, but it's the Muppets. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah.
Also, like Sam Raimi's scary is not really that scary.
No,
That's
it's
the problem.
It's goofy.
Yeah, it's goofy. Like I went to watch the Evil Dead movies. I wasn't scared watching those movies. I had fun.
Hot take. First Evil Dead movie, I did not enjoy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see that. I like Evil Dead 2. Evil Dead 1 and 2 are not even my favorites. It's the third one is my favorite, and then the newer ones are better than the first
Yeah.
two.
I had to
Evil
check
Dead
out
Rise and the 2013.
Oh, I really enjoy Rise. Rise is good.
Yeah. I'm so hyped for that Civil War. Thanks to you, Kenny. Oh, nice.
Nice. Appreciate that, man. I'm hyped for it too. Just not hyped about all the
the talk. Yeah. Yo, I got that for Priscilla. I'm still getting messages right now about people being like,
Priscilla because of that.
here's the article showing you that she's a lawyer. And I'm like, bro, I don't care what you say. He had sex with a 14-year-old. Let's move on.
For real.
Like, if your thing is like she hit it on him, I'm like, bro,
She's a child.
You need to be on the FBI watch immediately.
Right.
I feel like A24 should have made Leave the World Behind. It might have done better. Remember, they only distribute it and sometimes produce. They don't make a lot of the movies they get are already made.
Yeah.
It's possible the A24 branches immediately make things be more noticeable.
Mm-hmm.
Civil War looks good. Facts was a good movie other than the end. The ending was
That end
wild.
was ridiculous. We don't talk about jumping the shark even before.
Bruh.
Oh my god.
They thought they were Infinity War. That's really what he thought he was doing.
For real.
He thought he had the twist of the year.
Or 2024, the Fast 11.
Supposed to come out next year,
Okay.
like November.
All right.
It's probably either gonna get pushed up to summer or pushed back later.
Yeah, I need it to end.
Oh, it's not over. They said that they're making spin-offs. They're gonna hand the franchise over to people who are younger, which I don't hate. If you get younger blood, like younger director, younger cast, I'm down with that. I'm down for that.
Mm.
Like if they age up his son, I'm cool.
Yeah.
I'm shocked I enjoyed Fast as much as I did. Not enough to buy it though. Yep, same.
Yep.
I see it. I see the steelbook every time I go to Best Buy. I'm not buying it.
Mm-hmm.
Watched every one of those Fast movies right before Fast X. Oh, I don't know. I generally don't know. Baxter was all right though, not too bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Fast 5, Fast 6, Fast 7 are where it's at.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
the first one.
totally agree. Yeah, I love Tokyo Drift. So first Tokyo Drift, 5, 6, 7.
Mhm. Yeah.
All FM movies are ridiculous, and I love them for it. I go to see just me too.
Oh,
Me
for
too.
sure.
They are the dumb Mission Impossible films. Like Mission
Mhm.
Impossible is the Gentleman Fast X. You know, I say that all the time.
Yeah.
Hey Zach, Kenny, and chat. Oh, hey, what's up, Night Owl?
Hey, what's up, Nada?
Honestly, I'm tired of Fast Furious stuff just getting ridiculous.
It's been ridiculous.
Yeah, Vin Diesel will win an Oscar for the next Fast.
Oh,
Hey guys.
He said something.
Oh my god. Watched Blockers and saw more John Cena than I needed. Just like in the Suicide Squad when they had him in his underwear and I was like, bro, I did not need to see all that.
Same thing with the show. It's like, hey, dude, man, just put some pants on.
Yeah, relax. First of all, Fast and Furious movies are just superhero movies now. Yep.
Oh,
I agree.
Sure. And it's funny because if you watch the first one, go into a coma, and then watch the 10th one, it's like, what the hell happened?
How did they get here? He said every time he takes his kids to the theater, it's $70 to $80. God,
What?
That's
Wow.
insane. How many kids you got? No. You Nick Cannon out here? I'm joking with you, T.
Oh no!
Our cinema allows up to bring us an outside food, more like. Oh, that's nice, dope.
Oh,
I wish.
If my cinema allowed me to bring outside food,
Bruh,
but you can't do that in America because people be tripping. Like,
Yeah.
bring a whole rotisserie, like
Oh yeah, lobster,
You're wilding
all
out.
that. You're gonna hear people breaking crab legs inside of the theater.
Oh my god!
I think a lot of people assume that Spider-Verse movies are just for kids and don't go. I know plenty of folks in real life who have no interest in animated superhero films, even ones who love the MCU. Look, I know people who don't care about Spider-Man in general. Like I remember I was talking to my supervisor, and he's like, "What the hell, Spider-Man? He was bit by a spider. What the hell is that?"
What?
It's crazy.
Spider-Man?
I know. I don't think Spider-Verse is really made for kids. It's more for teens and young adults. Agreed.
I agree.
Let's not mess around. Meg 2 was this year's unsung hero. Okay, Tez, I'm blocking you. No, I'm joking. I took my kids to see Little Mermaid and they loved it. Yeah, I get kids loving that movie. Like, but it's just for me. My niece, who's now in her early 20s, said that's her favorite movie of the year.
Oh, that's cool.
Like, you gotta watch it, and I was just like, okay. And that's why when I did like my review at the end of the watch along, I was like, I gotta say positive stuff because she's watching.
That's funny.
I'm not gonna shit on this movie.
Halle Bailey was really good in that.
She was fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see her in Color Purple if I get to check it out. I forgot that movie's coming out.
Gosh,
I agreed to Little Bit. It should have been at least 40 minutes shorter. Yeah, it could have been less. Oh, what's the name was really good. Who's the villain? Megan McCarthy.
Yeah, McCarthy.
Yeah, I forgot what her
She was
first
great.
name is right now.
She was
She was great.
fantastic.
Did anyone like Peter?
Huh?
Oh yeah. Oh, he was good. He's always good.
Yeah, he was good. Yeah. I'm gonna
Did anyone like Peter
time.
Pan and Wendy? I didn't like it. I really wanted to say hate, but that was a stronger word.
I never saw it.
I never saw it. The trailer looked good, but I heard really bad things. I know Zach M's trashed the hell out of it in his review. My Little May review is still the highest viewed movie review on my channel. Wow. Nice.
Oh, that's cool.
That's cool. That trailer reaction, the first one I did to that, was my highest viewed video for a long time on my channel until
That's
like
cool.
Napoleon and I think Dune took over.
Yeah. Shockingly, my highest is the Bob Marley trailer review, which is
Oh wow.
I put
So
that thing
random.
out 5 days after the trailer came out, and it's still like 5,000 views. I'm like, what?
People were fiending. Yeah. I have 2 movies left before I'm caught up on Dead Reckoning. I'm excited to hear your thoughts.
Oh, nice.
Dead Reckoning didn't go as well because it was only okay. Oh, Della Movies thought it was okay. Okay, that's fair.
I liked it. I quite liked it.
It's a weird time it came out. Yeah, came out at a weird time.
Mhm.
Malcolm, hey, Malcolm, aka Mr. Awesome. I just
Oh,
checked
come on.
out your trailer reaction to Civil War and commented. Yeah, there was too many summer movies. You're 1000% correct.
Yep. It should have been spread out more.
Yeah, my family went broke from spending so much to go to the cinema because I really wanted to see most of the movies.
Well, shout out to your family. You know when
Facts.
you put out your movie dart that you have to shout out your family, right?
Facts. You have to because they're out here supporting you. You know,
They're funding the dream.
June was overwhelming. That's
Yes, it
a
was.
fact. I remember I used to do this segment that I do now on Zack Attack 2's Lives where like I would just go over the movies that are coming out in
Mhm.
that month. And it was just like when I did June, it was like, yo, this is so too much. How am I gonna have a chance to watch all this?
It was a lot.
And
I'm gonna
live.
go look because I remember there even being like a low, but not a low budget, but indie film
Like
that came during that time.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah. Fast X Part 2 and Dead Reckoning Part 2 are going to be head to 2025. I feel like that's going to happen because so many movies shifted from 2023 to 2024 that I think that those movies that were already slated for 2024 are going to move to 2025.
Asteroid City.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking about that soon in the surprises. Elemental, I didn't want to cinema mainly because it was only in Norwegian dub. Oh, I wonder why they did that. I hate Norwegian dub. It's the worst. And you're Norwegian. That's crazy.
No Hard Feelings came out June 23rd.
Oh my God. Love that movie.
Yeah.
Picked up Little Mermaid and Elemental for my great niece for Christmas. Oh yeah, I saw that video. That's so nice. Such a poor showing for Ant-Man considering its build-up. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sully Streams. Biggest box office thing I'm mad about is Dungeons and Dragons. Yes. Yes,
That
yes.
was really good. I really
It
enjoyed
was
that.
really good.
Ow, girl! What the hell? What are you doing?
Who's that? Your cat?
Yeah, she just jumped up on my back.
She's like, hi, remember I'm here. Don't say you're the Room guy, Dave. Oh boy. I'll be seeing Soul in theaters next year. Nice. I completely agree. D&D is one of the best movies of the year to me.
Yo.
It was so much fun. Turning Red is really good. Helps that Red Panda is my favorite animal. Facts.
That's what's up.
Never seen Soul. Definitely should go check that out.
Yep.
Haven't seen Luca. Go check it out. You have that time now.
Yep.
I didn't hate Ant-Man as much as everyone else did. Same. Me either.
I don't hate it. Yeah.
They needed Edgar Wright would have killed Quantumania. Holy crap, that movie would have been fantastic. So yeah, I love that Ant-Man Quantumania. Not the best of the three, but it's still really good. See, some people like that movie.
Real quick, Zach.
Yeah.
You know what else came out in June?
What?
Nimona, Past Lives, and Extraction 2.
Holy crap. That is insane. And I saw Nimona late, and that was a great movie.
I saw Nimona last week, actually. But yeah,
Past Lives I saw late too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how do you feel about Nimona? Because I know you said when you were like 45 minutes in, you're annoyed. How did you end up feeling about it?
I was annoyed with Nimona herself for about 70% of the movie, and then it got once they told her story a little bit more, which I kind of
everything made sense
along the way. Yeah, it made sense, but at the same time, I just don't like annoying people. Like I don't know if you've ever watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but
I've seen clips.
There's a character on there named Gina. Like characters who are oblivious to the way that what they're doing is affecting other people
Annoys you.
annoys the hell out of me because it annoys me in real life. So like that, yeah. So, but I ended up really enjoying the movie. It wouldn't make it into like my top 10 or anything like that, but I think it's a good film.
Yeah. Tez hates Eternals. I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Ant-Man 3 much, but Quantumania, Ant-Man and the Wasp. Oh, are you saying that Quantumania is first and then Ant-Man and the Wasp? I'm not sure what he meant by that.
Yeah.
Justice for Eternals. Love and Thunder was so bad.
It was bad.
I enjoyed Love and Thunder. See, that's so funny. That movie made money, so I agree with you, Ken. Honestly, don't like Love and Thunder, but more like garbage. But yeah, damn.
Yeah, it's the only movie I think it's absolute garbage.
It wasn't great, but it wasn't Dark World. Oof, I like Dark World.
I like Dark World.
Oh, see, okay, me and Ken agree.
Which is weird. Like, especially the final fight of Dark World, I think is really underrated. When they're going through the portal with Mjolnir, like it's
creative and dope.
Yeah.
I love the Thor character, but 2 of his solo movies are in my bottom 5 MCU films. He's probably talking about Dark World and Love and Thunder.
Yeah, it's hypocritical. It is also in like my bottom 10, like Dark World.
But it's not because it's bad.
Yeah.
It's just the MCU just be hitting. You know what I mean?
That's right. That's exactly right. Every time I talk about something being like, 20, 14, 15, 16, I was like, but also keep in mind, it doesn't get bad for me until like 25, right? Or 26 or something like that.
Yeah. And T said, yep, everyone wanted different, but they don't really want different. Yep. Correct. I guess a hot take. I have seen so many people disliking Shang-Chi, but honestly, it's my favorite MCU movie. Yeah. Like when Shang-Chi came out, it had a lot of love, but then later on, for some reason, people were like, this sucks. I'm like, what? Huh?
I've been waiting for the Godzilla -1 people who like want to be like countercultural to like happen, but it still hasn't happened. So I'm happy about that. But yeah, Shang-Chi is in my, I think Shang-Chi is number 6 in my MCU ranking. Yeah.
That's high. It's a great movie though.
I love that movie.
Love the horror elements of Multiverse of Madness. Shang-Chi was great. No Way Home didn't exist. It'd be the best Phase 4 movie. As much as I love No Way Home, I don't think that's the best Phase 4 movie, but okay.
I like Wen-Wu is so strong, and so Shang-Chi himself, but Wen-Wu is such a strong villain that I put it above. No, I didn't.
No Way Home.
Actually, that's not true. I'm pretty sure I have No Way Home as number 1. But Shang-Chi is definitely up there. I don't remember my own list sometimes.
No Way Home for me was amazing, but not the best. Yeah, same. Brie Larson has pushed some wrong buttons in the fandom, though. Yeah, but I don't know what button I be looking, I'm like, what did she say that was so bad that everybody...
I have yet to see something that was like,
Yeah, like, I truly don't understand the Brie Larson hate, and I never will. That, I don't understand the Rachel Zegler hate. I'm so confused.
Same.
Dude, I would take her for Samus. Then again, Metroid has been hit and miss over the years. Oh, so is Mario and all the other franchises. I don't mind Brie in the Marvels. Yeah, she was good in the Marvels. I think her bouncing off of people was great. She's great in an ensemble.
Yeah, there wasn't a single performer in the Marvels I thought was bad.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I don't think there's really any hate. She's a good actor. Just got some toxic trolls who use some of the old odd things she has said against her. Yep. I know we saw this already, but it's still funny. Michael be fine.
It's hilarious.
I don't find things she said odd enough to try to cancel her. Yeah, there's some people that say way worse that are just chilling.
Yeah, I have Shang-Chi number 7 on my MCU rankings, which is still right behind Black Panther.
I think it would be right outside my top 10, but I'm not sure. I have to redo that once. I might do that next year before Deadpool comes out, because we're not going to have any MCU stuff for a while.
Yeah, I really should just go through that would be a great video to do.
Woo, there's so many comments. Sorry I missed some of these guys, but we still got some stuff to talk about. Godzilla -1 review hit 100 views.
Hey, congratulations!
Nice, man. Highest video of the month. Nice, guy.
That's
I'm happy for you. Let's get into the biggest surprises of the year. Sound of Freedom, which made a lot of money for the budget. I think it's $15 million budget, made $249 million. That's huge. The only issue with this film, which I haven't seen, and it's now on streaming, so I might go watch just to see the hubbub. I know Dave Show liked it a lot. Is that they were giving away free tickets at the end of the movie for viewers to pass on to other people.
Yeah.
So does that really like they're buying their own tickets?
I mean, I don't think that I wouldn't discount that. And the reason why is because if we recall with Black Panther, a lot of people were buying tickets for other people. Schools even were like, "Hey kids, we're going to take you guys to see Black Panther." Like there was a lot of that going on. And if people buy the tickets and go see it, it means that people still want to see it, right? So,
but it's different when the studio who put the movie out is buying the ticket and giving it to you to go see it.
Oh, you're talking about like when Jay-Z put his album on everybody's phone.
Yes. So basically it was like whoever went to go see the movie, at the end of the movie is like, hey, go to this website, pay it forward, give this ticket to somebody else so they could come see the movie. So they paid for that ticket and then that person go see the movie.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah, yeah. So I
That's
wonder
a
how
little
that
weird.
shows up on the budget of the studio.
That's very interesting too. I don't know. Angel Studios is out here doing stuff that they've been doing in music, you know,
Hmm.
in terms of like faking the streaming numbers and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
they've been getting movies on the charts. Sound of Freedom is probably one of their biggest hits.
Hmm.
I heard that. I've heard very mixed things. I heard it's very emotional and deep. I heard it's like Taken but not as good. I've heard a range of things about this movie, so I guess
I
I'll
gotta
try
be
to check
honest. I've stayed away from it because of some of the
discourse.
discourse around it, and just some of the things I've heard but have not confirmed myself about the people who are like super promoting it being a part of the thing that they were trying to be against.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
I was just like, I have no,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's crazy. This is how that studio works, because with the shift at the end of the movie, the same message applies. See, they're doing it with the shift, which just came out.
oh yeah, yeah,
That
yeah,
was
yeah.
like a Christian sci-fi film, which just blows my
Mhm.
mind that they did that. But
Yeah.
Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour, another huge surprise, maybe a game changer in the industry.
Mhm.
Do you know the big thing about this? Why this is such a big deal, other than the money it made?
No, I don't.
She skipped Hollywood distributor and went straight to AMC.
I did hear about that actually,
Yeah,
and
so that's
that is
why
smart.
this is a big deal. Yeah, she went to see
Yeah.
distributed directly to AMC theaters. She made boatloads of money, $250 worldwide,
Mhm.
including 178 domestically, which makes sense that she would make mostly domestic because
Yeah.
she's a global superstar. But I don't think her music is gonna like transcend like reggae and other more worldwide music does. But yeah, I think that
Mhm. Sorry.
other people can do. I think there's an opportunity with how the box office is going, where it's just up and down, and a lot of movies are not doing well. That is an
Mhm.
opportunity for comedy shows, wrestling, and concert movies to like
Yeah.
occupy this space and make money.
Right. And the thing
And
about like, Taylor, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
go ahead.
The thing about Taylor Swift doing this is, even if she just made $40 million, the fact that she distributed herself means that she put $40 million in her pocket. Obviously, she has to pay the directors, the editors, and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But if you can go straight to the theater without using a studio, do it by all means. A lot of rappers are actually talking about, I'm not going to be doing this thing on Spotify and Apple anymore, because if my fans really want it and they'll pay the $100 for it or whatever, and Lloyd Banks has been doing stuff like that recently. Anyway, I know I'm getting
Nipsey Hussle was doing that before he passed away. Yeah.
yeah. So it just makes more sense. If $1,000, if 1,000 streams or 1,000,000 streams equals like $1 or something like that, and I can sell my one album for $100 to one person, then it just makes more sense.
Just cut the middleman out.
Yep.
And I feel like more people are going to do that, so these studios don't have so much power.
Yeah.
And we'll get more diverse films from more
Mhm.
diverse people, where they get to do a magical movie about Black people, or
Right.
Asian people can do a heist film.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like in America, at least.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure there's Asian heist films in those countries that never
Oh,
come
for
over
sure.
here,
Oh, for sure.
but we could get an American one, you know?
Yeah.
And that's another thing that I want to talk about that I couldn't really find an article about,
Mhm.
is foreign film doing really well this year. Not like blowing it away, but
Yeah.
Godzilla -1
Yep.
doing like $20 million on a $15 million budget
Hmm.
in like in the first week. Animal, which is an Indian film, doing
Yeah.
really, really well. What were you about to
I've
say?
heard about that. I heard people really like that movie.
Yeah, Animal. Jawan, which came out a little earlier this year,
Hmm.
doing really, really well. Boy and a Heron, $12 million, which is the highest grossing Studio Ghibli film, I believe.
That's awesome.
I don't love that movie, but that's still
Right.
awesome for animation and for animated, and it's not anime. I guess it's anime film to come out. You know,
Mhm. I
Um,
guess I would consider it anime.
yeah. And just other foreign films coming, foreign films, and also faith-based films.
Mhm.
Just doing really well. Ended up in the top 10 of the box office consistently, making $10 million or more
Yeah.
more often. I think it's going to lean into a shift where I'll attribute Netflix for this. A shift into foreign content doing well, and
Mhm.
faith-based content doing well. I think that people who are Christian have been starved for films based on their faith.
Yep.
And I think that with foreign films, especially coming from India, people from Indian faith can see their their faith on the screen.
Yeah.
Without having it to call faith-based, it's just in the movie.
Right.
And other people from different countries and different faiths can start seeing their stuff box office wise. That's really the diversity part of it. Like seeing yourself on the screen. Like Black people have been getting that, not at the rate I would like, or not even the rate, but just
quality.
The quality. Thank you.
Yeah.
That what I would like, but we have been getting it. Like, you know, we're more in movies. You don't really see as much Spanish people or especially Indian and Native American people. Especially Native American people really don't.
They don't get nothing, man. Yeah,
that's why I was excited for Killers of the Flower Moon, but you know my problems with that. Yeah. But yeah, that's a big thing.
That reason as well.
For what?
Echo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the parts of the trailer looked really, really cool with the Native American representation. And I think that Echo is just a cool character. It's a character I actually read about. And just Daredevil's sidekick being deaf is going to be.
Oh yeah. Oh, God, I forget his name.
Who?
Oh no, I thought you were talking about somebody from the comics.
No, Echo, and they've paired up Echo and Daredevil together recently for a while.
Yeah, there's a character in the comics in Charles Soule's run who I think is either blind or he's blind. No, he's deaf. There's one of them, but yeah.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. He has like that circle suit, like it's like I have that run. Yeah. So they went from one blind partner to a deaf partner. That's hilarious.
And how he lost his eyes was not fun.
Yeah, no. Movie that was not too fun. Five Nights at Freddy's, big giant box office surprise. A lot of people did not expect. Oh, I just realized I'm not showing anything. A lot of people did not expect this movie to do so well, especially since it did day and date with Peacock. And a lot of people thought there was a show of like, we don't believe in this movie, but it did. What is it? 70 something million first weekend, $293 million worldwide on like a $20 million budget.
That's amazing.
We're getting a second one.
Yep.
Actually, it said that the movie made $300 million. So
the theater I went to was packed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a lot of people. Oh no, I didn't go to the theater. I watched it. I did a watch along. And yeah, like I don't hate the movie. I thought it was cool. I know a lot of people love it because they're Five Nights at Freddy's fans, and they understand a lot of the stuff that maybe I don't. I just hope with the second one, they up the budget to $40 million so that they can maybe afford more people, and also, what's the word I want to say? Do more. Like I felt like they didn't get to do that much in the first one.
It was a movie I did not enjoy. However, when I was in the theater, everyone else in the theater was really enjoying it. And I think I actually fell asleep when I was in the theater. And it had nothing to do with the movie. It had everything to do with the fact that I was on fumes. I came back home and watched it, and I still didn't enjoy it as much as I wanted to, but I'm happy that it's doing well for the people who do enjoy it, because I want people to enjoy what they enjoy.
Agreed. Tez, thank you for being here as long as you could. I know it was super late for him. I think it was like 1 a.m. when we started for him as well. So you have a good night. Appreciate you going to be streaming it still. And we will talk. We'll talk. We got stuff to talk about for that Facebook group chat. And when you start doing your YouTube stuff. Let me see. I know people have to say stuff about Five Nights at Freddy's in here. I'm mad. I wanted to see Animal, but it's only one showtime. Joanne was also very good. Yeah, I know they show beyond that. I would say that Studio Ghibli films are anime. Yeah, it's a little tricky because anime is usually animation based off of manga, and Studio Ghibli films don't have mangas that are attached to it. So that's why it's kind of tricky to call it an anime. You know, it looks like similar to anime style. I've been really enjoying Bollywood movies lately. Yeah, Bollywood and Tollywood have been killing it.
Have you seen RRR?
Yes.
Wow. It is great.
3 hours of amazing.
I love that. A friend got me a ticket to see it in the theater. I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. It was fantastic.
They just go all out. Like,
Yeah.
One thing I like, well, I'm mixing up my words. One thing you'll know about me that I like is when someone goes all out on something.
Yep.
And they just did everything, the dance numbers, the action, the story, the characters, just all hit. It you can feel the length a little bit, but it's just so good.
And that was a big thing for one, we actually had an intermission during that. But also it was the storytelling that was great.
Yeah.
It was a great story. And then all the other stuff was great too.
And the best bromance on camera
for
a
my
long
God.
time.
I've never seen a bromance like that before.
Yeah.
Literally never.
It was so good.
Yeah.
One more worst movies of the last decade. You need to watch more movies, T.
Yeah, man. I don't know about that. I did like it.
I've seen worse movies this year.
Yeah.
The decade is crazy.
If you think this is
Five
bad,
Nights at Freddy's. Sorry, I got it. I know Dark Movies loves that movie.
if you think this is bad, check out Firestarter from last year. That was bad.
Ooh. I was so excited for that.
Yeah. Oh, and Moon. That was bad.
Ooh. Mega Lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Go watch that. I might do a watch along of Mega Lightning just for the shits and giggles, so y'all can see and experience what I experienced.
Yeah.
I saw it twice on Peacock. I hung out with Zach on Halloween to watch it again. People love this, man. I've seen this movie 3 times now. People love this stuff, man.
Yeah, that's great.
Next time I'm gonna see the next one in the theaters.
I'm gonna do it too. I'll just be rested when I see it.
Yeah, me too. Firestarter, that was bad.
Yeah, boy.
Next up is John Wick 4. I think there's a mixed thing on this one because it did do better than the third one, but I think people thought it was going to do a lot better, and it didn't.
Oh, so this is a surprise in reverse.
Yeah, like the narrative, like this article is pushing it like this was amazing because each movie did better than the last, and you don't really see that, especially a 4th film in a franchise.
Yeah,
but the budget was so high because the 3rd one budget was $100 million less, and it made like $393 million. And this one was $100 million more, but it didn't make that much more. Like they expected this to be like a $500, $600, $700, $800 million movie, and it was only 440.
Okay,
which is not super high.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they kind of was just like, we might do a 5th one because I think they saw like, ooh, maybe the interest in this is starting to dwindle down. Even though a lot of people think that this is the best one of the 4.
The 5th one, in my opinion, I haven't seen it obviously, so I could be wrong. I think it's a mistake. The way that the 4th one ended, I'm not going to spoil it because I don't know who's watching. But the way that the 4th one ended, it ended perfectly. There's no reason to rehash or bring back because and I also will still not spoil it. The way it ended, if you restart that, you can never do that again. You only have one time to do that.
I agree. So
yeah,
you can't mess it up. I think doing the ballerina, doing spin-offs and create like things that's within that world works. But
is it ballerina movie
so the ballerina movie on Netflix is a Korean film, and then they're going to be doing a ballerina movie within that world with Anna de Armas.
Okay,
which I'm excited about because she's a great actress and she's really good at action. So if you saw James Bond, the last one, and then she also was in The Gray Man. She's really good at action.
I tried to watch The Gray Man.
Not for you.
Couldn't make it.
Gotcha. Yeah, that was my shit. I really like The Gray Man. Chris Evans was hilarious in that movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that it was a surprise. I think a lot of people thought the movie was gonna do better with all the hype. But it still was a success because it still made more money than the last one. Elemental, we were just talking about this.
It's on the docket.
Opened at 29 mil. In a especially crowded summer season, $200 million movie having such a rough opening weekend almost spells certain doom.
Yeah.
In the coming weeks, for whatever reason, it maintained number 2 spot on the chart for 3 weeks in a row. Word of mouth proved to be incredibly strong, and even huge movies like Indiana Jones and Mission Impossible Enter the Fall, Elemental still held on for weeks and weeks. So even held on into Barbenheimer.
Wow.
You know, so it pulled in $494 million, and it did 341 internationally. So that's huge. I think that Pixar has some work to do to get back the domestic fans.
Yeah, I think what's funny when you talk about like formula and think people saying things are formulaic. I'm starting to feel that way with Pixar. Pixar is starting to feel like, oh, you have four emotions, now you have four elements, then you had like it's just starting to feel like, oh, it's not even that they're saying the same thing. I haven't seen Elemental, obviously. It's not even that you're saying the same thing. It's just like the format seems to be very similar every time we're going out now. So I don't know. I feel like people may have,
and it has to be devastating to your emotions, and then it has to have some social commentary. Yeah, there's a format to Pixar films,
which are mostly great. The only Pixar films I don't like are the Cars movies. That's it.
Which I haven't seen, but I've heard Cars 1 is good, and heard it just drops off the cliff after that.
Hang it up.
Yeah.
I also don't like Toy Story 4, believe it or not.
I haven't seen 4 yet. I got to see that. I saw Firestarter. It was better than Nights at Freddy's. Love John Wick 4. This and Extraction 2 are tied for my favorite action movies of the year. Not many action movies this year.
Extraction 2 is great.
So good. I like it more than John Wick 4, but that's personal because it's just I like the story better. We all know how the Peacock show did. Yeah, nobody talks about that shit. All right, I have to go to bed now. It's almost 3 a.m. Skinamarink is terrible. How dare you?
Whoa.
Have a great rest of the stream, guys. He did that because he knows I like it.
It's on my list, Zach. I have a list of movies I need to finish before the end of the year, and Skinamarink is on it.
I have a feeling you're gonna hate it, but I'm excited to hear your thoughts.
Okay. I only put it on there because you like it.
I love that movie, but it's a movie that I understand. But I have personal reasons. Like it taps into fears that I had as a child,
Okay.
But I understand why people hate it because the format of the film can be considered very boring.
Okay.
so I'm excited to see what you think. Gray Man was great. See, a lot of, mixed on that too. They're making a second one, so people watched it. Gray Man, I couldn't see. They're making a Gray Man 2. Can't wait. Yeah. So it's all different.
Maybe I'll give it another shot.
Yeah. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. We talked about that. First one did 375. This one did 6 something. So it did 690, almost $700 million.
That's quite the upgrade.
84% more than the predecessor, which is amazing. That's awesome. It did better than a lot of superhero movies that came out this year, like live action. So we don't really we talked about Spider-Verse. We don't really get into that. Guardians as well. Did really great. The most successful. Is this the best, the highest grossing superhero movie this year? I think so.
I think it is.
I think it is. Did really, really great. $250 million budget.
Wow. Except for Spider-Verse.
Yeah. $250 million budget, which is really high. But it did really, really well. Oppenheimer, yeah. We talked about Barbenheimer, but it was a surprise still that this movie did so much, because you would think after the phase of Barbenheimer was over, people would stop going to see it, but people kept going.
Yeah. I don't think Tenet did that well either.
Huh?
I don't think Tenet did that well, so I think
that came out in the midst of COVID. Nobody gonna watch that movie. Yeah, like COVID just started and dropped, and I was like, y'all stupid for that. He didn't want to hold it. They wanted him to hold it till like later on to see if it was gonna calm down. And he was like, no, drop it.
Nolan, man.
Yeah. Mario did fantastic and might be a new phase of video game movies.
I'm down. As long as they're good, I don't care.
Yeah, it might overtake the comic book movie.
It could.
And now obviously Barbie. Yeah. Obviously Barbie. No one thought that this was gonna do what it did.
I definitely wouldn't have thought.
Yeah.
I'm happy it did, man. I'm happy for the people who liked it.
Yeah. Crazy. Moving on to the indie movies that did really well. So it wasn't just the big blockbusters, the big studio films. Indie movies did really well this year. Let me close this window. This is from Deadline. Poor Things did the second highest per screen average in 9 theaters for $72K, which is really high. 3-day total of 644,000. It's really, really good for an indie film. And to put in perspective, the highest grossing for like indie films like that was last year with Everything Everywhere All at Once, which was like 540K. So this topped it.
Oh, okay.
and it was number 2. You know, the
Mhm.
biggest of the year was Asteroid City. That did 100K in 6 theaters, which is crazy.
Whoa,
30 more mil than Poor Things.
I like Asteroid City. I know a lot
Not
of
30
people.
more mil, 30,000. Yeah, me too. I like that movie. It was weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
And, you know, a lot of people talk about Bo Was Afraid, but it did really well as well. 80K per screen.
Happy
4
people-
locations.
Yeah.
So a lot of indie films doing really well. There's other stuff here that did well. Waitress the Musical did really well. Did 3 million, which people didn't expect it to do.
I don't even know if I heard about that.
You didn't see the trailer for it? Okay, I don't know. Like every time I went to the theater for a couple weeks, that trailer would come on. I was like, "Well, who's gonna see this?" I'm like, "Well, guess
I usually show up late to the theater.
Yeah,
because the
Gotcha.
trailers are like 30 minutes.
Oh, yep. Origin did really well as well. That officially comes out next year.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, this is a new Ava DuVernay film I didn't know about.
Yeah, that's with John Berthenol and I forgot the lady that's starring with him. But it's based off a book and it has really high expectations. But yeah, those are some of the like indie films that did really, really well this year. And across the board in terms of like demographics, Caucasians, Hispanic, East Pacific Islander, and Black and all that stuff like that. So indie films are thriving. I think people want to see these. And then like Shape of Water, No Man Land, people feel like it was the start of it.
No Man Land, great.
Yeah, I heard so much mixed things about No Man Land. I heard it was so boring, but we'll see. I gotta check it out.
It's just a deeply human story. I really like it.
Oh, and Aileen also did really well. That's a movie that officially came out this last week. I need to go see that or eventually see it. Did really well as well. And I think it was like Saltburn, Priscilla did really well. The Holdovers did phenomenal.
It's great.
It just kept like every time they opened up more theaters for it, it just kept grossing higher.
I think the word of mouth on the Holdovers is going to can help it continue to make money.
Yep. Even though it's on, you could rent it. Past Lives and Bottoms both did really well for indie films as well.
Great.
Yeah, Bottoms is phenomenal. I love that movie. There's a lot of discourse of people hating it, but well, yeah, like our boy DJ, he did not like that film.
Oh yeah, he didn't like it at
all. In terms of disappointments, Shazam. Shazam Fury of the Gods. Movie that I liked a lot, but
I do like that movie, by the way.
Why do you think it did so bad? Is it just a DC thing, or
you know what? I think that's part of it. I'm going to be completely honest. I really think that it's hard to market that movie. It's like the idea of like you have this child who gets a magic stone and turns into an adult, and then the adult's acting like a child. Like nothing in that is like the meme from Succession, like you're not serious people. Like that's I think that's how people like look at this movie. Like this movie is not serious. Right? If this was an animated movie, I think it would have made a lot more. But it's it just doesn't translate well. Well, marketing doesn't translate well for it in the movie. I personally enjoyed both of the Shazam movies. I actually think Shazam, the first one, is a really good movie with a lot of great emotional beats. I just think the second one, the marketing is just difficult.
Yeah. I agree. The marketing for the first one was difficult as well.
Yeah.
It made around the same money as Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, it did not look good, but I actually enjoyed it.
It actually enjoyed it. Yeah, it had a really good balance of comedy and darkness. Like there was a horror aspect to it that really helped me for me.
Yeah.
The guy who plays Shazam, what's his name again? Oh my God, Zachary Levi did a great job playing that character. Yeah. I think one thing the writing is missing in both films that really would have helped people understand the character is really stress the fact that the reason why Shazam acts childish is because Billy Batson has to act like an adult because of his situation. And when he's Shazam, he gets to just be a kid.
Right.
I think the fact that they didn't lean on it, like explain it better, even just like an internal monologue or narration or something like that, I think people would have understood that. And I think the Superman aspect of it is missing too. And it's what it's going to help with James Gunn when he does Shazam. The fact that Shazam looks the way he looks and he does the way he does because he admires Superman.
Yeah.
So he creates a Superman thing of himself.
Mm-hmm. Very Miss Marvel in a lot of ways.
Yeah, like very Miss Marvel. It's funny that and the whole Captain Marvel sharing the name. It's a miss. Like Shazam 2, if done right, would have been Shazam and Superman versus Black Adam.
You know, I also think kind of hurt it was the whole Shazam family aspect of it. It came off a little Power Rangers ish.
Yeah.
Which I like
that special.
But exactly that.
Yeah. You know, and he was in all different colors. Yeah, it does. It does come off Power Rangers.
Even though I enjoyed it, right? But I'm just talking about the marketing of it. It's like even at like the end of the first one, I remember thinking, I really enjoyed this movie. But them selling this whole multicolored family thing, not race, but the costumes, I don't think it's going to work. Yeah.
And also I think with the second one. I just think what was I about to say? I think I lost my train of thought. I was going to say, but let's move on to the next thing because I lost my train of thought. But yeah, it didn't do well legally, box office wise. It didn't do well critically. People panned the shit out of this film.
Yeah.
Which was where what I was going to say was that I think that because there was too many comedic Marvel movies coming out and comedic DC movies, I think this hurt. People were like, I need something serious, and Shazam is not it. When it comes to serious. Speaking of that,
Marvels, the
Marvels, it leads perfectly. You know, characters that share the same name. The Marvels needed to be serious. It needed to be a serious film, and it was a fun comedy. Well, in my opinion, a lot of people didn't think so.
And I thought it was funny as hell. Like the comedy, I enjoyed.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the problem was people wanted something serious, franchise momentum. People boycotting MCU, and also the fact that it was just risky putting two characters as like a main part of the film that people didn't see. Like a lot of people didn't see Monica Rambeau and Kamala Khan, so that hurt the movie a lot.
I agree. You've heard me say this before, but I think the way that the MCU could get back to where it was in terms of like cohesiveness is by going back to your formula of introducing all your new characters in the movies, because then they have an automatic relationship with everybody else, and everybody is going to go see a 2-hour movie rather than spend their time on a 6 to 8 hour show. Like there's a completely different commitment there. You know what I mean? So I think they would be better off just introducing the character, just like America Chavez, right? The next time we see her, everybody knows who she is. There's no mystery about it. We know exactly where she came from, where her issue is, and they did it in a 2-hour movie. Yeah.
And introduce them in other movies and then give them the show after.
Yeah.
Don't do it the other way around.
Right.
Yeah. Don't do it the other way. The show should be the spinoff, not the movie.
Yeah. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would venture to say a lot more people watched Loki, Falcon and Winter Soldier, and WandaVision more than they watched the new characters.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah.
Miss Marvel was the lowest rated show, not lowest viewed show out of all the MCU shows. You know, I love that show.
I love it. Great show.
But it's a new character, and also it's them trying a different genre. It's a coming age, like high school thing going on, and a lot of adults are like, this is for girls, and it's just like, okay.
And that's not to say that you can't give a new character their own movie, a la Doctor Strange. What it is to say is that the format in which you do that in can be problematic. I think Miss Marvel, a lot of people would know who Miss Marvel is if she got her own movie, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Or was introduced at the end of or a part of a Captain Marvel 2.
Yep.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Like, didn't they? Like, I know everybody knows who Spider-Man is, but they introduced us to Tom Holland Spider-Man in someone else's movie.
And Black Panther.
Which a lot less people know, right? So, you just got to throw them in there.
Yeah, throw them in there, and then if they pop, you give them their show or movie.
Yep.
That's all you have to do.
Wanda and Vision, Falcon, Winter Soldier, all these people
Hawkeye.
Were somebody else, Hawkeye, Black Widow, all these people were introduced in somebody else's movie.
Yeah. Moon Knight didn't do really great view-wise because nobody knows who the hell Moon Knight is. Oscar Isaac is a great actor, but he's not a draw.
I think people will go see the Oscar Isaac Marvel movie.
Yes, I agree,
You
but
know?
not the Marvel show.
Exactly.
She-Hulk, once again, Tatiana Maslany, not a draw, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And I think people were very upset about Hulk. So bringing a She-Hulk is like, wait, why are we not getting new Hulk content and giving She-Hulk something?
Yeah.
I think that was a problem. And then also teasing Hulk was going to be a big part of it, and he was only like in 2 episodes.
Also, in my personal opinion, this is me. The show's terrible. The first episode is great. And then after that, it just goes downhill into the Madison episode, and then the Daredevil episodes are good. But between that, I think 10 episodes ahead, they're like 3 good episodes. So,
and that's a fair take.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me Marvel's the Flash. Nothing was gonna save this movie.
Controversy.
Yeah. Even if Ezra Miller didn't have the controversy, like just take that away, right?
Right.
People just don't like him. Like before he had the controversy, people just did not like him.
Yep.
They didn't think he fit Barry Allen, which watching this movie, I think he did a phenomenal job as Barry.
He did great.
I'll say this as a hot take. I think he gave one of the best performances in a comic book movie I've ever seen.
I'm not going to disagree with you because these 2 people on the screen right here are 2 completely different people.
Yes. And people talk about the VFX, but the VFX to these 2, the fact that they felt like they were next to each other is phenomenal.
His head looks smaller. Like with the earphones, his head actually looks smaller. So it's a very good job.
Yeah, it makes him look like he's skinnier. He's supposed to be younger, so he's skinnier. There's so many funny scenes in this film. There's great action sequences. It's just the VFX, honestly.
Yeah.
It's not really the story. It's the VFX and then the usage of the villains. I think really hurt this film overall. But like people's opinions is just like Ezra Miller is trash. And then on top of all his controversies, which he hasn't gone to court, he hasn't been convicted of anything, but people have already made their public opinion. They've already done their dream scenario, as you would say. And it was just over. And then the fact that something we're going to talk about in the news, they announced DCU was resetting before this movie came out. What a dumb idea.
The
DCU video should have came out January of next year. We should have not known anything.
That the DCU was rebooting until after Aquaman came out.
Yup. I 100% agree. And we're going to talk about that because I have James Good because that was one of the big news. That happened in January. That felt like this happened last year.
Yeah.
But
long time ago.
Renfield also didn't do well, unfortunately. They expected it to be I enjoyed it as well. Thought it was going to be a big hit. I think it had like a $20 million budget, only made $26 million.
I didn't even recognize that was Nicholas Hoult.
Yeah, Nicholas Hoult did a great job. Nicolas Cage was amazing for his little part. I think Awkwafina was miscast. She was a little annoying as the character.
She was in that movie?
She was the cop.
That's right. Oh, I think you misheard me. I don't like that movie.
You don't like Renfield?
No. I went to go see it, and I just
not for you. I liked Renfield. I thought it was
started off strong, and then it just went.
Yeah, they didn't really capitalize on the thing. I wish it didn't. It didn't get the elemental boost, unfortunately. I think for multiple reasons. Kind of like with Little Mermaid, it's a black lead. I think the animation doesn't look box office big worthy. It's like this hand-drawn style. People might feel like, oh, this is something to watch on Disney Plus. And I think the advertisements was not good.
Yeah.
After watching the movie, I was like, this should have been advertised like the origin of Disney. I think if they would have really like, this is a celebration of Disney, references, this is the birth and the mother, I think that this movie would have drew a little bit more people. Those people are really diehard Disney fans. But I don't think it was advertised that way.
Yeah, the way it was advertised, I had no interest in it, and I still haven't seen it either. It might be great. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah. So that's the ending of the box office talk. Really, really great year for movies overall. Box office just all over the place.
Yeah.
And
down
overall,
seemingly across the board.
Huh?
And down seemingly across the board.
Yeah. Overall, what do you think about the box office in terms of growth and opportunities and like moving forward? What do you think that the movie industry needs to do?
So I think, man, it's hard to say, to be honest with you. I don't know what we can do to get people back to the theater. I know that one thing we could do is increase the level of urgency by not dropping things on streaming 45 days or so after the movie comes out, because you're not giving people a reason to spend their $60 to $80 when going to the movies. That's one thing. I think the other thing too is I have said for the longest time that the idea that everything is a sequel, prequel, or remake is a myth, which I still stand by, because people believe that for some reason. Although there's hundreds of movies that come out that are not those, like literally every year. But I do think that the studios can benefit by putting more promotion behind the movies that are not sequel, prequels, and remakes. Because I know that those draw big money, but if you give a real push to, I mean, I guess you could say that, but Killers of the Flower Moon also didn't do anything, didn't do that well. So it's really hard to say at this point, because I don't think that, like, even most of the movies that came out this year, I really wanted to see. There's a lot of movies that came out that were supposed to be the things that you want to see. It just didn't deliver. So, I don't know, man.
It's hard. Every time I have that conversation with them, I'm like, did you go see this movie? That's original? No. Well, you can't complain about no original content if you don't go see it. Right. One of the big ones, The Creator.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, really. And that was promoted.
Yes, and we talked about that movie. We didn't talk about it here. There's certain movies they left off these lists, but The Creator flopped. That was a huge movie. There's other original movies that I really liked that just didn't do well.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, they're going to stop doing them. You know, they're going to keep going to. That's why they're trying to like Greta Gerwig, let's do Barbie 2. And she's like, no, this is one and done.
Yeah. Which is smart. Somebody will do it, but it won't be.
I think the Ken spinoff is going to happen. I think that's what's the thing. They're going to make Noah Baumbach probably do a Ken spinoff. The person that wrote Barbie, and he's a great director.
Yeah.
But I don't think she wants to do any more Barbie stuff. And I think
blame her, man.
Margot Robbie doesn't want to do it either. So
you don't blame her either.
Yeah. I think Joker 2 was a mistake.
Projects that they want to do. Yeah.
Well, Greta Gerwig is already tied to 3 Narnia movies, so she can't do it.
I think Joker 2 will make money, and because it has the extra added boost. Well, for one, people love the Joker, that movie, the first one, and they love Joaquin Phoenix, and they also love Lady Gaga.
Yeah,
she's going to be.
You've been saying she should be Harley Quinn for a long time.
Yeah, and if that first trailer hits, it's going to hit. That's the other thing. Your trailer really needs to be good.
Gotta hit.
Because the thing, I know this is kind of like hypocritical to what, or against what I'm saying, but I want to see every A24 movie, whether it's good or not because it's A24, it's because every single trailer that they put out is amazing. They never put out bad trailers. So I always want to see what they're doing
to offer. Yeah, they know how to cut trailers really, really well. They are smart in their production process. This is something I was watching Grace Randolph talk about, how like there was a movie that the trailer was really bad, but the movie was good because the director didn't have business sense and he didn't shoot the big scenes first so they could put them in the trailer while you're still making the movie. That's why sometimes you'll see a big scene in a trailer and then when you watch the movie, it's not there because they'll shoot that for the trailer, but then like, oh, we're actually going to scrap that. Right. Because it doesn't fit within the context of the film, or we're going to rework it. It's going to be a little different. And big directors or business-minded directors do that. They shoot the big scenes first, so then they have the stuff for the trailer.
Yeah,
like Matt Reeves did that for the Batman. The movie was only 40% done, but the 40% had the big stuff.
Right.
So when the trailer dropped, everybody's like, "Oh!" Like the world stopped when the Batman trailer dropped. I don't know if you remember that.
I do. That was a big
DC fandom. It was DC fandom. Zack Snyder's Justice League trailer hit, so it was already like, oh, we're hyped. Let's see what this Batman thing, and the Batman trailer even hit more than Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yep.
Everybody's like, oh, DC's back.
Yeah, because you had the music, you had the car, you had all these. You had the last scene with the where he knocks out the dude in the train station
Violently.
violently, that is your money shot right there for the
Yeah.
entire movie. So
They made Robert Pattinson look cool. I think that was the big thing. A lot of people are like, oh, it's the Twilight guy.
yeah.
Not
Like,
realizing.
soapbox. That'll be quick. We've been doing this movie thing for years,
Yeah.
decades, if you will. The casting outrage thing still happening blows my mind. How many times are we going to do this? We did it with Heath Ledger. We did it with like so many different people, and it just
did it with Ben Affleck.
did
And
it
it
with
was
Ben
like
Affleck.
people like
I
miss
love
him now.
Batman, yeah.
Oh my god, he was so good.
The fact that he's never going to get his Batman movie
Is oh my god, that's the
he
biggest
was
one.
going to be directed and star in it, and
Even if he didn't direct it, if he co-wrote it and was Batman, and they found like a great director to do him versus Deathstroke,
if he was just a part of it, it would have been great.
Yeah,
it would have been great.
Honestly, if he didn't write it and direct it, he was just Batman. He just got to focus on his performance. Oh my god,
man.
Yeah, that's the biggest. I don't understand how DC didn't just greenlit that immediately. Let's get this out.
Yeah, same thing. When I don't understand. Like, remember that thing came out? They were like, yeah, we really don't have any ideas for Superman. You don't have any ideas for Superman?
You have like 100 years. What? I think it's like 85 years of comics.
Superman. You don't know what to do with.
Just remake the Christopher Reeve movies. Like, just do something.
Do something. Right? and that's my biggest issue with a lot of like the DC movies too. Right? They rely on old tropes. I know that you've heard me say this, but how many times are we going to do Lex and Zod? And like, how many times are we going to do that? And I guess they did Doomsday, but also probably don't kill off your main hero in the second movie that they appear in. So it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah. I remember Zack Snyder talked to them and was like, I don't want to do that. I want to do Man of Steel 2. And they're like, no, we got to do the team up movie now. We got to catch up. He's like, no, we don't.
Remember they promoted it in I Am Legend?
Yeah.
That is wild.
That's crazy. People were hyped for that movie. And then when they showed the first trailer and the way it looked, I love that movie, but I know people don't.
I don't hate it at all. I think it's way better than. I think the other issue that the DC had was they kept releasing theatrical cuts that weren't the actual movie, which is never a good idea. Because the Snyder,
especially when the Snyder cut is not that much longer. If it was like, oh, it's 4 hours, it wasn't 4 hours. It was literally 20 minutes of footage.
The whole Africa thing
made more sense.
Cut that context completely out of it. When I saw the Ultimate Edition, I was like, "Oh snap! This is a movie. This is an actual film."
Lois Lane's whole plot line actually makes sense. It means like she's in the movie for a reason.
Yeah. I don't understand why.
Yeah, I don't know. They did the same thing with the Suicide Squad. They chopped it up because they wanted to be Guardians of the Galaxy instead of what David Ayer's film was them going for a mother box.
Oh, cool.
Like and fighting, and they were gonna fight the parademons, which makes sense. That because that's on their level,
right?
Like
instead we got a belly dancer.
Yeah, and like she looked cool. She looked cool, but like it didn't make any sense.
And I was excited for that movie because right before that I had saw Fury from David Ayer, which is a great movie. So
I still need to see that. He's a great director. They just cut up his movie badly. They brought a music video editor to come in and do it, and you can see it.
Yeah, I think it's still my lowest rated DC EU movie.
I can see that.
I'm trying to think.
Justice League is mine.
No, Justice League is my lowest rated.
Yeah.
No. I'm sorry. Yeah, Suicide Squad is my lowest rated because I would rather watch Justice League.
Yeah, when I first watched, the reason why I don't like Justice League anymore is because I watched Snyder Cut, and I was just like, I didn't love the first Justice League. I was like, well, at least we had a Justice League movie. That was kind of my attitude with it.
It started weird. It was like, oh, Batman's like going against his parademon. I'm sorry, would you like to introduce us to who the parademons are first?
But it didn't even start weird like there. It started with the close-up of Superman's nasty looking face. The whole controversy going into the film was that the fact that the mustache had to be digital.
Oh, right.
And then people knew that going in, and the first shot is a close-up video cam of his mouth, and you can see where the mustache is supposed to be. It looks smooth. That was dumb.
Yeah, that was really dumb. Also, maybe shoot around. Oh no, they were doing reshoots. But yeah,
all they had to do was wait. Just push the movie back, let him do Mission Impossible, and then cut the mustache.
Yep.
But they were like, we got to get our bonuses, and they didn't even get it because the movie bombed.
Yeah.
Okay, Hearthstone wasn't good.
I just need him to use. I just need James Gunn to use Brainiac at some point, please, or Metallo.
He said that he's gonna release the Ayer cut of Suicide Squad. That's very interesting.
I hope so. I would be interested.
We all know the worst movie of the year is Expendable 4. I haven't seen that.
I have not seen that. No.
I love Barbie, top 3 of the year for me. It's not top 3 of the year for me anymore. It got lowered down. Poor Things, a Dream Scenario knocked that bad boy down. Gran Turismo was a pleasant surprise. Shout out to you, Zach. I would have watched it without my review. A lot of people told me that because of how hype I was for that movie, they went to go watch it.
Gran Turismo.
I'm glad it did well.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. It's somewhere around it. It's number 16 of the year for me.
That's
which is hot because I've seen 57 movies at this point.
Yeah. I saw my 100th movie yesterday. Really happy.
Man, you always make me feel like I'm the worst cinephile in the world. I'm like, the 100? That's awesome.
Look, Luke Ponto's seen 800, so I can't even top.
Wait.
I don't know.
No, are these all 2023 movies you see?
Yeah.
How?
I don't know. I don't know how they have the time. I'm in a group chat with him and a bunch of other people, and they're always like, now watching. I'm like, bro, I'm sleeping. How the hell are you watching this right now? Do you guys work? They do. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, that's wild.
I also like both Shazams. Shazam 2 lost all the fun from the first movie. Really? I think it was more fun than the first movie, less dark. Enjoy Shazam 2. I don't think anything could save the Marvels. Even a good movie, I think the movie would have tanked. I feel like everyone wanted it. Yeah. You talked about this, T.
Yeah.
Because he likes the movie, but he feels like everyone was waiting for this movie just to be bad.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
I'm looking forward to the Echo. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Echo.
Same. Did you see that new trailer thing that they put out?
No, I haven't watched it yet. It looked good. Yeah. Miss Marvel was one of the best shows in the MCU. I agree. I would say though, with Miss Marvel, they should have separated a lot of those storylines into multiple seasons. They were trying to rush her into the Marvels too fast. There should have been a season of her dealing with high school stuff and the boys and getting her powers and dealing with the people who were messing with the synagogue, like those people who were looking for her. That should have been a season. And then season 2 should have been the clandestines, and then her going back in time and spending more time on that.
That was the one thing I did not like about the show, was how fast they wrapped up the clandestine thing.
It was a 6-episode thing, man. It just did not work. Or at least do 12 and then do 6 of those FBI people. End that on episode 6. Let her complete that. Then bring the clandestines in and then end that on episode 12.
Because I remember being confused about the way that it was going, because like the clandestine get knocked off the episode before the final episode. I'm like, well, so what the hell are you going to do? And then they bring in the FBI people who are like maybe 20 minutes of the show, before that. So that was weird. Although I love the show.
Madison with a Y.
Yeah, that was.
I love that.
Yeah, Barbie's 42 for me.
He said he was a horrible choice of Barry Allen. That character was not Barry Allen. He's closer to Wally than Barry Allen.
I would agree. The only thing I didn't like about the Flash was the way that he ran. That always annoyed me. Although he looked really cool at the beginning of the Flash, but
it was better.
Yeah.
Miller was not the issue with the Flash. Just about everything else.
Yeah.
Blue Beetle should have gotten more love than it did. Agree.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Redfield was okay. I like 2 Nicks in the movie, but I couldn't get into the movie. I like the 2 Nicks, Nicolas Cage, Nicholas Hoult. Kenny is wonderful. Give it a chance. I don't know what he's talking about there. I agree with that, but I love that 45 model of some of the smaller movies. Oh, okay. He's talking about the 45.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense for like your A24 movies, but for your major movies, then maybe
the Joker was trash. Wow, did not like that movie. Yeah, that's fair.
I can see it going either way with people.
I'm sorry, but Lady Gaga should not be Harley Quinn. I feel like she's gonna change your mind, man.
Yeah, because it's a musical. I think she
She's
should.
gonna play on her strengths. Yeah, her singing.
Yeah. And if you follow Lady Gaga's career, hair,
She's been Harley
makeup,
Quinn.
and costume is all she's all about it.
And she's from New York, so she, like Margot Robbie has to do a fake New York accent. Lady Gaga is just gonna talk and it's a New York accent.
Absolutely.
I just rewatched the Batman. Holy shit, that's a great movie. Yep. I can't believe we're getting a Batman and Superman movie in 2025 and they're not related to each other.
Yeah. Did you see the thing? I don't know if you're going to bring this up, but did you see the thing where James Gunn said that the decision to not bring in the Batman was actually Matt Reeves? And he was like, I respect it. It's cool. I'm actually happy that took place the way that it did.
I have mixed feelings on it. I'm not happy about it because it just creates more confusion. This is supposed to be a nice reset. Mm-hmm. Just slide him right in there. But I'm also happy because I don't want it in case James Gunn implodes. That is safe.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want two Batman on the screen. Like we're getting a young Bat. It's gonna confuse people. People want all this DC bullshit again. I just want a non-drama filled DCU where the movies are the things that you talk about and what's coming next, like how it was in MCU.
Well, I feel like if you can do two Jokers, like if you can do the Joker and with Joaquin Phoenix, and you could do like another Joker, I think you could do two Batman. The problem is that the Joker movie is such a departure from the whole Batman and superhero thing that it sets itself apart.
The Batman's not.
Yeah, the Batman's not. And I think the big thing with the Batman is that there's no supernatural elements to it whatsoever. So I don't know who knows. Like I feel like with Matt Reeves, the Batman, we're never going to get a Clayface or a Man Bat or anything like that.
The rumor is the Freeze, so we may get some supernatural stuff.
I feel like he's just going to make Mr. Freeze a serial killer who uses ice picks to take out his victims. I can
see that, or make like a makeshift gun that shoots ice in like a realistic way.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah.
Rumor has it we might get a teaser trailer for Deadpool and Wolverine on Super Bowl. Ooh.
Oh, that's definitely happening.
Yeah.
Like, the Super Bowl is the time to do it.
Yeah. Hey, John. What's up, Zach? Guardian DC, I think James Gunn should play it safe and go Lex. For the first movie, Guardian audiences need to be reintroduced to the character again. I can see that. I don't think Lex is going to be the main villain inside of Legacy. He's going to be there. I think he's going to be like a low-key character where he kind of floats around, pisses people off, and then turn good eventually.
Yeah, you know how I feel about it.
Yeah. What I mean, DC needs to restart. So far, I think their approach seems intriguing to say the least. Yeah, I think that it's a cleaner start than we expected because a lot of the drama, and we're about to get into that, actually. That's a good segue. Let's get into the big news topics of the year. And the first one, because this happened literally in January, is James Gunn buys this DC slate unveiled new Batman, Supergirl, Green Lantern TV show, more James Gunn and Peter Safran. This was a video that James Gunn decided. What happened to James Gunn? Why he decided to go all white? It was so random.
It's just like one day he just popped up all white.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what's going on? I forgot to put this up here. Okay, I always forget to put these little things up here to make sure people know what we're talking about. So yeah, DC was announced that it's getting a reboot. This happened really early in the year, probably January 31st. Which, like we said before, I do think it's a mistake. But he made a little short video, which also felt like wasn't great. The little short video he did felt too low key for such a big announcement.
Yeah, it felt like this is what we have.
Yeah, we don't got the budget to do anything bigger than that yet.
This is what I got. Sorry.
It's like, I'm in this warehouse. Y'all got this.
Although they did announce a lot. When you really think about it, it's just...
Yeah, so like a new Batman movie without Robert Pattinson, but featuring Bruce Wayne's murderous son. That's funny, but it's true. Superman movie will be coming out. Superman Legacy, as we know. We already know who's been casted and everything like that. A Game of Thrones style drama set at Themyscira. That's really interesting. They did say that. It's going to be a Game of Thrones
that's
style.
the one I'm the most trepidatious about.
Yeah. A Creature Commandos, which could be an absolute god-awful flop.
It could be a great show. But why are you starting off your DC universe like that?
With an animated show, with characters no one like. I get it. Peacemaker did well, but Peacemaker was in a movie,
Right?
And it's John Cena.
And even like the Guardians did well, but you had like the Guardians came out right after Winter Soldier, so you had the goodwill of the people. Yeah, we'll watch anything you guys do. You don't have that now.
Yep. That's just part of what will be coming. The pair is busy with taking over. And you know what's funny? Peter Safran has kept his mouth shut. It's just been James Gunn taking all the heat, and Peter Safran's in the back like, this flops. No one's gonna ever even talk about me about being part of it.
He's just a numbers guy.
Yeah. What do you think about this? Because this hasn't been talked about. Chapter 1 is called Gods and Monsters. What do you think?
I'm cool.
What do you think that's gonna entail?
I'm sorry, I should let you finish the question.
Yeah, I'm good.
I think that so you have Creature Commandos, you have Swamp Thing, and you have is there any other, like, I'm sure Waller will include probably like some monster situation.
Yeah, and Paradise Lost.
Yeah, you got your gods with Paradise Lost and Superman, and
we get Booster Gold,
which I'm not excited for, but you know, Supergirl.
I think Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow may, because the story is her being in space.
Right.
So we may see a god or a monster in that.
I actually still need to finish this. I only read the first issue. But I'll be honest with you, Zach. As much as I trust James Gunn in general,
oh boy, here we go, hot take.
I just really feel like it's dumb, quite literally dumb, to not start off your DC universe with Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Flash, and Cyborg, or Martian.
Or Hawk Girl, right? Or one of the people who are usually the 7. Like you can swap that 7 out. It has to be a character of color or a woman,
right?
But
and because my thing is, like, you do your staples and then you do Guardians of the Galaxy. You do your staples and then you bring Wanda and Vision and.
Oh, we might have lost Kenny, or maybe lost me.
No, I'm here.
Was it me?
I see you. No, nothing's messed up on my end.
Oh, that was me.
Okay. So you start off with the 7 because those are your heavy hitters, right?
Yep.
Even like,
and then you spin everything out of it.
Exactly. Because once the Green Lantern movie hits and does well, the Green Lantern HBO buddy cop show gets so much of a boost. I just feel like that's common sense. And it's not like the way that the DCEU did it, where they introduce all their major characters on a flash drive. You're giving each and every one of them their own movie that is complete. Like, you establish the characters and their worlds separately. You don't even have to bring them together at all, because for the most part, even the MCU, when they started off with Iron Man and Cap and Hulk and
Thor and Hulk,
right? All their stories had nothing to do with the other person. Maybe Cap's shield showed up in Iron Man 2 to help lift up like a pipe to whatever, right? But it had nothing to, like, it was like, look, it's half a Cap shield, whatever, right? That's not the point of the movie.
Yeah.
So I just feel like it's doing the DC EU's mistake again in a different way, right? So
it's doing what we just talked about the MCU just for a long time,
right?
So do the show and then introduce them later.
Yeah.
It's doing that exact thing. He's introducing the Creature Commandos, introduce these people in live action, or even do a mixture of live action and animated. That would be interesting. That'd be different. Yeah. But hey, oh my God, these human people are interacting with these animated people, but it's just okay. It's happening.
Right.
And then you give them their show, and everybody be like, oh, that's cool. This was a little different. Green Lantern should not be introduced in the show. And also, I know the Green Lantern is going to be introduced in Superman. But what you said?
Creature Commandos should not be starting this thing.
No,
it should be Superman. He's your marquee. He is the reason for the season, right? So, I just don't see.
Yeah, look, he said it. He said it perfectly. I think that Superman always should be the first one, because the way the comics go is like Superman's the first superhero, and then because this alien shows up, because this hero, he inspires, and everything starts snowballing because of him. He inspires villains, heroes, he inspires other aliens. Like Martian Manhunter doesn't come out until Superman says, I'm an alien. He's like, oh,
Yeah.
they might accept aliens. And there's that dynamic of like, well, they accept you because you look like them and I don't, and I have to hide myself. And and then that's an interesting story. I've been like this before when DCU was kind of like crumbling. I've always like mapped in my head like if I was in charge, what I would do. And I've always said like each DC hero is a franchise on their own. If you really think about it, way more than the Avengers.
Absolutely.
Like,
yes.
Way easier than the Avengers 6. Because the Avengers
America is a part of the Avengers. Oh, he has his own comic books? Yes. Oh, okay.
But like Cap, Hawkeye, Black Widow are too similar for them to be different.
Yep.
And then you have Thor, which is cool, and Hulk, which is cool, but they're very similar because it's strength. Like when you think of those two, is strength. There is the Thor mythology, and he can make a franchise, but it's lesser. His side characters are not as popular. But Superman, you have the Superman family. You have his villains. You have all these things. You can make a Metropolis show, talk about all the weird things that happen in Metropolis. You can make a Gotham show, which they've done before, and it can work out. You can do a Central City. You can do so many different things. So you do Superman, you establish the alien, you establish the immigrant story, because that's what Superman is. Batman's a detective. You establish all the vigilante stuff. Wonder Woman is gods. Green Lantern is space cops. Flash is CSI. They all have like human jobs. Like Wonder Woman is the military. Superman's the firefighter. Batman's the cop. Like there's so many different things that you can do. Or Batman's a detective. Green Lantern's the cop. There's so many different things you can do where you establish so many themes, and then you just open it up for Green Arrow because you just introduced Batman. You can do Blue Beetle because you did Batman. You can do Hercules because you did Wonder Woman. You can do other gods because you did Wonder Woman. Superman, you can do other aliens.
Several times. This formula has worked several times, even before the MCU, because we don't get to Justice League Unlimited unless we get the Batman show and the Superman show, and even kind of like Batman Beyond. And then we go into the Justice League show where you introduce all these Green Lanterns.
And they teased those other people in those Superman and Batman shows before they did Justice League Unlimited.
And not only that, Justice League wrapped. It was its own beginning to end show, and then Unlimited was a completely different thing. So I think like they're just rushing, and we're going to be here. Like you do. Batman.
I think part of it is that there's supposed to be a sale of Warner Brothers to Universal.
Yeah.
And I think he feels like he needs to get as much money out of this as he can before he might be replaced. And I think there's a sense of that.
Yeah, I feel like the thing that worries me about James Gunn, not like him like doing the projects, is that he's on a sinking ship, it seems, and he's trying to like revive it, and they're actively trying to sink it. I don't think selling the Tubi or putting yourself on Tubi is a bad thing. I don't think putting yourself
everyone's doing
on Amazon is a bad thing, right? Everybody does that. I do think it's weird that you're charging people $20 a month for material that you keep putting on other platforms. I just don't understand why HBO Max is necessary if a good 30 to 40% of your stuff is somewhere else.
Insecure is on Netflix.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I can
just get it.
Netflix is really showing that they're the guys when it comes to streaming, because all the other streaming people are like teaming up or selling their stuff to Netflix or selling their stuff to other places because they just can't keep up with Netflix. People give a like crap about Netflix, but Netflix has the best content on streaming.
Still.
And go on there.
The latest app update, it's pretty damn good.
Oh, I haven't seen it. I haven't. I watched Ballerina recently. What's the next newest app update? What is it?
It's just the way that all the cards for the movie show up. It's just much easier to use.
Their UI is always ahead above everyone else. Max UI is garbage.
Yep.
Prime Video's UI was garbage for a long time.
You want to know which one's really garbage? It's Peacock. Peacock is terrible. And sometimes I watch Peacock on like my PlayStation. There is no fast forward or back or rewind 10-second button. You gotta hit the rewind like you were doing it on a VHS and hope that you stop where you want to stop. But it's so fast that you always end up missing what you're trying to get to, and you gotta like work it and try around. It's dumb.
Like you see the example. It's right
Right.
here. Like a
Yeah.
simple thing for me as a New Yorker who rides the train, right?
Mhm.
Downloading shows so I can watch them offline is a huge thing for me. It's
Yeah.
like the number one thing because that's where I watch my shows on trains and
Mhm.
travel. So with Netflix, you download it and you can just watch it. You know,
Right.
with Max, the download is always all this. When you click on it, they have to show a graphic, which takes internet. Why are you showing me a graphic? Get me to my
Don't
crap.
show me no graphic. Yeah.
Paramount Plus, or it does that too. Don't show me. I don't care.
Mhm.
I know what I'm paying for you. You don't need
Right.
to advertise it.
Yeah.
Like
the AMC.
but their download features are trash.
Yeah.
Max, I downloaded Harley Quinn. I went on the train. I clicked on the download. You don't have internet connection, but I downloaded it.
That's-
Why do I need internet
that is
connection?
wild.
So I have to open the app outside the train station, and then once I get in the train station, then I can play it because it
Dude,
established the internet connection.
That is foolishness.
It's foolish. It's
That is
dumb.
ridiculous.
One of the news articles here, do I have it still here? It was like the fact that Max debuted. That happened this year. And
That
That
did
transition-
happen this year.
yeah, the transition
Wasn't
to
HBO Max last year?
Yeah. Or 2 years. I think it maybe happened for 2 years and then they switched it to
No,
Max.
you're right. You're
That
right.
brand was
For the pandemic.
unnecessary. Well, no,
Yeah.
actually, I want to say that it wasn't unnecessary. They actually jumped over. So Netflix is number one, and then it was Prime Video, then it was Disney Plus. When they switched over to Max, they jumped over Disney Plus. So something with that branding worked, where people started to sub. Because I think people were confused, like, what's the difference between HBO Go and HBO Max, or
Right.
HBO this and that? Why do I need to get HBO Max if I can
And I
have HBO
understood
Go?
that. Yeah.
I think when they just changed it to Max, people were like, "Oh, this is a different app. This is different from HBO. HBO's a part of this."
No, I'm a small sample size, so that this is not indicative of the rest of the world.
Mhm.
But is anybody watching any of that Discovery Plus stuff? Like, is any of that
Yeah,
happening?
yeah, because they were gonna put the Discovery Plus stuff in Max and get rid of the app, but
Yeah.
the viewership on the app for Discovery Plus is so high, they're like, just keep it.
Oh, I thought that they had already combined it. Oh, okay.
No, the thing was they were gonna do what they're doing with like Hulu, but the viewership on Discovery Plus is so high. They're like, and that viewership for Discovery Plus stuff on Max is not that high. So they're like, let's just keep Discovery Plus, but have it on Max just so people will discover it. And if it eventually switches over, then we'll smash them together.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So quickly, we just talked about Max. I think, James, what was your initial thing with James Gunn's announcement? How did you feel initially, just from that initial announcement?
Well, for one, I was excited just by the fact that they were making an announcement because we had been waiting so long. But like I was saying, like I was just very confused by them spending so much time away from the main seven that it just doesn't seem. It's not, to me. It just doesn't feel like the smart thing. I think another thing that really concerns me above everything else is you have the separation of concerns between movies and television shows, but then when you get into doing video games as well, and I think there's one other medium and animation, which is TV, but it's a whole other subset of TV.
And we're gonna get animated movies too.
I just don't think it's smart. Like it's too much. It's too much.
He's back down on that a little bit though. Somebody asked him about the video games, and he was just like, "There's still gonna be video games that are not a part of the DCU. They will be labeled Elseworld, but there will be video games that attach to the DCU." So I still think that's a bad idea.
Yeah,
but at least not every single DC video game is gonna be attached.
Right? Like, because I think that if the MCU were to put out a video game and it's not canon, it's just you get to fly around as Iron Man on some other mission that was between movies or something. That's between movies that has nothing to do with what's going to be going on. And I think that's perfectly fine. Content. But if it's going to be a major part of the story going forward, and you need to be there, I just think that's
a bomb.
Yeah, that's a terrible idea.
People already say homework is TV show. I hate the whole this is homework. It's not homework. It's entertainment.
Homework. Yeah, it feels like
people. But people feel like it's home. The only show that felt like homework to me for the MCU was Secret Invasion, because I would have stopped watching it if it wasn't. I was like, I need to know what happens.
Yeah.
Let me see what some of these comments are saying. He meant Wish. He was saying he'd watch Wish. Give it a chance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll definitely give it a chance. As soon as it hits streaming, I'll definitely give it a chance.
If Batman 2 ain't no man's land, what? Yo, I've been saying this Batman 2 needs to be it's not only No Man's Land. There's another one that's right before No Man's Land that start with a C. I'm forgetting what it's called. But it's like it's a trilogy. It's that, No Man's Land, and then there's one more that all tied together.
Mhm.
That's what Batman, because they already set it up with the flood.
Oh,
oh my god.
I feel like this isn't the Scott Snyder run, is it?
I think he was.
Yes, Court of Owls.
No, not the Court of Owls thing. This is something
Okay.
where there's an earthquake and a flood that happened.
I know what you're talking about. I never read that story. I would love to, just haven't gotten around to it.
Trilogy. Let me see. I'm gonna Google it right now. Sorry, guys. It's bracking my brain.
Because the Scott Snyder run is the perfect way to go.
Yeah, he
except
understood
that Joker
that.
would never tell.
Oh yeah, he's walling.
A Joker with his face stapled on is just probably not
Yeah, because you see how people were pissed off about Barry Keegan's Joker. He's not cute. It's like Joker doesn't need to be cute.
He's not supposed to be cute.
Stop.
Why you want to
sexifying Joker?
Right.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Hope you're doing. Hey, Obi Thorin. Hopefully you're still here.
Hey,
What's up, man? I like the God and Monsters title too because that's the name of like a DC movie and some comics. So I think it's a good idea. But
I think it's
let's
cool
see
to name your phases. I think that's dope. I like that idea. It's better than phase 2, phase 3.
1. Yeah, I agree because you kind of know what you're looking for.
Right.
Authority or Monsters 2. That's true. Yeah, the last Green Lantern movie no one liked. I did, but it just needed a redemption film. Yeah, I liked the Green Lantern movie, but it wasn't the best.
I like parts of it. I didn't love it.
Yeah. Superman needs to open Gods and Monsters. I agree, but he's not.
Yeah.
Creature Commandos. Superman is the guy. Yep. What would you... Okay, we'll talk about this later. I'm going to star that. Hey, Collected Movies came back. What's up? Did you hear that
What do you do if Creature Commandos flops? What do you do?
I think it's not sequential enough that you can move on because you can reintroduce them in a movie and people just won't know the show happened.
No, but I mean, like, it's not going to tank the new DCU. No. But what it will do is it'll continue this like thing of you keep putting out bad stuff. Now we know this is a James Gunn product, and you're still putting out bad stuff. Why should I be hyped for Superman? You know what I mean? So it's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
Did you hear that the actor that plays Reacher might be playing Batman? That's not what was said. We got to be careful with these headlines. Yeah. He said that he would like to play the DCU Batman. He didn't say that he is playing it. Be careful.
And you know what? After watching Reacher,
you finished it?
No, I haven't finished it. But I've only watched the first 3 episodes. However, he's obviously a physically intimidating person. But he also he has the smartest guy in the room thing, which you need in order to be Batman. Like, at no point is Batman like, oh, I had no idea what was going on. Like, he is clearly the smartest person in the room. And he does a really good job of, like, giving off intelligence. And I know more than everything. And he does a good job with the silence part. The only thing I worry about, and I haven't finished the show, obviously, is people think that Batman's not emotional. There is emotion other than yelling and screaming and crying.
Yeah.
There's also this, like, remember, like, this is obviously animation, but remember at the end of the Flashpoint movie where he's reading that letter from the Flash?
Yeah.
That's still, like,
cry.
Whew.
Yeah. Well, the one thing with Batman's character arc is that he's similar to the Robert Pattinson Batman. Cold, cut off, he's not human.
Right.
And the big line in Justice League is that Superman's more human than me. And that's a big thing of why Batman needs the Justice League, because it opens him up. He doesn't hold that girl hand in Justice League Unlimited if he's not part of the Justice League. That group...
You're right. You are so right about that.
That group helps every single character grow. Superman becomes less naive because he's around Batman, Wonder Woman, and everybody else. Almost to a point where he goes too much to the other side. Batman has like, relax. You're supposed to be the optimistic one. Right. Wonder Woman becomes less of a man hater and less like human hater because she's around good humans.
Yeah.
It's all that. Flash becomes less. He takes the things more seriously. Green Lantern takes things more seriously. Martian Manhunter opens himself up. They need to be together. That's why. That's why these things that happen. They need to start at like Superman's naive, Batman's cold, woman hates men and humans, like like this Flash is really goofy.
Right.
Barry Allen is like a jokester. Like
Yeah.
you need all that stuff to happen. So when they meet, it's the same thing they did with the Avengers.
Yep.
Cap,
Exactly.
Iron Man.
Exactly.
They meet each other and they change each other.
I already have the plan. Year 1, Superman and Wonder Woman. Year 2, Batman, Flash. Year 3, Green Lantern and
Aquaman.
And Aquaman. Year 5, Justice League. You introduce Martian Manhunter in Justice League. Year 6, you give Martian Manhunter his own movie.
His movie. I agree. 1000%. That's the simplest way. And while you're doing that, you introduce little things like your tease a Robin.
Right.
Tease that Lex Luthor got DNA from Superman in a fight and he's gonna make a Superboy.
Yeah.
Tease
Yeah.
the Wonder Woman's. Yeah.
Yep.
And then that tease can last long because that Superboy has to grow. So
Right.
it's not like something that needs to immediately lay off. So when Young Justice comes, now it's like, oh, this ties all the way from the first move. Like,
right.
I don't know.
Yeah. And I don't know who you do in the first Justice League movie. I think that maybe
I think Starro should be the first one.
The first one?
Yeah, because that's their first villain in the real comics.
I feel like Starro has to be a dog that's sicked on the Justice League by somebody, right?
Okay.
Because Starro can't necessarily, well, he can communicate.
It could be a Darkseid thing. Where
I thought Darkseid should be your Thanos.
No, that's what I'm saying. He could send
Starro
yes. Test out. Okay, here you go. Let's see how they handle it.
Yeah,
and kind of like how Thanos sent Loki. See how you handle it. And they beat Starro. Okay, let me go send somebody else. You go do my bidding. And then you slowly we'll send these aliens here. And then you find out it's Darkseid testing out the Earth because he needs to take it over because what's that thing called he wants all the time? That formula
equation, anti-life equation. Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah. Or you can make like the first movie, Vandal Savage and the Legion of Doom in them, right?
Yeah.
Start off.
You introduce all these villains, and then they come together to attack.
Exactly. And you know what would be great about that? You don't kill off all your villains along the way. How about that? What a novel idea.
I hope James Gunn learns that. Please don't kill these villains. The DC heroes are not, other than Wonder Woman, they're not supposed to kill.
Right.
Like I know a lot of people, oh my god, Batman killed in BVS. I understand it because there's a particular time period in Batman's life where he did.
He's sick of that shit.
Like Jason Todd gets killed, which is what happens. And he was like, you know what? If you fall off this roof, you get hit by my car, I'm not gonna directly shoot you. But if you're in my way and you get crushed, whatever. Like I'm not gonna avoid you anymore. Exactly. And that's the attitude he had in Batman vs Superman. That's the attitude he had to the point where Nightwing was like, yo, this dude's falling. What are you doing? He's like, whatever.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until Drake came around.
Yeah, in phase 2, I guess you could say, you start giving your Nightwings and all your other stuff.
The problem is that they're saying the Batman movie, Nightwing's already going to be a thing, Batgirl's going to be already a thing, so we're not going to see that growth.
In a sense, I'm almost kind of cool with that, but I'm not. Actually, the more I think about it, I'm not. Like, you should build that organically over time because we've never seen that built organically live action, right? So the general public knows a lot less about these characters than me and you do. And those are the people who pay the bills, not us. The nerds probably are like 20. I'll give us 30% of the box office. The general public is every other dollar. So, yeah.
Tell people that all the time. Told everywhere Netflix will always be the king of streaming as long as they don't do stupid things, and they continue not to. That we're going to talk about something Netflix did this year. That's a big news thing that made them more money, and everybody thought it was a bad idea. Are you more excited for the MCU, DCU? I am more excited for the DCU because it's a fun unknown. Like, I don't know what it's going to look like.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of trusting James Gunn. But the MCU now with what we're going to talk about later with Jonathan Majors, now it's kind of in flux. What's the plan? My thing is like, well, we're going to talk about that later. I mean, let's move on.
I agree with you, by the way.
I still think personally Apple TV is the best quality shows. I agree.
Like, It's true.
Yeah, like somebody said this the other day, and I realized it. When Apple TV puts out a product, they get the most out of that product that they can because they don't have a lot.
None of their stuff is cheap. All
Yeah.
their stuff looks well done. Yeah.
But not even just the well done part. Like every episode is like sometimes you get Netflix, there's filler stuff in there, episodes, or even Max, or every episode of Severance is something. Every episode of Ted Lasso is something. Every episode of whatever show they do is something. So you feel full every week.
Yep. I'm watching Changeling right now.
Is it good? It looks good.
The first episode was really good. I had to continue with it, but I am enjoying it.
Yeah, I agree. The only problem with Apple TV for me, and which might be changing soon, if the rumor is true, is I don't have an iPhone, so I can't get the app. And I can't download the shows like I would love to.
Yeah, they're shooting themselves in the foot by doing that.
But they're supposed to be mixing it with Paramount Plus. So once they do that, then I can, because then I have Paramount Plus. I can just do that. Quarter Owls, that's No Man Land. Oh yeah, No Man Land. There's something before that. I don't think the Creature Commands will be irrelevant. Well, relevant. That's what you meant. Yeah. But why do it if they're not going to be relevant?
Yeah,
you know,
that's the question.
Did James Gunn announce some news about the new DC universe? No. We're just going over the big news of the year collector's movie, man. Have you ever watched Titans? I tried. I watched like 3 episodes and I hopped off.
I watched the first 2 seasons, never made it to the second. Or third, I should say.
I'm really looking forward to the next Batman movie with Robert Pattinson. I really enjoyed the first one. He's probably my second favorite Batman. He is my third favorite Batman.
You know what, Zach? A good video idea for you is ranking all the Batman.
The characters?
The
or the movie. The actors? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I might try that out. I can see people being pissed off with the Christian Bale take, but
it's good for you.
He already played Hawk, and I didn't like that character. Oh, he's talking about Reacher, dude. Reacher was Hawk.
Wow, that character wasn't great though.
That's not him. It's the writing. I have a question. There are many comics Superman movie that's going to be coming out in 2025 because if there is, I would like to read.
The very movie title is a comic book.
Yeah, Superman Legacy, All-Star Superman. He says the feel of the comic. So All-Star Superman, Superman American Alien, one of the best short runs of Superman ever. I love that. I would love that to be a movie. So yeah, Superman Legacy, All-Star Superman, American Alien, Superman Seasons, and Superman Birthright. Those are the comics that you should check out if you want to get a feel of what's coming. I heard Superman Legacy is loosely based on All-Star Superman. Yeah, the feel of the movie is supposed to be based on All-Star Superman, but not the same story, because that would be dumb to kill him off in the first movie.
Yeah, crazy.
Did you guys see the Insomniac leaks? No, I haven't yet.
I heard about
them. Okay, so we're at the end. Let's move on. We talked about James Gunn. This next topic is probably going to be quick because I don't think we have too much to talk about it. But it is Alec Baldwin on the set of Rust. This was a really big thing. A prop gun goes off and kills one of the actors on set. And it was a huge controversy. This happened early in the year and went throughout the year. And at first, the news was talking about how he's the one that shot the person. And a lot of people were like, oh, he's going to jail. And then later on, you find out it wasn't him. It was someone else with the gun in their hand, and they shot the person by mistake. And they were blaming him because he was in charge. He's in charge of this production. So he's in charge to make sure the guns and all the sets and the stunts are safe. And people were like, he should still have a knack in it because they killed somebody.
Right.
He should have a hand in it. So he was going to go on trial and all this stuff.
That's wild. I thought that he was still a person. I didn't know that there was any new update on that.
Yeah, they update this up until this recently, because this is November 16th. This was updated.
Oh wow!
Because he went through a bunch of stuff throughout the years and kept doing updates. The news for it died down once people found out that he's not the one that shot the gun.
That makes sense.
Because people were just like, oh, I don't care anymore, which is crazy because somebody died.
Yeah.
But yeah. See, Baldwin denied pulling the trigger of the weapon. Will answer any charges in court, which I think he still hasn't got his court hearing, which is nuts.
Wow.
It happened so early in the year. I have a personal story I want to tell about. That's why I brought this up. It's a big story because it changed guns on set. Like now it's part of it that no more real guns. Because what it was real guns, then CGI replace. Now they're just only going to use prop guns, like the fake ones that can't hold bullets. Which that makes sense to me. Like, why the hell do you need a gun with real bullets?
Yes, exactly. Like, I know, like, didn't The Rock say I've never used real guns on my set?
Yeah. And I never seen the difference.
Right.
Just even like The Crow with Bruce Lee's son. This happened in the 90s?
Yep, sure did.
Why? Since then, that should have been cut.
That should have been a wrap.
It should have been a wrap for it.
You killed, not that to say that anyone else's child is different, but you killed Bruce Lee's son. That should tell you, like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this.
There's this thing of, like, depending on who you kill, it matters more to people. So you have a point there. It just blows my mind that they were still using real guns and this person lost their life. But I just think that's a big story because it changed the industry, you know?
Yeah.
And I have a personal story because so I was in a group chat with some friends and we were talking about this. And somebody said, hey, did you hear about the thing about Alec Baldwin? And I was like, who? And it was like, Alec Baldwin. And I was like, who is that? And it was like the actor. And I'm like, are you talking about his kid? They're like, no, the actor. You know, you talking about Alec Baldwin? And they were like coming at me, and I'm like, that's his name. Like, oh, y'all talking about? And he has a kid named Alex. So how the hell am I supposed to know what you're talking about?
Right.
So then I remember, and I don't even care if the person's watching, probably not. I remember, so there's a mutual friend we're not talking to anymore. Well, I'm not talking to, but he's still, and like he shared what we were talking about in that chat that more mutual friend is in, and that he like said something about it, and I was like, bro, don't ever do that again. Like keep it between us. You know, I don't talk to that guy.
Yeah.
So I remember that was being a big moment for me because I was like, it was like, oh my god, this person died, but it was just like this real confrontational thing that happened because people get mad at me because I'm saying his correct name. His name's not Alex. It's Alec. Like we've been calling him Alec Baldwin for decades. Right. You would have come in and called him Alexander Baldwin. Whoa.
Alexander.
What the fuck? That's like people like calling me Zachariah, and I'm just supposed to accept it. That's not my name.
Right. That's wild.
It's so wild. But yeah, that what happened there. Will A24 team with Max help or hurt them? I think there will be a small boost. It helped Paramount Plus, I think, because they used to be they have it up until I think Talk to Me is the last one they get, and then after that, I think everything else after that is going to Max.
Yeah.
All-Star Superman is the greatest Superman story to me, other than Death. I can see that. Yeah, Alec Baldwin, I like him. I have a few movies with him. He's a great actor.
But yeah, he is. He really is.
I'm a fan of his brother, Billard Baldwin. I've never heard that man in my life. Keke Palmer. I guess.
Sorry, man.
Oh man, never seen that man in my life. I need to get that. I need to download that as a meme to use. Next one. This is a little quick fire. Idris Elba says he is not playing James Bond. I think that's huge. Yeah. Because a lot of people wanted him to be James Bond. And I feel like he really had an opportunity to be up for the role. But I think the race thing really turned him off because he's always talked about how like he doesn't want to talk about race. He doesn't want to be the first black this. He doesn't want to be the best black actor. He just want to be seen as an actor.
I get it.
And I see that since the race is going to be so much part of the James Bond conversation that he's just like, I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah. People don't understand how much race plays into like the way that we consider whether or not we're going to do things. Especially people who are not black. I remember like, should I put myself on my thumbnails because maybe they won't watch because I'm black? I remember thinking that when I first started my YouTube.
Let's have a conversation about that because I had a conversation with a black friend about that, or a non-black friend about that. He was like watching my videos, and this is way before I got better, but he still thought that I was really good. And he's like, dude, like I watch other reviews, and I'm like, yo, they're not as good as Zach, but they have way more subscribers. Right. He said, do you think it's because you're black that people just click off? And I was like, I never even thought about that.
Yeah, I have thought about it because not to be like, I'm confident in my ability to review things. So it's, I just be like, dog, I like the 6-minute Jones being like having a minute and like 30 seconds of
Advertising,
just
yapping about nothing.
what I don't know why I'm drawing the blank so much tonight, but view time, right? Like my 6-minute videos having like a minute and 30 seconds of view time. I'm like, I know I'm not that bored. Like I know I'm not that bored. So it's just kind of
You're definitely not. You're one of the people that I watch where I'm like, I would have subbed to you if I didn't know you.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of people that I'm subbed to in this space that's like that. I never want to say that to anybody. I had to tell somebody that one time.
There's a lot of that.
But there's people I'm subbed to that I'm like, I wouldn't be subbed to you if I wasn't cool with you.
Right.
But you're one of those people. There's somebody else that was like that, but he quit. And rightfully so. He went to do school, which that's a more viable option. But like, sometimes I'm like, really? You clicked off here?
Yeah. But then I see like I ran into another channel. I think it's called like Film Files or something like that. Black dude. And in every one of his thumbnails, and he's got like a couple.
Oh, I know him.
Yeah.
I just started interacting with him.
Yeah.
On Twitter. Like he started following me and interacting with me.
Yeah, I just found out about him on Threads actually. Threads has been a really good recently. But I just found out about him. He's got a big following. All of his videos have a ton of views, and he has his
just got 58K
on every single John. So
yeah,
I'm like, well, maybe that's not it then. Maybe we're not here to talk about like YouTube. But yeah, so we can talk about that offline. I don't want to.
But it is a conversation that's hard, and I'm pretty sure we have other YouTubers that are black as well. And if you notice, like he's doing really well, but if you think about all the top reviewers, it's not a lot of diversity in that. Like the people who like he's at 58K, but like somebody like Austin Burke, who I love. This is not a shot at him at all. He's fantastic what he does. He has way more than him, and he's considered like lower on the come up.
Yeah.
So just really like think about like that. So like I think the only black tuber I could think of that's like big is Black Nerd. I think that's what his name is.
Andre Black Nerd.
Like he's really good. He's really good, but he's huge.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's prominent, and he's doing great things with like actually being advertising for things and stuff like that. Yeah, so he's really good. But yes, he's like the only one of that status. Yeah,
that's like around there. Yeah.
Yep.
Everybody else is under and trying to build up. So, so yeah, it's funny that you talk about Movie Files because I just started interacting with him and him and Zach Pope. I'm trying to like get in their circle and just like, hey guys, what's up?
I'm trying to find more people for Meet the Movie Tuber season 2. I decided to split it into seasons. You
got some people on here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Obi Thorin, Collector Movie Man, Dave Show. I gotta get Dave Show on a Movies That Made Us.
Yeah.
But we have a plethora. We have that group chat we're in on Discord. We have a plethora of people.
Oh yeah, a lot of people.
But yeah, how do you feel about Idris Elba turning down Bond, saying he's not gonna do it, he's done?
I understand that as that being his personal decision. I'm sad that he won't be taking the role because I think he'd be great at it, and I know that he knows he would be great at it. But at the same time, I can understand not wanting the headache. I myself am not doing certain things on my channel because I do not want the headache. So I totally get it. Totally.
Yeah. Totally understand because it's just taking a role and have to be bombarded. That's why a lot of people don't want to do superhero movies.
Yep.
Is like, why do it?
Just
or Star Wars.
Existing.
Yeah, just for existing.
Yeah.
Just taking a job.
Right.
Just taking a job. Like, it's not that serious. Oh, he said it was a joke about the Billard Baldwin thing. Okay. Yep, the movie would get bashed tirelessly. Yep, he's talking about the James Bond thing. He said yes, I did, and I noticed it. I think he's talking about the black thing because he's a black tuber. I did sub to Kenny off the strength of his video quality. See,
thank you, appreciate that.
I've been telling you your video quality is. I've been trying to catch up to you.
No, like I appreciate that because my last few reviews, I figured out what the problem was. But I appreciate that, y'all.
Yeah, but you know, I always say you're too hard on yourself. I feel the same way because I'm not the best looking dude. I'm trying to improve. That's all you can do, Dave. And I've seen your improvement over the last year. Well, I don't know if it's been a year since I've been sub to you, but a couple months. It's been like at least 6 months since I've known you. That like you've done a lot. And if like always hit me up and let me know thumbnails.
Please. Yeah,
color grading. I really I didn't know this stuff, and it wasn't for Jonah and Kenny. I would have not known this stuff to do my cut. Like people were like, your video look dry, and your videos look kind of dry, and it helped me add color to it, and it looks so much better.
Yeah, and also take inspiration from others because, like I've gave her credit every time. The colors in my background I got from a YouTuber named CC Clemens, who's awesome. If you guys don't know who she is, please check her out. If you like her stuff, subscribe to her. But yeah, like I got my ideas for these colors from her, and they have served me well.
And it's so simple for her. She says, well, that one lamp that lights up the room real well is a different color each time.
I tried to find that lamp. The thing is expensive. So oh, by the way, guys, these two back behind me, $16 each. I will send you guys a link. I'm not hoarding lights.
Yeah. The same thing with my lights as well. I think they were about the same price. If you need to know, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
The next story, which is crazy, this feels like this was 2 years ago, but the Oscars for 2023 happened, and my favorite movie of all time won the Best Picture.
Wow.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like it was 2 years ago because,
we were heavily talking about A Quiet on the Western Front, Avatar: Way of the Water. Think about how much box office that made in this year because it came out in December of 2022. And made a bunch of money. Banshee Inisherin, all these movies, Top Gun, Brendan Fraser winning for The Whale.
The Whale was great.
So good. So good. Michelle Yeoh winning for her first one. The controversy over Andrea Riseborough getting in here out of nowhere. Wow.
I heard about that. It was like paid or something weird. Like they were like, why is she here?
There's a lot of these actresses in here kind of like put money together to give her a campaign the last minute. So people felt weird about it. Best director, everyone, like Steven Spielberg, Ruben Östlund. Tar was trash. I say that all the time.
A friend feels the exact same way. I haven't seen
Kei Ha-Kwan. Don't watch it. Don't even try to experience that movie. Kei Ha-Kwan, our resident Obi.
Yeah.
A supporting actor
for him.
Look at this: Brian Tyree Henry, Judd Hirsch, Brendan Gleeson, Barry Keoghan, who might get another one this year.
I saw Banshees of Inisherin.
Me too.
I do not know why Barry Keoghan got nominated.
Me neither.
And I like Barry Keoghan.
I don't know why that movie got nominated for anything.
Actually, I actually really like that movie.
No, I like it, but I don't think it's like. I don't think it should have took one of these spots.
Yeah.
Maybe the only two things I could say is the cinematography and Carrie Condon. I think she did a phenomenal job as a supporting actress, and the cinematography for that movie is gorgeous. That movie is gorgeous.
Gorgeous, yeah.
So the technical stuff and her, but the other actors, This is the big one. Jamie Lee Curtis. What the hell? Talk about shouldn't be here.
It should not be there.
Should not.
I don't want to disrespect her by saying anyone could have played that role, but a lot of people could have played that role.
Yeah.
That's what I say. She plays a tax collector. She's barely in the. I know it doesn't matter how much you're in the movie. That's very true. But she's so inconsequential to the movie that it's just like, oh man.
How did y'all make this decision? It was a legacy one.
It should have been either Angela Bassett or Stephanie Sue. Like,
I highly agree.
Yeah,
highly agree. Even Hong Chow from The Whale was fantastic.
Did she play the nurse?
Yes.
Yeah, she was great. Yeah, she would have won. I would not have been upset.
Yeah, but Jamie Lee Curtis was wild. But it was a legacy win. It was like, this is her last chance. She's probably never going to get another chance.
Yeah.
She doesn't really do Oscar-like movies.
But that's
the
thing.
Everything Everyone Wants is not even an Oscar-like movie.
Yeah. You can say the same thing about Angela Bassett.
That's true. She was in Black Panther. So yeah, you could. I think that people just are down on Wakanda Forever because of the non-recast of Chadwick
Mhm.
Boseman, which was another big topic.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know, it carried over from 2022 into 2023.
Mhm.
It's still talked
carry
about
on forever.
It's the new Snyder cut thing, like
Yep.
the Snyder fans.
Yeah.
International film, All Quiet on the Western Front, huge. I agree with this one.
I think I tried to watch that, and I was having a good. You know what? I did try to watch it, and I was trying to watch it in German. I don't think I finished it. I do know that I was having a good time when I was watching it.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal movie.
Yeah.
This guy, the guy who directed it, just got a American movie.
That's
I don't
cool.
know what it was, but it's like a big one. Oh, he's doing the next Jason Bourne.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Best animated feature. Yeah, Del Toro's Pinocchio. I don't agree with this one.
I haven't seen it.
It's a great movie.
Mhm.
Very phenomenal animation. You should. I think you would love it. It's emotional. It's character. It has
Mhm.
all the elements that I think you would enjoy.
Yeah.
But for me, out of these, I saw all 5 of these. For
Okay.
me, these two are the front runners for me.
Yeah.
Marcel with the shoes on made me cry so freaking much, dude. Holy crap!
It's
I
crazy.
cried like
The
a big
only movie I've seen from this is Turning Red.
which I loved. And if it would have
Yeah,
won, I
I
would have
loved
been mad.
Yeah.
Puss in Boots. Have you gotta see?
I didn't see the first one, so I never saw the second one.
You don't need to see the first one to see the second one. You just need to see Shrek and know who he is.
Okay, yeah, I'm very familiar with Shrek.
Yeah, so yeah, you don't need to see the first one. Go check out Puss in Boots Last Wish. It's so underrated. The animation style,
Mm-hmm.
like when you think about like the turtles into the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse,
Mm-hmm.
stuff that we gotten like that. I think obviously Across the Spider-Verse is the best.
Yeah.
I think Puss in Boots is right under it.
Really?
Yes, I think it beats out Into the Spider-Verse, and I think it beats out Ninja Turtles.
Wow. Even from the trailer, I didn't get that vibe.
Yeah, the trailer hides a lot of the awesomeness of the movie. It's really in the third act, and they don't show much.
Okay. I'll have to check.
And there's a deep story about, because you know Puss in Boots is a cat, and he has 9 lives, and the whole plot is that he lost his 9th life, and now he's running from death. Whoa!
What? Yeah, yeah, I gotta watch this.
Yeah, it's deep. And for me, who like that's my biggest fear is death, and the thought of it and what happens after,
Mhm.
it hit me because that's like the existential crisis. But it's also a fun kids movie, so
Yeah.
it's like has the existential stuff for humans.
Mhm.
I mean adults, but for kids, it's like oh my god, the cuteness and the stupid dog and the.
Mhm.
Yep, see, you know DJ knows
Hey,
animation.
DJ. Good to see you, man.
DJ knows animation, so if he says it is,
DJ knows animation. Yep.
yeah.
Maybe that should be
Ready
the
to-
name of your channel. DJ knows animation.
Ooh, that'll be dope.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to rebrand. Original screenplay, Everything Everywhere All at Once. I agree.
Yeah, for sure.
I have the only one I didn't see out of this was Fablemans,
I haven't seen Fablemans either.
but I saw Banshees. So that was the idea that was really cool.
Mhm.
Tar was
I just
born
wasn't
now.
interested in the Fablemans,
Meaning,
which is weird because I do love Steven Spielberg. I just wasn't interested in a movie about his life, if that makes any sense.
he said, "My kids do not like that movie. Get through 15 minutes of Puss in Boots." Really? Wow. Is it the first one or the Last Wish? Because I heard the first Puss in Boots is okay. So a lot of people were excited for this one, but this took such a big leap. Now we're getting a new Shrek movie.
Oh, so it's the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, it is. That's a very apt comparison. It changed everything for the franchise to the point where now Shrek is going to be in this animation style, which I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
Adapted screenplay, Women Talking, a movie that I haven't seen yet, but I just saw it's on Prime Video.
I have
free.
not seen that movie. Yeah.
I'm gonna go check it out. I heard it's phenomenal. All Quiet on the Western Front. I really love Glass Onion.
I love Glass Onion. If anybody should have been nominated for best, she was a lead.
Janelle Monáe.
Janelle Monáe. She was the lead of that movie.
She was so good. I wasn't sure in the beginning of the film, but by the end, I was like, "Oh, she's
She's
great job."
Great in everything.
Just like with Anna de Armas from the first one.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I love the way that he writes women characters. He just does a good job. Ryan Johnson.
She was smart. She was cunning. She was awesome during that entire movie.
Honestly,
She should have got nominated for Best Actress. Whether or not she wins is whatever, but she should have.
But she should have got noticed.
Yeah.
What's it called? Ray. Best writing was when Ryan Johnson wrote her. So that's what I was saying. Living, I wanted to see, but the trailer looked boring. Top Gun Maverick as adapted screenplay is nuts to me.
Because it's Star Wars.
Yeah, it's like a simplified version of Star Wars. I was like, the screenplay for that is so simple. It just takes a bunch of tropes.
I really like that movie. I love that movie.
Me too.
I'm sure if I look at the 2022 list, I could find some better ones.
I think what it is that it saved box office for that year.
Yeah, which is another reason why I think that they made that stupid box office award.
Honestly, I think that needs some adjustments. I think they need to think about like, oh, this movie wasn't supposed to make this amount of money, so this is why it's a cinematic achievement. It can't be just because you made a lot of money, because then they have Mission Impossible on there and that flopped. So I'm like, I don't understand. And just John Wick 4. Make
it a popular award, like most popular movie of the year award, kind of.
Yeah. Or stunt. They should have did a stunt award. Stuntman needs to get awards.
For sure. Yeah.
Visual effects, Avatar. Come on.
Yeah, can't disagree there. Avatar was amazing to look at, and I really liked the movie as well.
Yeah, me too. I really like both movies. Original score. The only one I really know is the Everything Everywhere All at Once one, and I really like it. I like All Quiet one is good, so I can see that.
I can't remember scores. I only remember the ones that really stand out to me, and which is why I feel like the Batman probably should have won that.
Yeah, I was hoping they got nominated, but they didn't do it. Babylon, I didn't get to see, but I heard the score is phenomenal for that film. So I gotta watch that. I gotta sit down and watch that movie. Hey, R1 for Natu. I forgot about that.
I cannot disagree with that.
Yeah, I can't see a song on here. Like, I like this Everything song, but it's not Natu. And it's the only song on here that was in the movie that meant something.
Yeah.
Well, Lift Me Up wasn't even in the Black Panther movie.
Yeah, it was in the post credit. Not a post credit.
Hold My Hand, I don't think was either. I think that was a post credit.
I don't even know what that is. Same thing with Applause. Yeah.
I never see Tell Like a Woman before. I don't know what that is.
Also, Lift Me Up is a good song. It's just not like Natu. If Natu didn't win, just burn the building down. Like
that was a gimme. Documentaries, you can miss me with documentary stuff. I'm surprised what's the name wasn't nominated. Banshees in the Sharon. We were just talking about how phenomenal that movie looked, and it's not here.
Yeah,
you could have swapped out Tar. I know I'm hating on Tar hard, but you could have swapped out Tar and put Banshees in here.
Yeah, I had no interest in Tar.
Yeah.
Other than people telling me it was good, it was like
All Quiet cinematography was amazing. I heard Bardo was great. I meant to watch it. It's on Netflix. I heard it's a great movie. But I just didn't get to check it out.
I'm hearing of it.
Elvis, obviously you could tell from the trailers the cinematography was great.
I refuse to see that movie, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I know why. The same reason why I didn't watch it. Empire Light, I never saw the movie, but it's Roger Deakins, who's a legendary cinematographer.
Great.
I saw clips. That movie is gorgeous.
Yeah.
So I might have to sit down and watch it because I like pretty films. Costume design. I thought Elvis was gonna win, but I'm pleasantly surprised.
I am too. The first movie, Ruth Carter is
legendary,
amazing. Yeah,
legendary. I don't know anything about animated shorts.
Yeah, neither.
Live action shorts. Nope. Film editing. I was shocked at this one. This one I was like, I don't know about that one. But even though I love this movie.
Yeah.
But I got to think about how hard it was to put that movie together.
Yep.
Especially since it was only 4 people who edited. Top Gun's editing, I didn't think was. Well, I guess it is hard to go from cockpit to outside to.
I guess so. Yeah. I didn't really notice it. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, but when you step back, I guess what they did is impressive. It's just you don't really notice it watching the movie. You
Yeah.
just take it for granted. Tar, I didn't see Elvis. I heard the editing is some of the worst parts of Elvis, which I'm very surprised it got nominated. Tar and Banshees, I feel like there's probably better movies. There's a movie that came out this year called Athena, which I want to do a watch along for because not a lot of people know about it, and I think you would love it, and I think a lot of my subscribers will love it. And I kept talking about it, and people just didn't watch it. I think I'm going to do it. It might not get a lot of views. I just want you guys to see it.
Okay. Yeah.
That should have got editing because there's some things that they did in the first 15 minutes of that movie that was like, how did they even pull that off? Sound, Top Gun. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. When you're talking about fighter jets and stuff like that, it's hard.
Yeah. Batman is close.
Yeah.
Even All Quiet on Western Front, you didn't finish it, but there's a tank scene. Holy crap. It's like a horror movie.
Okay.
Just the tanks like coming. Where are they coming from? The way they did it. So I see why that's up there. Production design, All Quiet. Okay. Yeah.
I was surprised that Wakanda Forever didn't get nominated for production design.
Yeah. It had to really, yes. Yeah. Wakanda looked great. The underwater looked great. Surprised Fableman's was on there, but I didn't see it, so I can't talk.
Yeah. The
Whale had to win this.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, what they did to Brendan Fraser? Like, come on. It had to. Because, yeah. And that was it.
I was thinking about Wakanda Forever as well, just because, but yeah, I can't disagree with the Whale.
Let's see what the chat's saying real quick before we move on. Women talking exactly what it says, and not in a bad way. Yeah.
I heard there was like some controversy about that movie because there's like no women of color talking, and it just seemed to be like this intersectionality view of women talking. I don't know, like that to me doesn't tell me whether or not a movie is good or bad, but I'm saying
that's a weird hot take because it's like way back in the day.
Yeah.
So I didn't feel like there would be black women around. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Or Asian or whatever you want to say. I think it was a time where it wasn't as integrated. No problem, Collective Movie Man. Great group chat. Plus, my kids. Yeah, we saw that. Fableman was my #1 movie last year. Wow. I tried to watch so many times. Shrek 5 movie of the year. Hey, it might be. If it looks like that and people go to watch Shrek, hey, it's a big brand.
Yeah, it is.
I watched every movie animated for all big categories last year. It was underrated year and not enough people watch any of them. That's every single year. Even this year. Like when I think about the animated films I've seen, only Across the Spider-Verse is the only one that gets and Mario obviously are the only ones that get praise.
Yeah, Turtles should definitely get praise.
Yeah. Nimona.
There's other stuff too. I can agree with that.
Babylon was back to crazy, Zach. You gotta see it. Thank you. That's all you had to tell me. Lift Me Up was my favorite of those songs as far as enjoying listening to. Okay. Enjoyed both Avatar movies. Took me so long to watch the first one. I saw the first one recently. That year that the second one came out, that was the first time I saw the first one.
Okay. Yeah, I saw the first one when it first came out.
Because so many years people were like, it's bad. So I was like, I'm not gonna go watch this.
It's not bad. It's not
bad at all.
It's just Fern Gully and a bunch of other.
Look, when I tell you going in with low expectations and watching it, I was blown away. I was like, this movie is freaking great. That third act.
Yeah. Oh, of Avatar 2?
1.
Oh, 1? Oh yeah.
I thought it was. Oh, the third act was 2 is tops it.
Yo, when he says, "Well, let's get it done," then, and they start fighting, dog, I was in. Oh, yo, the third act is long as hell. But it's great. It's like one long action scene. I love.
Yeah, it was with so much heart and story attached to it. It's not like just action for action. I don't understand how people hate the Avatar movies. They're wild.
Yeah,
I saw Elvis 3 times in theaters. Wow,
interesting. Yeah.
I might would put the Batman at 4 and push out everything at. Whoa.
Push it out from what? Push it out from what?
Oh. Pushing out that movie for anything is you're killing me, bro. Mine from last year are Avatar: Way of the Water, Scream 5, The Whale, Men, and ooh, you like Men? My guy Dave.
Oh yeah, Men was crazy. I enjoyed that. Yeah,
me too. I'm waiting for the Steelbook to go on sale so I can get it.
That end scene,
bro.
Like, yo, is this
that last 15 minutes is nuts.
Man.
People walked out of my theater.
Oh.
You said you skipped my top 5 list. Oh, wait, where? Oh, that's why. My top 5 favorite movies were Fableman, Elvis, Whale, Banshees. You would. Oh. All right. I'm not gonna tell you what I was gonna say.
See you, buddy.
Before my back on. Okay. Men was right next to. Oh no!
What? No way.
Come on, T, you killing me.
Way. That's
Give me my point. That's wild. Next up is Netflix has officially begun to plan to make sure users pay for extra password sharing. Another industry shifting, changing move. We don't have to spend too much time on it. I just want to know how it personally affected you and the chat.
So for me, I'm not even sure how much it affected me because I know my dad and other people were on my account, but they're not anymore. But I don't think it had anything to do with that. I do know that there were times I actually went on to the app and it said, hey, if you want to share a thing with people in other places, you have to, so I started getting notifications about that. I'm looking at it from 2 different ways, right? One is, oh, that sucks. You should be able to share with anybody you want.
Yeah.
I'm also looking at it from the business side as me, Ken. I'm running a business. I need more people to pay for this thing. People are sharing this thing with people who are not even living with each other. Therefore, everybody should be able to have to get their own password. Because I'm a businessman and your mom lives in California and you live in Philadelphia. Come on, y'all. Y'all don't even live in the same house. So I understand it. It does suck for certain consumers, but I get it. I'm sorry. I can't paint every every business as evil just because they do something to make money. That's what businesses are here for.
I don't even have much to add to that. I 1000% agree. I remember when this came out, people were like, oh, I was like, no, I think this is the right decision for them. And they were like, what? And I'm like, yeah, you guys not only forget about this part, you guys are stealing their movies off illegal websites and shit already.
Right.
So they need to find a way to combat that. I think Stranger Things is the most illegally downloaded show of all time.
I believe it. Yeah.
And that's their biggest show. So that's so many people that could have been watching that show, been subscribed, so much money. Just think about all the other shows. You're like, why my show got canceled? Because people are watching these things illegally. If they're not subscribed to these things.
It's been like 10, 15 years of allowing us to share passwords. Like they're basically saying, hey, yo, we let y'all do this for like 10, 15 years.
Yeah. We've hit a cap now. Like
I remember when
getting subscribers no more.
The person who was my barber for like a decade, right? When we got to college, there was only like a handful of black people at my college. He was cutting my hair. I used to pay him like $10. And then when we moved back to Philly, both of us moved back to Philly, living different lives and stuff like that. I was still paying $10 for like 4 years. And one day he came to me like, hey man, we were not in college anymore. So I was like, honestly, I expected you to ask me about this like years ago. Like, I would be mad. It's like, no, like you deserve to get paid what you deserve to get paid. I just wasn't going to bring it up. Like,
that's what happened to me. That happened to me. My barber. He thought before my hair got long, it was years of me paying for child prices because I look young. Yeah, and my hair started getting long, and this started happening. Still, I see the look, but he ain't say nothing. And eventually, he was just like, "Yo, how old are you?" And I was like, "I'll pay that extra." You don't even need to know how old I am. I got you, homie. $20.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious.
So yeah, like I get it. Like you got to. You spending more on shows, like a lot more on shows.
Yep.
Witcher was like $15 million an episode.
Yeah.
And people are not paying to see these things or sharing their accounts. Of course.
And if you don't think that those actors for Stranger Things are getting paid more money for every season, you are
that last season was so expensive.
Yeah.
It was a movie. The last episode was 2.5 hours.
Yeah. It was great too. But yeah.
Phenomenal.
And you know they paid them royalties for that song.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh yeah, the Pusha, the Kate Bush song. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like this is not something we'd have to talk about long about. It just makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, when are the other streaming services going to do it? Do they have enough subscribers to even have the balls to do it?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the thing.
Here is the one issue I do have. You can, but you shouldn't, like, I don't like the fact, I should say, that you're continuously raising prices and you're going to make people stop password sharing. I kind of want you to do one or the other, because now Netflix is like $20 for like new subscribers or whatever. And it's a lot of damn money. It really is.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right.
Mm-hmm.
It's more than $20 now, so it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
It personally hasn't affected me yet. My mom, well, let me not say this out loud. Netflix might be watching.
Yeah.
But like, it just hasn't affected me. People still watching my stuff. That's all I gotta say. But people said, I think this is going to be a trend for all streaming services eventually.
Which I get.
Wait, am I missing something about Elvis? Why Shade? The movie was great. All I can say is that the Black community has negative feelings about Elvis
In general.
that we can talk about in the chat later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For the most part. Not everybody,
mm-hmm.
but for the most part.
You can include me in one of those people.
T said doesn't affect me.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Netflix was gonna go away with the 2020 situation. Did you guys hear about that? Yeah, I remember that. There was a thing where they were gonna get bought by Apple or Disney and then get swallowed up and stuff like that. But the pandemic really helped them because people stayed home and watched Netflix.
Makes sense. You know what's funny? Quibi failed during the pandemic. I was really enjoying Quibi.
You were
hating on it. I like the 5-minute things because I was at work. I had like a 5-minute or like a 15-minute break. Just do my little Quibi and keep it. There were shows that I was only watching on my break at work.
It came out the wrong time. If it would have came out after TikTok came out, it would have been a hit.
Yeah,
because people's attention spans weren't that low yet.
Yep.
So people were like, "What the hell is this?" I'm used to my long 10-hour shows.
Yeah.
But TikTok changed it where people watch parts of shows on TikTok instead of on the streaming service. So Quibi would have been the equivalent.
Yep. And like with the pandemic, like the whole idea was for people to watch it during their break at work. Then the pandemic hit and everybody was at home. So there's no reason to do that.
Yeah. Nah. I mean, a curtain show they put out that sent them to court. Curtain show? A certain show? I
think he's talking about the one with the little girls, the little ballerina girl or the girls.
But I think that I think that was what people saw the trailers and thought it was bad, but when you actually watch the movie, it's not what you think it is.
Yeah, but that was on them because they effed up the trailer
that way.
Yeah.
It said also I would like to know about the shade on Elvis, if I may. That's a whole stream.
Yeah.
That's another 30 minutes. I want to get through these topics real quick. And then maybe 10-minute Q&A. But let's see. The next topic is this is bundled into a lot of stuff because with the announcement of the new DCU was Black Adam coming out, Superman was in Black Adam. Everyone got hyped. Henry Cavill's coming back. And then Henry Cavill talks about, hey, I'm back. So I think that was a huge thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then he dropped out of The Witcher because everybody's like, oh, he's going to be Superman. And I think that was a big blow.
Yep.
To Netflix and that show.
Yep.
And how people perceive Warner Brothers and Netflix because of what they did to Henry Cavill, who was like the I guess the nerd savior.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think that so obviously I feel like the DC EU or Warner Brothers, I should say, had probably already been in talks and had already maybe even have made up their mind about switching gears about the DCU. Mm-hmm. So why even allow that post-credit scene to be in the, well, obviously I think it was to sell tickets, to help the movie sell tickets, which is even more, which is even like, there's certain things about Warner Brothers practices I don't like in general. That's one of them, using Henry Cavill, because I can guarantee you that they put it in there and didn't tell them that they weren't going to be changing out like the DCU in general. And I can guarantee you that James Gunn was already having these conversations about, no, I don't want Henry Cavill as Superman because I want to start my own thing, which is totally James Gunn.
He was writing a Superman movie before he was the head of DC Studios.
Yeah. So with that, it's like, okay, that makes perfect sense why you would want to do that. But I don't like the fact that Warner Brothers treats their actors like that, right?
Yeah.
And then like that continues even with my food is here. That continues even with I know you like Barbie. I have no issue with anybody liking Barbie. But the Zack Snyder joke in Barbie was just an unnecessary shot. Like, why are you doing this to a person who lost their daughter while they were filming this movie for y'all?
I had such a terrible time because
like, what are you doing? Right? So I just don't like that. And then with the Witcher thing, I don't really remember.
And that was the only insincere moment of the movie. The Snyder Cut thing. Like, I was like, that was kind of mean. Like, I never, nothing else in the movie felt mean. That was the only thing that felt mean.
And to me, I feel like it was a shot at the Snyder bros and not exactly Snyder. But you can't make that joke without impacting Snyder. So I just, I don't like the fact that they.
And on top of that, Warner Brothers invited him to a screening to see this shit.
That's terrible.
Telling him, hey, we mentioned you in the movie.
Yeah.
He just talked about that. That's effed up.
Yeah, that's messed up. But in terms of like The Witcher and stuff like that, I mean, I think that when you have someone who is such a big part of, who is the lead of the show, step away, and then you replace them with, I think it was Liam Hemsworth, who they look nothing alike, right? So it's bad all around. I just don't like I don't like those kind of practices. I don't remember why specifically he left The Witcher, but I just kind of.
The rumor is that he's a super Witcher fan. He's read the books, he's played the games multiple times, and I heard that he was being hard on set because they weren't following the source material, and he's just like, no, this is not how it happens. And the writers are like, well, we can't go by the source material because the American fans don't understand it. And they're like, what are you talking about? You did it for season 1, and season 1 did well.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand that logic. So I think the mixture of him leaving Witcher and people think he's leaving Witcher to be Superman after he was in James Gunn saying, I didn't fire him, he was never hired. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, that's
He's
wild.
just playing
Man, it should
Superman
have been suit. Yeah.
It was just it was like an out of touch moment, and I think that started the DCU on the wrong path already, because it's just like, yo, like, you seem like you're being shady already. And then the Gal Gadot thing, like, Gal Gadot's been down for the DCU.
Oh yeah,
the whole time. Comes out and say, oh yeah, I'm gonna be doing it, and James Gunn just leaves her to be quiet and just leaves her to just die out there. There had to be a conversation. I can't believe like Gal Gadot would say that without there being a real conversation about a Wonder Woman 3.
I don't like. She doesn't seem like a liar, like a person who would just say that. Because, and the reason why you don't lie about something like that, because it's easily debunkable. It's not like it's not something that you can actually make people believe, you know. So
it's just really weird.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta go grab my food. I'll be right back.
Do your thing. I am gonna look at the chat. Let me talk to you. I love how you left the sound on. To know about the shade, if I may. Okay. That baffles me based on the history I'm aware of with him in the Black community. I grew up around near Memphis and Graceland. I clearly don't keep up with things, so I'm sure I missed it. But I respect my ignorance. The movies was still a work of art. I respect that. I know a lot of people love that film, so I'm not surprised. I respect you. I respect to you my ignorance. I mean, I don't know. That's fine. A lot of people are unaware about why we don't like Elvis a lot. He should be good. Yeah, I think he should be really good in Argyle. Yeah, Argyle looks great. That's not how I took the Snyder joke. I thought it was based on the toxic fans, and that was one of my favorite jokes in the movie. I never even thought it was the other way till just now. Yeah, I see. When I heard it, I was like, what? But also just why? They didn't have any like other jokes that was specifically attacking fandoms like that. So I was like, why do that? Why even put that on the movie? It was just really, really weird that they did that. While we wait for my boy Kenny to do that, I'm gonna just get into the next topic again when he jumps back in. The strikes, huge, big writer and actor strikes. All the news that came out of it. David Zaslav and the guy that runs Disney, I'm forgetting what his name is right now, saying some very, very uncouth things about the writer's strike and the actor strike, and how they're asking for too much and they don't want to pay these actors and writers what they deserve, which I think they do, because without them, nothing is made. All the controversy that happened around that, with Drew Barrymore trying to start her show without the writers, and then the writers like, we're not coming back to you. Anne Fraser just going super hard and being an amazing leader for them. Old shows like Suits doing so well because there's not a lot of new content was coming out, so that's coming back, and now I might get a new series coming out. 118-day strike happened, and yeah, they were out there. It affected a lot of people. Lost their jobs, lost their homes, lost a lot because of the writer's strike. And but they want a lot of leeway. The Writers Guild, won when it comes of like getting people in that room, having a certain amount of people. Sorry if you're hearing an echo because my headphones died. Getting screenwriters in there and having protections against AI, just writing scripts without authorization and replacing writers. They definitely won. The actors won as well, with such a big boost. The transparency in streaming, which is much needed for them, I would say, and Fran Drescher going so hard for them and making sure they didn't stop until they got close to what they wanted. Because actors on streaming shows now have a lot more chance to make some money. Let's see. Fran Drescher obviously doing a great job. Writers' social media. I wonder why they're saying that's a winner. Who knew writers could be so eloquent and funny? Yeah, okay, everyone. But they proved to be their own best advocates during the strike. Yeah, they showed that they could use social media to promote their stuff, which was a big deal and really helped people get normal people who may not be caring about this stuff into it. So that was a really big thing. This writer and actor strike was a game changer, and it's going to be a game changer when the contracts are up soon. All these late night show hosts doing great jobs. Suits, getting the boost. Yeah, I think that even though we're going to have a drought for a little while. Was that his cat? I think that was his cat. A little bit of drought of content soon. I think it was worth it for the people who work so hard on the content to get paid. This guy, the man, the myth, the legend, the GOAT.
Yep.
Kenilworth.
Yeah.
Marks. I was just talking about the writer strike and the actor strike and all the details and how important it was, and the winners of it, people who won out of it, and that's the actors and the writers.
Yeah, so I haven't read the contract. I'm actually so curious about that. I don't think
that's been officially approved yet. I think it's January.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been, like you said, approved, ratified, whatever they say these days. Yep, I do know that the majority of people who I've seen talk about it have said that it's what they wanted. I also have seen some people be like, it's still not protecting us enough from AI. So I don't know. I'll be curious to find out.
Well, I think it's the first step, because it's only a couple years, and I think they're going to even push it even more the next one. Because they kind of prove that, like, hey, we can affect Hollywood. You guys take us seriously.
Sorry about that.
No problem. I don't know enough about particulars to converse on the strikes. I'm just hoping everyone gets what they wanted. Yep, I agree. They didn't get exactly what they wanted, but they got closer to it than they thought they were going to. Do you
100%.
think movie theaters will go away in the next 5 years?
Hope not.
5 years? No. Because it's still going to be huge blockbusters coming out in the next couple of years.
Yeah. I don't. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I don't want to say ever, but I don't see right now a situation where anyone wants to watch Avengers Endgame for the first time in their house. Like, I just don't see that happening. Maybe if their house has the biggest screen in the world, but even still, you're not going to be able to do IMAX, Dolby, any of that. And eventually, those things will be able to be available in our homes. By that time, there'll be technology beyond IMAX, right? That's typically how these things happen.
Yeah.
People have microwaves as these gigantic things, and then they whittle down to what's behind me, right? That's how technology works. So eventually,
right now we have 40X, we have Screen X, we have all these advancements.
Unless you're going to attach something the size of a movie theater auditorium to your home, I just don't see that ever happening. Now, there is one way that could happen. The kids who are coming up behind us are just so used to TikTok and doing everything at home and on their screens that if at some point they decide movie theaters aren't worth it, I can watch it at home with my friends. We can all watch it at the same time. And if the studios start like abiding by the wants and desires of the kids who are coming up behind us, then I could see it going away. But until then, especially if you put on 3D glasses and it's as big as an IMAX screen, then I could see that happening. But until that happens, I just don't see it. Like that, the virtual reality thing that I think Facebook or Meta put out, it's like $3,000. Anybody got $3,000? Like, so I don't see it.
I can see maybe 10 years.
Yeah.
I can see 10 years if the chains don't step up in terms of the content that they put in theaters and the quality.
Yeah.
Like, luckily, I found a theater that's always clean. The workers are nice. I don't really have issues with people being loud and disruptive.
Yeah.
Like that Wonka thing was abnormal and they got kicked out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like not every theater is like that. A lot of theaters have workers that don't care and are not nice. A lot of theaters have sticky seats and rats and bed bugs and all these other things.
It's literally a job for some people.
Yeah. So like they and they also have to be flu and COVID thing. They need a better what's the word I'm looking for? Like better flow of air and stuff like that inside the theaters. People were saying that they should have did that while the theaters were shut down. So when they open back up, it's like a new experience, but they didn't do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, they don't evolve inside and also the content they're putting out there, like introducing tour content of artists, maybe wrestling pay-per-views, and also comedy shows.
Yep.
And mix it in with the films. I think that they would die if they just focus on the block, because we're seeing the blockbusters not working.
Right.
We had bad blockbusters this year, and a lot of them fail.
Yeah.
And
I think that also has a lot to do with the financial hardship that's going on. That seems to be higher than normal. So you just never know. Yeah, I'm gonna mute real quick and just take myself off camera because I gotta bite something or I'm gonna die.
Yeah, do your thing.
All right.
I'm surprised the strikes lasted that long. I would pay everyone whatever they want to get Fran just to stop talking and yelling at me. Her laugh is the worst. Wow. The Burger King has arrived. Just some Winko pizza for dinner. Nice. Get some X-Real glasses, 120 in screen. Wow. The augmented reality tech is coming faster and cheaper than the Apple Vision Pro. Yeah, that's true. I think food choices need to improve as well. I agree. I know there's some premium diner kind of places, but I do think they need to improve overall. My theater has upped their food, so we have like pizza and nachos and chicken and stuff like that, but they do need to just improve the quality of the choices, the drinks, the snacks overall. Especially if it's going to be so expensive. They also need to figure out a way to get people to get AMC A-List and Regal Unlimited, I think that would really help. Regal, I would never see so many movies if I didn't have Regal Unlimited because it's so expensive. And I can just pay $23.50 one time a month and then see as much movies as I want to see. It pays off if I go every weekend to one movie. It just pays for itself. So I think that would be great. Yeah. Have you seen what T agrees? And then the last thing, and I know Kenny's going to have a lot to talk about with this one. Let me make sure. Yeah, see, I have A-list. That's why I watch as many movies as I do. Yep. I know a lot of people that have A-list. I have Regal Unlimited. These type of, they had Movie Passes one time, a Movie Pass failed. I know they're trying to bring it back. But yeah, the last topic and something that just finished recently is the jury delivers a mixed verdict in NYC assault trial for Marvel actor Jonathan Majors. Maybe the biggest news story of the year, and one of the most impactful. Jonathan Majors has gotten found guilty for the misdemeanor charges, and he dodged the major ones after a deliberation of 5 hours. Let me see what you guys have to say. Mine only popcorn, candy, chips, that hot dogs, nachos, and I mean the chips, cheese. They could get rid of the adult drinks. A lot of people like to drink alcohol when they go see movies, but yeah, I get what you're saying. But yeah, Jonathan Majors. I think that this incident happened earlier this year. I think around March, and unfortunately, it got dragged out all the way to December. So we finally got some verdicts. A lot of hearsay, a lot of drama, a lot of talk about what was going on, what's real, what's fake. A lot of my information I got was from a channel called Chillmonger, where he talked about both sides and ciphered through what was happening. And they talked about how one-sided the media was against Jonathan Majors and didn't really talk about what Grace Jabari, I think her name is, did. Let's just read through it real quick. It says a Manhattan criminal court jury found Marvel star Jonathan Majors guilty of one count of assault and one count of harassment, but acquitted him of another count of assault and one aggravated harassment count, all in connection with the alleged attack on his ex-girlfriend Grace Jabari in backseat of an SUV this past March. The verdict came after 5 hours of deliberation over portions of 3 days. Major stood to hear the verdict, but he was seated at the defense table in a gray suit between defense attorneys Priya Chaudhry, who people think didn't do a great job, but I'm not sure. I didn't follow it that closely, and Seth Zuckerman. His current girlfriend, actress Megan Good, was seated behind him along with family members. I do think it was a mistake to bring his new girlfriend to the court case, but Jabari testified Majors fractured her finger and lacerated her ear after he grabbed his phone when a message from another woman popped up saying, "I wish I was kissing you." The defense accused Jabari of making her allegations out of revenge for Majors breaking off the relationship. The mixed verdict signals the jury believed Jonathan Majors recklessly assaulted Grace, but did not intentionally do so. The mixed verdict also suggests the jury did not believe Majors intentionally committed aggravated harassment inside the SUV, but did believe he harassed her outside the vehicle by picking her off the ground and throwing her back inside. Majors did not appear to react as the verdict was read. He stood with his lawyer facing the jury as the four women announced the verdict on each 4 counts. Majors attorney Priya Chaudhry released a statement saying it's clear that the jury did not believe Grace Jabari's story of what happened in that SUV because they found what Majors did not intentionally cause any injuries to her. We are disappointed, however, that despite not believing Ms. Jabari, the jury nevertheless found Majors was somehow reckless while she was attacking him. Jabari's attorney release said justice was finally served today, proving that the truth can prevail even in the face of power. Grace did not choose to be in this situation. I don't know about that. The choice that she made was to stand up for what was right following Major's arrest in March. Grace has been publicly attacked as a result of her courage to testify the truth, but her unwavering resolve to see this case through to the end was born out of desire to give other survivors similar courage when justice requires. Yeah. So that's just the major thing. Unfortunately, Jonathan Majors has been dropped from Marvel. We'll see if his movie Magazine Dreams is still released. Lost a biopic that he was supposed to be a part of. Let me see if my headphones are charged enough, hopefully. And yeah, it's looking like his career maybe not over, but it's reset from the beginning and he has to work his way back up.
Yeah, I don't think it's over. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. First of all, sorry for burping like that. I thought I was muted.
That's why he said, "Damn, Kenny."
Yeah, that's my bad. Yeah, so my view of this is pretty simple. Essentially, I know me and you talked about it offline, but he was found guilty of. Actually, I don't think you have heard me say this, but he was found guilty of unintentionally harming her while taking his phone back from her, as well as putting her back in the car so that she wouldn't chase him, which she did. For me, by the letter of the law, is he guilty of those things? Yes. Like he did unintentionally harm her. Yes. He did put her back into the car. Is that true? Yes. Is this something that he should have been charged with in the first place? No. So here's my issue with it. She took his phone. He wanted to get his phone back. I'm not sure. I don't know this for a fact. I don't know if he asked her for the phone back or he just went for it as soon as she took it. But I can understand the idea of, did you just snatch my phone out of my hand? I'm getting it back. And you accidentally hurt her while trying to get it out of her hand. That is not the monster that they're painting him out to be, right? Yeah. So that's kind of my issue. So is he guilty by the letter of the law of accidentally harming her and accidentally, I guess, harassing her by putting her back in the car? Yeah, but I just don't see. It's not like I don't see what the big deal is, but I also don't feel like this is something that should have been something that was dragged into the courts for this long. Now, if this was a situation where those text messages that had came out, which we don't have the full context of, but if those text messages that came out and that's what he was being charged with, then I would feel completely differently about this entire thing. Because those text messages, I don't know the full context, but they look pretty damn bad, right? So and the voicemail too. So the voicemail about I'm a great man, I need my woman to also be great, or Coretta Scott King, which is funny. That is hilarious. If what we're hearing on the voicemail is, you're drunk in front of company and just messing stuff up for me, and he's talking to her and saying, I'm a great man, I'm trying to do things for my community, and you're out here showing up drunk. I don't see how that's a crazy conversation to have with your significant other who's acting out of pocket. Yeah. So because the opposite would be, oh, she's drunk, let me not say anything. Also, how are you recording someone illegally, which is a whole nother conversation. But wait, was it a voicemail you say?
It was a voicemail, so it's not illegal.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's completely different. Then I stand down on that part. But people are acting as if he was beating her in the face with his fist or punching her, or
Chris Brown.
Yeah, like he was Chris Brown or something like that, right? So I just, looking at the situation at hand, I do not see how he is being portrayed as some kind of monster. Are both these people toxic? It seems so. So that's not to say that his character is upright or anything like that, but if you're looking at the case for what he's being charged for, and what he's been convicted of, I don't see this monster that people are portraying him to be, right? Yeah. He doesn't seem like a woman beater. However, like I said before, the text messages, if that is what it sounds like, look, dog, you get no support from me.
Look, I think the verdict is the least of his issues in terms of his career. I think the text message,
the text messages
and the fact that the CGA dropped him, though, and the reasonings for why he got dropped by the CGA, I think those are more damning to his career than these misdemeanors, because it's a misdemeanor. They literally said he accidentally did this. I can see Marvel going, and I think that Marvel knew that, but I think, and his other people who dropped him knew that. I think the fact that these text messages and voicemails and the CGA dropping him and all these stories that came out while this was happening, which I think was a very mixing my words, I think was actually like an intentional hit job on him. I think that is what's the most damaging.
Yeah. If it comes out that he is the worst, I'm sorry, I cut you off. My bad.
No. That's basically was my point. I think that all this other stuff, because every black woman I talk to about this brings up the Coretta Scott thing.
Mm-hmm. Because it's just like it's just hilarious.
The wildest, stupidest thing you can say. Like, look who you're talking to.
Like, it's funny, but I actually don't like. It's funny at the same time. I also still don't see an issue with that. Here's the reason why. Right? Is he supposed to say you should be like, I don't like who was gosh, what is the president, the famous white president who everybody likes? JFK, like his wife. You know what I mean? It's like he's supposed to be like, is he supposed to pull that out, or is he supposed to pull out things from his own history? What white woman is he supposed to point to and be like, oh, you gotta be like Hillary Clinton or something like that? Like
he also said Michelle Obama too. That was just what
like he pulled it from
his
what he knows, right? So I don't now saying that to a white woman is still very funny. Like, it's funny, but at the same time, I'm like, this isn't like the most abnormal thing, right? So to pull something from your own history to say, yo, you should be portraying yourself like this is who I need to be part of, like, my life. Right?
Yeah,
I don't find it to be as weird. I do find it to be funny as hell. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, because a lot of people are like, it's so manipulative. I'm like, it's not really. It's kind of funny and stupid.
Yeah. Not at all.
I think a lot of people just the fact that he dated a white woman in the first place is just like, that's for you. I think that's the mentality of it, and that's what Aaron.
Because it's not like there's not, and this is not a anti-woman thing at all. I don't get into that. That's not my bag. But it's not like there's never been a woman who said, yeah, I need you to like be a strong man like this example or that example. Now, if you're saying I need you to be like Martin Luther King to Chad, like or not Chad, because there are black Chads, as in Chadwick, to Chad. Like, if you're saying that to Chad, then you're like, did you just tell Chet to be Chet Holmgren? Did you just tell Chet to be Martin Luther King? That's still funny, right? But at the same time,
that's also the wild.
It's not that weird to me.
Yeah. That's, I guess, like, because people, you know, they tell people to be Gandhi, and that they use that for everyone,
right?
No matter what their race is. But I feel like, I guess because it's been used like that so much, we accept it. But just telling someone of another race to be more like Coretta Scott King is so wild. And I know we're talking about the case, but it's just that part stuck in my mind because I was like, what?
And then you mix that with people say that he's dressed like a sharecropper. and then he's civil rights fine, and you miss that with Coretta Scott King. It's all funny, but I totally get where he's coming from.
The unfortunate part is just that he was a rising star, a rising black star, which we don't have much of. That seemed like he didn't have a ceiling, and now the ceiling has just come crashing down on him. Yeah, so hard.
It's a shame.
It's a damn shame.
He was on his way.
He's on his way. It's weird that, you know what I think about, like how important Josh Brolin was to the MCU, and he didn't get anything off of Avengers like that.
Say that again.
Josh Brolin, you know, being Thanos. He didn't really get anything off of that. Weird. His performance is pivotal to how Thanos is. And he really didn't get much off of that. Well, I guess he's in Dune, but still. I thought I was seeing him more big stuff.
I think part of it is because, well, for one, he should be getting paid handsomely for that. At the same time, he's only in 2 movies. Yeah. And he's barely in 1. So, like, in Endgame, he's like sprinkled throughout,
in the beginning and in the end.
Yeah, but yeah. So
yeah, I can see that.
Pardon Disney if they don't pay him like Robert Downey Jr. when he's been in 2 movies, and the rest of them he's been like digitally rendered and maybe does a voiceover. So,
and the first one was even him.
Right. Yeah.
They didn't know what they were doing with Thanos. That was Josh Whedon's idea. Yeah. Overall, I'm kind of like, it's a cathartic feeling that this is over, even
Same.
though I'm kind of sad about the decision. I hopefully, if he does have anger issues, like all these people are saying that's been coming out, and the CGA dropped him because, you know, he's been a terror on set, apparently. That's what they basically came out and said. Hopefully he gets help.
Yep.
Hopefully he gets help. Hopefully, you know, obviously we talked about he can't do the dream scenario apology video.
No.
But he just got to get help and show that he's changed if this is all true. Even if it's not, just show, just to help your image.
Yeah.
And just work his way back up.
I think, I think Magazine Dreams can come out next August, maybe. That depends on the sentencing, because he can do up to a year in jail. I don't see someone doing a year in jail for accidentally hurting someone's finger while trying to get their phone back.
He could do a year in jail? I thought it was 15 days or a fine.
No, he could do up to a year in jail, from what I've read from Hollywood Report, like all the other publications.
For me, based on the footage and the context, everything, I feel like it should just be a fine.
It should be a fine.
Yeah, because the fact that it was unintentional.
She chased him.
Yeah, he ran away.
Yeah, he ran away from the issue, which is what you're told you're supposed to do. Like, get yourself out of
her and call the cops to help her when she was drugged out. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. It's just so many details. Her going to the club and not looking like she was hurt.
Yeah,
using his card.
The broken finger thing is like, people were still questioning whether or not her finger was actually broken. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yo.
I should not be laughing at this situation because it's so bad, but that is funny. First of all, welcome to the stream. That was hilarious. That was funny as hell.
Yeah.
Did a whole marathon to get away for her.
It was funny. I forget who I was talking to. Oh, I was on not on, but I was in Spoiler King stream when they were talking about it before the sentencing. And they were talking about the fact, like, the videotape of him running. And it was essentially like, yo, like, you're not catching him. Like, he just came off of Magazine Dreams and Kang and Creed 3.
He's fit.
He's fit. You're not catching him, ma'am. Like, I don't know why you're chasing. She gave
and he
up.
wasn't even running fast. He was jogging.
He was jogging in the cold New York streets. He had a whole coat on.
Yeah, a light jog too.
Like, convicting the person who's running away from the danger is wild to me. But yeah,
I think it's just the fact that she got hurt and he did it.
Yeah.
And also, it's not like she wanted to press charges. It's the New York that was going after them.
I remember a little earlier, me and you were talking about the whole Dana White thing, where like he literally slapped his wife like on camera, right? And the thing that happened was his wife didn't press charges, and I'm wondering, like, because what I don't know is when pressing charges is a factor and when it's not, because we saw Dana White on camera slap his wife, and she decided not to press charges, right? We also didn't see any of this happen except for the putting her back in the car, and she didn't decide to press charges. It was the state that pressed charges, right? So it's like, so when is that decided of who is going to press charges? I don't, like, that's not a criticism of the situation. I don't know.
You don't know, yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
When the state that that happens in, when the state that the incident happens in feels like the person is not mentally capable of making that decision, they will take it upon themselves to press charges on behalf of that person, because they're saying that he was mentally abusing her. Because if you look at the text messages after the incident, she was still trying to be with him after that whole thing. So they're like, it's a what's that word? Stockholm syndrome kind of situation where it's like he's abusing her, and allegedly, I'm not saying this is all fact.
Yeah.
He's abusing her, and she is just like not seeing it and trying to be with him. Like I wouldn't be surprised if the Megan thing was a stunt and they end up together again. I really think she still wants to be with him.
I don't like if it was a stunt and you cost yourself everything that you cost yourself, you are a fool. Like I don't a stunt to do what?
Not the stunt with the fight. I'm talking about a stunt bringing Megan Good.
Oh, bringing Megan Good. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Don't that's dumb as hell if that was a stunt. that's yeah, thank you. Jussie Smollett.
Jussie Smollett.
Okay.
Yeah, that was funny.
That was funny as hell.
You're on for a Subway sandwich at 2 a.m. in Chicago in the dead of winter, nigga. So
wild as hell.
Yeah.
So we've been through everything. The 2023 has been a wild ass year as we've gone through all this. People have died. There's a lot, and I could have went on with all the celebrities that died. Rest in peace, Matthew Perry. And all these other people that entertain us and make entertainment for us passed away. There's so much things that's happened. I'm pretty sure there's other stories that I missed, but so much big things, so much shift. Like while I think this movie, and we're gonna have another stream where I have the movie tubers on and stuff like that, where we talk about just the movies of 2023 and how great it's been. I think it's an all-time year in terms of that, but we've just had some industry shifting stuff that's happened. This year, which is more noticeable than ever for me. Now that I'm covering this stuff, but I'm gonna 10 more minutes, we'll do a Q&A. You can ask us questions about anything, and then we're gonna head out because it's been a 4-hour stream. And I'm actually pleased with the verdict because of some of the things I saw and heard. It is unfortunate it will ruin his momentum moving forward. I get that. The texts and the voicemails and the stuff is damning, and I think it affected the jury, even though it's supposed to be background information. You just can't get that stuff out of your head, while you're trying to make a decision.
My issue with it is that it had nothing to do with this case.
No, it was a year ago.
Yeah. Also
said that it wasn't a part of abuse. Like she came out and said that. So
yeah. Also, at the same time, if what's in those texts are what they are, F that dude. But other than that,
I had to read a lot into this case because we all know how the system works. Sadly,
Yep.
Like specifically, especially in New York City, like this is a literal thing. New York City has a black entertainment hunting division. Like I call it that, it's not called that obviously, but it started off for rappers in the 90s and it expanded into just black entertainment.
Black entertainers, period. Yep.
Period. Men or women. They just did it to Cardi B a couple years ago. They did it to Megan Thee Stallion a couple years ago. They purposely seek out black entertainers. So Jonathan Majors was just in the wrong city and having the wrong situation happen at the wrong time. And he just, unfortunately, he tried to handle the situation the best he could, but it ended up turning into something that just damaged his career.
Right.
So I think those were catch-all charges that any prosecutor would throw in to get a win. Yeah. I misread the charges he was found guilty of. We know why he's being portrayed the way he is. And I've had this conversation with, I don't know if I maybe said at the beginning of the stream or we said this in chat. I talked about if this was Michael B. Jordan, that the narrative would have been a little different because it's just
better looking.
I don't think he's better looking. I don't think he is, but I think people think he gives off a brutish vibe. And he looks like a brute or whatever. And I think that does not help his situation. He's big, he's huge. They think he looks like a brute. He's not as attractive as maybe the traditional would think. So I think that hurts a lot in terms of how they can portray him. If it's like some pretty boy, it's a little harder to convince people. This pretty boy, Drake, really? If it was Drake, it would have been like, the one that be crying on songs about women,
right?
He lost me with that. Oh yeah, the Coretta Scott thing. I'm telling you, a lot of people don't like that shit. Jackie O. He
hilarious.
pulled two of the most iconic black wives and two of the greatest black leaders in the black history. Let me know that he's completely delusional.
I'm doing great things for my community.
Yo.
That could be true, but that's just not where you
Those two women.
go. Right.
He will get community service. They might throw in probation to please some people. Honestly, people are leaving out. He can appeal those two charges.
And he should.
So he should. So this is not over. If he appeals and get rid of them, the problem is he already lost the Marvel job. They're not going to hire him back.
Right.
And the narrative is never. Every time there was something in his favor that came out, they never promoted it. So they're going to continue doing that as well.
Yeah.
Like Kevin
Remember
Spacey,
that article that came out earlier this year about the police and how the police coached her and everything like that, and it was legit. It wasn't fake. I don't know how that didn't come. Yeah.
And also look at Kevin Spacey. Not defending Kevin Spacey or anything, but he beat those sexual charges.
Yep.
No one talks about it because they're already just like he's done. Like
Yeah.
he's already done. We're not bringing you back in.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that people didn't like him in the first place.
Yeah, he kind of has a villain.
Oh, remember those weird videos he put out?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
It just hurts you when you're not likable, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It just hurts. She rang up his credit card and didn't return his Rolex cell phone and a few other things. Yeah. Depends on state laws, honestly. Yep. When you are Dana White, you can do whatever you want, apparently. Look, the difference between Dana White and Jonathan Majors is Dana White's an owner and Jonathan Majors is an employee. So he can go to jail, but he owns the place. He can get out of jail, come back, like, all right, let's go back to business. I'll point you to hold this down while I'm gone for whatever amount of days I'm gone for. Or I have mad money, I'll just pay it off, you know? Or for a foot too long. Nah, man, get somebody else to do it.
Yeah, she was talking about the Justice Smollett thing where he went out apparently at 2 a.m. in Chicago to Subway.
Rat police. Yeah, rat police. So I've noticed that for next year is heavy honored based movie wise. Do you guys know any other movies that haven't been brought up yet? Heavy horror based movie wise. Do you guys know any other movies that haven't been brought up yet?
Off the top of my head, I don't know this for a fact. I'm assuming a Conjuring movie, an Annabelle movie, and some other kind of movie. And Saw. I know for a fact Saw is coming out next year.
And we're getting a sequel to It Follows. We were getting a sequel to Smile, and we're getting a sequel to Megan.
Yeah, anything in that is it Daniel? James Wan. Anything in the James Wan universe, you're gonna expect something from it every single year. Yeah. So he gonna make that.
He did say he wants to make another horror movie after Aquaman 2 because he's been so far from it. You know. I wouldn't mind a Malignant 2. That movie was wild as hell.
I hadn't seen it.
Remember when the George Floyd situation? Once they got you, they got you. It took them forever to change the charge of cop. Yep. And also with that situation, it took protesting. No one protested for Jonathan Majors. They just let him they protested really hard for that to happen. Because if that had happened, he would have got away.
It was difficult because it literally could have gone either way. I remember for the longest time I was saying I'm not going to go one way or the other because I don't know. But yeah.
There's a movie called ISS coming out in January that looks very interesting. Okay.
I saw the trailer for that during the movie last week or 2 weeks ago. It looks very good.
Oh yeah? It's a horror movie or just
essentially there's some astronauts in space. World War III starts while they're in space.
Oh.
So they are told to go take over a Russian space shuttle, who apparently the Russian space shuttle was also told to take over them. So it looks intense.
Okay, I see it here. That sounds interesting.
I'm
gonna check that out.
Yeah.
It's a horror thriller. Okay. Night Swim looks creepy. Oh yes, I've seen a trailer for that a couple times. It does look creepy. But I just wonder what the full movie's going to be about because they don't show past the girl getting taken. Also, we have Imaginary Friend coming. We have 2 Imaginary Friend movies coming out next year. One a horror film and one like a fantasy film.
Interesting.
The John Krasinski, Ryan Reynolds one that If is Imaginary Friend, and then we have Imaginary, which is a horror film.
Okay, I can't tell you how many trailers I haven't seen because I had debated about doing a trailer reaction for them. I'm not going to do a trailer reaction for them, so I'm probably just going to watch them.
Yeah. I had to stop and real quick to support my boy Zach, make him famous so I can get a nice Christmas gift next year. Nathan, you're so silly. But also facts. Don't forget Winnie the Pooh 2 and Lisa Frankenstein. Yeah, I need to watch the trailer for Lisa Frankenstein.
I hadn't heard of that.
Winnie the Pooh 2, I'm gonna watch that to see if it ends up on my worst movies of the year list.
I didn't bother with the first Winnie the Pooh movie.
Yeah. Sloth House. I also want to watch that. That's on Hulu.
Slaughterhouse.
Slaughterhouse. Yeah.
Yeah. That looks so damn funny. Like funny in a bad way.
Yeah. I saw a second trailer for Night Swim. It looks more like Amityville. Okay.
Interesting.
More a possession flick. Okay, I need to go watch it out because the ones that's in the theater, I think it's been the same thing. So I'm really interested to see that. Also, why haven't they used that second Aquaman trailer in the theaters? They keep using the first one over and over and over.
That's a good question.
And that second trailer is great.
Yeah, I do like what I like about the second trailer is the focus of like just Aquaman versus Black Manta.
Yes,
because those fights look pretty damn good.
Yeah, and just seeing like the chaos that he's causing, burning down his house, destroying the kingdom, attacking his loved ones.
Mm-hmm.
Over under 50% does Mera die in this movie?
I don't think so.
You don't think Black Manta gets there?
No, I think if Black Manta kills anybody, it's probably going to be it's his dad. His dad's definitely dying. B, it's stop it. B, it's his dad's dying. Orm's dying, I believe. Yeah, I think those are the two. Like I feel like Orm's going to do the thing where the evil brother turns good and sacrifices himself to save the hero, and then he's the catalyst for the hero, like taking up Arm, that old classic. Yeah.
Okay, I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I was thinking that maybe Mera might die is just to get Amber Heard out of the film.
Yeah, it's possible. But I think was that all happening before they started filming?
Well, she admitted during that trial that they cut her scenes down by like 80%.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's possible. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna take these last couple comments because it's been 10 minutes, and then we're gonna head out.
Mm-hmm.
And the Crow reboot and Strangers movie and a new Alien film. Oh yes. Again, the Crow reboot. Hopefully that's good because I love the first Crow. The Strangers. Oh, the Strangers. They're bringing that back. Interesting. And that Alien movie is starring the girl from Priscilla, and she's also in Civil War, and it's going to be between the first Alien and the second Alien, which is really interesting. Instead of like doing a future, they're going back in the past.
That is interesting.
Mera definitely dies. It raises the stakes. Hence horror.
But does it raise the stakes for their audience? Because I feel like, unfortunately, the audience will probably cheer for it.
Yeah, because I think will know that they don't like Amber Heard.
Yeah.
Hence horror heavy this year, and now there'll be 2 more horror movies in June. Yeah, horror. That's something I didn't talk about, but horror dominated this year.
Yeah, a lot of great
movies like Boogeyman, which people were mixed on, made mad money.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to Me is one of the highest grossing horror films for A24.
Yeah,
it was so good. Evil Dead Rise.
I love that movie.
I love Skinamarink. I know a lot of people don't.
It's on my list. I'm gonna be watching it. I'm also gonna be watching It Lurks or something. Somebody's
Lurks. That's another good one.
I actually got that off your 2023 list. I was like, what was that other movie I'm missing?
That's one of the most successful reviews I've ever did. 2K views.
Oh, nice.
I know you don't like this movie, but I love it. No One Will Save You.
Yeah.
What else is there? When Evil Lurks.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Not Susie. Cobweb. Even though the ending is the movie overall is.
I didn't see that.
It's on Hulu if you want to check it out. It's really good.
Okay.
Scream 6 was really
I
good.
enjoyed that. Yeah.
A lot of people don't like The Exorcist. I thought it was good. Megan 2.0. Or not Megan 2.0. The first Megan was.
Okay. Yeah.
It was so fun.
Megan was fun. Megan was a lot of fun.
The Blackening.
That was great.
Yeah.
I had a great time.
We're getting the second one. The Last Voyage of Demeter. A lot underrated.
I didn't see that.
Totally Killer.
I watched 70% of that movie. I have to finish it.
Huseda the Bone Woman was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It Lives Inside. There's a lot of Renfield. I know you don't like Renfield. Renfield's kind of a horror movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then there's Infinity Pool, which is like at the bottom for me.
I hate that movie.
I bought the Steelbook for the uncut version for dirty reasons. Just to say that. My girl Mia Goth is in there, with no, yeah. I'm undecided on if I'm going to see Aquaman unless my man is buying me a ticket. Look,
I'll buy you a ticket. Jesus.
Oh, that's your.
Yeah, that's my wife.
That's the smart.
Yep.
Oh,
the wife of my youth.
That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
As well as Beetlejuice. Oh, Beetlejuice 2. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic for that.
Maxine, I forgot about that. Yes, I'm excited for that. Have you seen the first two movies?
Oh no, so I've seen XX. I have not seen Pearl. I need to see that, and I definitely want to see Maxine.
For me, a lot of people were debating on it. A lot of people like X better than Pearl. I like Pearl better than X.
Yeah. It was good. It gave me that Texas Chainsaw Massacre kind of feel.
Yeah, it was an ode to classic films.
Mm-hmm.
Before and during, because they did so many reshoots for Aquaman.
Yeah.
I think the only comedy next year is Ted Peacock Show. I'm pretty sure comedy movies don't usually get announced ahead of time.
Right.
You usually get a trailer like when it's a couple weeks before it's about to come out. So we'll get some.
I mean, we didn't hear about No Way Home No Hard Feelings until like maybe a couple months before, if that.
And Joyride. Yeah.
Joyride too. Yeah.
Those trailers just came out. Strays.
Some of the best movies are movies you had no idea were coming out when you're going into, like The Iron Claw, for example, or The Holdovers. Yeah.
So yeah. Kenny, thank you for joining me. This was really fun.
I had a great time.
This is my last stream for 2023. We have one more week. I'm going to take off. I'm not going to do a stream on my channel, at least. I might do streams about other people, but I'm not going to do anything. My list for 2023 will be coming out in January. I wanted to make sure I see all the movies that I want to see, so I'm not going to drop it early and stuff like that.
Yeah.
My worst list might come out in December because I don't think any of the movies I'm going to see going to end up in my worst. I really don't see that. Like Iron Claw and all these, I don't see those movies.
Right.
And unless Aquaman is total cuckoo caca, I really don't see it being that low either. So yeah, all those will be coming. A discussion with this guy and a couple other people will be coming where we talk about 2023. How much we love it. Tomorrow I'm going to be streaming on Jared Runner's, I think Jared Runner or Frisky's channel where we talk about our top 10 favorite directors. That's going to be very interesting with me because, I haven't seen a lot. So I have a lot of modern directors on there. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah.
I'm going to put you solo. Tell the people what you got going, Kenny.
Cool. So I'm Kenny Sparks. My channel is called Kenny Sparks. Right now, you can check out the Iron Claw, Wonka, Godzilla -1, as well as Dream Scenario, and a bunch of other really recent movies I've reviewed. And put those reviews out. I know for this week you can expect an Aquaman review as well as Rebel Moon and Pretty Things. Nope. The Things movie.
Poor Things.
Poor Things. And Poor Things. You can expect those 3 reviews coming out over the course of the weekend because I can't do it all in one day. So yeah, that's what's going to be coming up. I also have a Meet the Movie Tubers video with CC Clemens, who I mentioned earlier in the stream, coming out pretty soon. So that's everything that's going to be going on with me. One last thing, I will have a best of list coming out probably after I see The Color Purple, and then after that, I don't know if I'm doing a worst list. So but thank you so much for having me on, Zach. Appreciate you, and You're muted, I think.
Yep. Damn, Mike. I got it again. Thank you guys. Saying it's a great stream. Had a lot of fun. I just want to do a quick shout to a lot of my stream MVPs. Dave Show, stream MVP.
Yes.
Have You Seen with T? Stream MVP.
Always.
Kal-El Daily, stream MVP. Sully Streams is starting to become a stream MVP. He drops in, he does a lot of good stuff. And of course, DJ, stream MVP. I'm probably forgetting some people. Dark movies, yes, definitely MVP for coming in here at 1 a.m. most of the time.
For sure.
Obi Thor Alliance, stream MVP. You're always in here asking great questions and things like that. And I'm sorry I didn't get to all your questions. I'm thankful to you guys for being in here and being very interactive and stuff like that. So many chats, it was insane. Couldn't keep up. But there's a lot of other people. I love all you guys in the Zack Tech Nation. I do this because of you, and you make this easier to do and make me want to improve for you, because this channel is for us. So I'm gonna sign off now, guys. We'll see you next time.
Peace.